He lived a life of quiet despair. Matsumiro Jiro, a 35-year-old office worker whose existence was sustained by endless exhausting overtime in a cramped apartment. One night, walking home after days of exhaustion, he did not notice a truck speeding straight at him until the impact happened. As his consciousness dissolved into the darkness of emptiness, a soft female voice reached out to him. It soothed and assured him that everything would be fine. She explained, "People often think that after death everything simply disappears, but his body was truly destroyed, and now only his spirit remained." The source of the voice revealed herself a radiant goddess. Her presence filled the void with warmth. When he cautiously asked if she was truly divine, she confirmed it with a gentle smile and confessed that she pitied him because in his past life he was so diligent and kind. She offered a fresh start, new game plus in a completely different world, where he could spend time however he wished. Faced with this unexpected opportunity, he began weighing options and realized he truly desired a slow, quiet life far from all his past battles. Memories of his former suffering surged like a wave. A tiny room that served only for sleeping, cramped, suffocating trains, constant surveillance by the company that demanded everything. He recalled tasteless meals swallowed quickly, a cold reminder of a life without joy and without flavor. In contrast to this bleak existence, he imagined a world where he could sit by a crackling fire and listen to the quiet sounds of nature. He dreamed of eating something soulful, simple joy that had been denied to him for too long. With a new sense of purpose, he declared that he wanted to live where people were not very rich but fed well and were honest. He decided to become a craftsman, one who creates things with his own hands and finds true satisfaction in his work. She shone, looking at his choice. Her eyes sparkled with approval as she noted that meeting her was probably fate. She encouraged his aspiration, saying that choosing the path of a creator was a wonderful response to the gift of new life. She gives him a radiant, ethereal blade, a divine gift known as craft gear. This artifact, she explains, has two distinct and powerful abilities. With a gentle touch, she thanks him for his gratitude, assuring that everything is already prepared for his journey. She asks him to calm down as she begins the process of sending him to this new world. Blinding light envelops them. She reveals her true identity, the mother goddess, Anna. She infuses his being with her blessing and divine instrument, praying that these gifts grant him the strength and happiness he deserves in the next life. She gives a final, peaceful smile and rejoices that she can spend the last of her power for his sake. He does not even have time to comprehend her words. The transition is already complete, and he suddenly is born into a bright, new realm. Standing amidst the lush forest, the man suddenly feels, his body incredibly light and healthy, a sharp contrast to the exhaustion of his past life. Remembering the goddess's gift, he carefully calls the name of the artifact craft gear. At his command, a tiny but incredibly bright flash of energy ignites in his palm. The light solidifies into a smooth, functional tool, confirming that the divine gift has truly passed to him. He is amazed at how naturally the implant fits in his grip, and he understands. He can summon it and immediately dismiss it just by thinking. Such ease returns to him the feeling of those fairy tale heroes he admired in childhood, filling his chest with excitement once again. He stands among the giant ancient trees in the thicket of the vast forest and briefly surveys the surroundings. The goddess said this place was not very developed, but the scale of the wild nature turned out to be greater than he expected. It does not resemble a rural area, rather an untouched sea of green. He lowers his gaze to his hands, weighs the craft of equipment and his current plight. Previously his hobby was solo camping, but here there is none of the comfort that a planned trip provides. All his inventory is just the fantasy clothing he is wearing now and one survival knife. He again recalls the divine properties of the new tool, how it can change shape or return to him regardless of distance. He reminds himself, the first rule of survival is to stay calm, assess the situation, and clearly determine what resources are at his disposal. Calmly taking a deep breath, he decides, it's time to test the divine gift. He firmly grips the survival knife and focuses on the possibilities of the craft gear. Suddenly a bright flash bursts from his hand, the tool's energy responds to his will. As the light grows brighter, a memory surfaces of the goddess Anna's explanation. The first of the 6 gears 2 forces as a tool. It allows manifesting any implements he can clearly imagine. The light fades and it becomes visible. The simple knife has transformed into a sturdy, well-balanced dripping hatchet. He freezes, stunned, looking at the weapon, unable to get enough of how thought instantly became reality without any glitches. He turns to the huge trunk nearby, and a wave of excitement flares within him. In this abandoned forest, he finally has the chance to do what he only dreamed of in his everyday life, to fell a tree with his own hands. He throws the divine axe with all his might, watching it spin wildly in the air and bite deep into the trunk of the giant tree. When the tree groans and the giant looming above everything begins to fall right onto it, he freezes in fear, certain that his journey will end before it even begins. To his complete shock, the falling tree suddenly stops right in midair as if gravity had retreated, and everything froze at the very moment. This phenomenon is the second power of craft gear, the ability to fix objects immovably in space. It is explained that thanks to this, incredible things become possible, for example, holding a piece of wood in the air to work on it without a workbench or joining materials perfectly without a single nail. The goddess explains that this power roots everything into the very fabric of spacetime, and because of this, everything instantly freezes. Smiling softly, she says, "The effect does not last forever. It can be removed as easily as it is applied, but the user must be careful about the consequences." He freezes for a moment, digesting the practical value of such a gift, and she quietly apologizes for the divine tools being too heavy. He assures her that he is fine and ready to continue. And with a sharp sound, the axe disappears from the tree, instantly returning to its master's side. Now examining the tool resting in his hand, the young man understands. This power must be handled with the utmost caution. He knows wherever he goes, this divine tool will find its way back to him. He stands alone in the dense forest and realizes, the first thing to do is make a sturdy walking stick. He looks around, finds a suitable branch. Such a tool is needed to walk on crooked, uneven ground and to check if danger is hidden under the underbrush, especially snakes. With a quick motion, he applies the blade to the thick limb and the tree parts without any resistance. He freezes over the cut. It is so even and smooth that it almost glows, as if testifying to the divine sharpness of his new tool. As soon as he begins to shape the wood, the blade under pressure sinks slightly deeper than planned. He grimaces, realizing that this power must be kept under iron control. It far exceeds his expectations of an ordinary carving knife. In a moment, the bark is stripped away, and before him is a clean, polished surface. He reflects on how craft gear gives such precision and speed that it would shame any master artist, and decides to squeeze even more out of the tool. Result: a ready T-shaped tracking stick, which he firmly holds in his hand. Activating the fixation power, he fused the elements so reliably that they feel like a single, unbreakable object, as if rooted directly in the very fabric of space. To test the limits of this bond, he focuses his mind and releases the effect with force, and a piece of wood instantly breaks off and falls. He concludes, although the fixation power creates an unchanging physical connection, it still fully obeys his will. Looking at the divine artifact, he freezes at its colossal potential, a blade that cuts everything, and a force that defies the laws of physics. And with these gifts, the terrible prospect of surviving in this wild desert finally becomes within his power. He is already equipped for the road ahead. With a firm goal, he begins the path into deeper thickets. He knows time works against him. A person cannot survive more than 3 days without water, so the most urgent task is to find a clean source. Making his way through dense forests, he reflects on the absence of modern civilization. The wild terrain is dangerous in itself, but he feels a strange freedom one he did not know in his old life of corporate drudgery. He believes that the goddess who brought him here did not choose a world where he would not survive if he keeps a positive attitude and does not stop. Suddenly, a loud primal growl bursts from his stomach and his concentration shatters. It is a healthy, visceral hunger he has not felt in years. It gives a sharp reminder. Finding a reliable food source now is as urgent as finding water. His search very quickly leads him to the banks of a good, clean river. He is genuinely surprised at how quickly he came across it, and he notices that the water looks almost untouched. Since he is not yet dying of thirst, he decides to first address other survival needs before drinking. He decides building a shelter is the most urgent task before nightfall. Understanding that the temperature in the forest will drop sharply, he knows he must make a proper bed so that the cold ground does not draw heat from his body. He begins scouting for a flat place a little away from the riverbank to set up camp. Having found a suitable spot, he gathers 3 long branches and several flexible vines. He considers the traditional difficulty securely tying the tripod frame, as this is usually the longest and most frustrating task in primitive construction. But with craft gear, there is no struggle. He gives a simple mental command, and the main supports instantly snap into place. Then he quickly gathers more branches, presses them to the frame, and erects strong walls for his lean-to. To protect himself from the damp ground, he lays a thick platform of branches beneath him. On top, he piles a generous layer of dry leaves and grass, a soft, warm mattress that will keep him elevated and shielded from the frozen soil. Now that the structure is assembled, he climbs inside to test everything. Settling in at the back, he truly marvels at the finished shelter and the incredible usefulness of the gear for this craft, it has turned terrifying survival into a much easier task. He spread his arms wide, and a sense of achievement washes over him as he surveys the finished shelter. The work, which was supposed to be an exhausting, hours-long torment of cutting and fitting uneven branches, was completed in mere moments thanks to his new tool. And even despite the continuous labor, his body does not tire but feels invigorated. A sudden rustle in the bushes grabs his attention. He sharply turns his head toward the sound. A strange creature emerges from the leaves, a rabbit, but with a single spiral horn protruding from its forehead. He freezes in complete stupor, unable to believe that such a thing could really be an ordinary rabbit. Before he can process what he has seen, the creature suddenly lunges forward with shocking speed, its size much larger than any ordinary hare. He jerks back, eyes wide with shock, as the beast rapidly closes the distance in a blur of fur and muscles. He realizes too late that this is not a safe forest inhabitant. Acting on pure instinct, he sharply thrusts the staff forward and calls upon the power of craft gear. With a desperate cry, he activates the fixing ability. He pins the creature's horn firmly to the nearest tree trunk. The rabbit thrashes wildly, caught by the sudden, immobile tether he himself created between its horn and the tree. He exhales a long, trembling breath. His heart still pounds wildly against his ribs. From his rural upbringing, a healthy caution toward wild animals is ingrained in him. They rarely see humans as friends. He understands. The only reason he managed to defend himself quickly enough is the flawless reaction of the gear to his thought commands. When the immediate danger passes, he lowers his gaze to the creature, which is convulsively struggling and already beginning to emit quiet, piercing whimpers. His stomach twists with hunger, and for a moment the thought flashes that the goddess might have sent him food. He quietly prays and thanks, but as soon as the thought of eating such an apparently innocent being arises, he is pierced by guilt. The little animal looks at him with big, watery eyes. Its tiny paws twitch as it continues to emit its plaintive, melodic cries. Its unprovoked cuteness weakens his resistance, and the thought of turning it into dinner increasingly weighs on his heart as a cruel betrayal of the natural beauty around him. Eventually he realizes he cannot force himself to harm the beast no matter how fiercely his stomach growls. He laughs to himself, insisting that no matter how pitiful the cries of this creature are, he is fully capable of doing whatever is necessary to survive. But as he walks away into the moonlit forest, leaving the small animal unharmed, a strange calm descends upon him. He feels that he might truly find joy in this strange new life. He carefully prepares the rabbit he caught, noting the somewhat unusual shape of its heart, then dismisses it as a minor detail. He works quickly. He knows that washing the carcass in the river and cooling it is necessary to prevent spoilage and ward off pests. Suddenly he freezes, his senses sharpen as a rustle sounds in the nearby bushes. A thought gnaws at him. Has the metallic scent of blood from his prey summoned an unwanted guest from the shadows of the forest? From the darkness emerges a small, four-legged creature resembling a wolf pup, but with a strange, glowing sigil on its forehead. It holds its position, watching him with wide, curious eyes. The sight of the small beast relaxes its guard for a moment, and he catches himself being struck by how cute it is. Out loud, he asks where its parents might be, wondering if it has gotten lost or run away somewhere in the vast, wild expanse. He decisively decided to test her temper. He throws a huge piece of prepared meat to the puppy. After a moment of confused hesitation, the creature lunges forward and crashes into the food, tearing it with such greed that it confirms his suspicions. The dog, devouring food, suddenly notices a flash of color among the dark fur. It leans closer, and in a moment it is struck by realization. A small ribbon is neatly tied around its neck. The crunch of bones fills the air as the creature devours its prey with incredible fury, leaving nothing behind. He understands. The thing the tape means is not a wild animal. It is someone's lost past. Suddenly the dog sharply barks and abruptly disappears back into the dense thicket. He rushes after it and shouts, while his thoughts race. A domestic animal should not be here. Leniso, the owner, is nearby or already in trouble. It disappeared into the thicket, leaving him to inspect the prey, but no. The creature strangely swallowed only the rabbit's heart. This confusion was broken by a sudden, wild scream that tore through the silence in the forest. The outburst of outrage was caused by a woman with pointed ears and a bow. Her appearance was so unexpected that he could only stare in stunned amazement. And suddenly it dawned on him. He was looking at a living being who was breathing. She rushed headlong toward him, her voice trembling with anxiety as she asked if he had seen a small puppy nearby. He immediately connected her search with the marked animal he had just seen and wondered if she was truly its owner. Her gaze fell on the dead rabbit in his hands, and her face instantly twisted in pure horror as she accused him of eating her companion. He jerked back and wildly waved his hands, trying to explain that it was just hunting, not a missing pet. The news about the situation and the indication of where the little dog went immediately relieved the tension. Her face cleared up, and she beamed with joy. Her gratitude was visible in the sparkle of her eyes and the warmer posture she took. She apologized incessantly for her reckless suspicion, explaining that she had to resume the pursuit before the trail went cold. He nodded understandingly and sincerely wished her luck as she prepared to dash away. With one last joyful cry of thanks, she dashed away, leaving him alone again in the quiet glade. He let out a long breath, still amazed that he had truly met an elf in person. When dusk covered everything, he focused on the harsh realities of survival, gathering clothes, finding shelter, obtaining water and food. And while watching the sparks dance upward, he understood fire provides the most valuable allies against darkness, warmth, and light. He gathers everything needed for survival: dry conifer branches, firewood, and resin-rich wood. Using his specialized crafting skills, he processes these raw materials into quality components for the kit to start a fire. When everything is ready, he uses the bow drill technique, spinning a wooden rod, pressing it to the base to increase friction. To his surprise, the method works perfectly on the first try and a small smoldering ember begins to glow. He carefully blows on it until a steady flame bursts under his kitchen tripod stand. Then he shifts his attention to the water and realizes boiling is necessary for safety. He crafts a temporary cauldron, strips bark from a tree, thins it, and rolls it into a vessel, which he fastens with wooden pegs. He notes that as long as the material does not melt during boiling, even bark can serve as a vessel for heating water. As soon as the water boiled and cooled a bit, he carefully sips from the wooden cup, sighing with relief. The taste is ordinary, and drinking seems a vital victory for his further survival in the wild. Having stocked up on water, he switches to the next priority food. He places a thick piece of meat on a flat stone heated by the fire's heat, and very soon the air fills with the appetizing crackling and smell of its roasting. While the meat is cooking, he weighs the options for a real kitchen surface and finally finds a flat stone. With his tools, he manages to carve a clean slab almost as easily as if it were tofu. Then he prepares a simple wooden plate to serve the food and checks that everything is ready for the final result. His efforts culminate in a perfectly cooked steak from rabbit choiceback meat. The steak gleams on the stone slab, a hard-won reward for his ingenuity and labor. He clasps his palms in a gesture of gratitude before the meal, closes his eyes, and waits, taking a deep breath, ready to bite into the first piece of hot, juicy meat, finally finding a moment of comfort in the harsh wilderness. He takes a sip and his eyes widen as the taste hits him. It is far better than he expected. Simple preparation gives an unexpectedly deep flavor. The meat is juicy. Every bite releases thick, rich juice. He notices a barely perceptible sweetness in the fat like a quality duck, although there is not a trace of seasoning or sauce on it. Enjoying the warmth, he lets out a satisfied sigh, and his face is illuminated by pure pleasure. Truly delicious, a reward for his efforts. Next to him, the camp is an island of tranquility. The fire crackles quietly, casting a warm glow on the stone slab where he prepared his food, and in the distance, the forest hums. Raising his eyes to the giant trees, he barely smiles. He does not remember when an ordinary dish gave him such sincere joy and peace in his thoughts. Having finished every crumb, he happily strokes his belly. A full stomach gives him confidence. He has grabbed enough supplies for survival to last at least 3 weeks. He surveys his work, a sturdy shelter and handmade items for food, and realizes how much his crafting skills have already tipped the scales in his favor. He recalls the survival rule: 3 hours without shelter, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. And on the very first day, he managed all 3. Suddenly, a sharp bark cuts through the silence and he turns sharply. Nearby sits a small creature with dark fur, intently watching him. He freezes in surprise. What kind of guest is this, and where did she come from? She sits there, an exceedingly charming creature, with an interesting mark on her forehead. And although the image of the elf he had seen earlier still flickers in his memory, his gaze is immediately caught by a small beast that suddenly appeared nearby. Seeing that the creature was hungry, the man reached out his hand to it and noticed how quickly the little one clung to him. He extended a piece of meat and asked if it wanted to eat. The puppy responded with an excited bark and gladly swallowed it. He watches the puppy eat and quietly smiles as if to say, as soon as morning comes and the world becomes bright again, he will help find its owner. The night thickens, and the two find peace in each other. The man slowly drifts to sleep, feeling the small warm weight of the new companion curled up against him. Jiro contemplates his second day in this strange land while searching for the owner of the wolf cub. He wonders if the elf he met is lonely, or if there is someone else nearby who is also kind. His thoughts are interrupted by a sharp twitch of the puppy's ear. The little one is seized by anxiety, biting and scratching his leg, as if sensing a threat far away. Without warning, the little creature darted into the thicket. He followed her, gripping the handle tightly, and tried to figure out in his mind what could have triggered such a sharp reaction. Soon he hears the air explode with the sounds of a fierce clash and the cries of a beast. Realizing that the elf woman is the one fighting, he urges the dog to intervene. When they arrive, the massive feathered predator is already engaged in a fierce battle. The elven woman frantically summons shimmering magical circles to somehow protect herself from its relentless swift dives. She cannot hold the defense. The beast is too difficult to handle. Suddenly it steps onto the clearing and, waving its hand, diverts their attention from the duel onto itself. The monster turns its rage on him and falls from the sky. He activates the equipment of his ability, preparing to fix the creature's position exactly at the moment the hammer strikes contact. His blow hits and the beast instantly paralyzes, freezing unnaturally suspended in the air. He retreats, shocked by how effective the power within himself is. He stands amid the silence of the forest, the gigantic avian threat, now a frozen heap on the forest floor. The hammer, the tool of this sudden victory, lies nearby as dust settles over the slain beast. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he can hardly believe the incredible, deadly power he just unleashed. He realizes, controlling such might will be much harder than he expected. His thoughts are interrupted by an elven woman. She approaches with wide-open eyes, unable to comprehend how a single man defeated a storm griffin with one blow. She utters a quiet greeting, her voice trembling with relief and wonder as she thanks him for the rescue. She spits into the water just a simple wrap from an interrupted bath, and asks aloud what his nature is, mortal or perhaps a divine messenger sent by the gods themselves, and he can only awkwardly apologize for the intrusion. His gaze slides away, politely embarrassed by her naked state. To ease the awkwardness, she quickly puts on a decent tunic and hands him spare clothes as a sign of boundless gratitude, admitting she cannot imagine how she would have survived without his intervention. She explains, she was cornered and didn't know what to do until he appeared. Now dressed in the gift she provided, he picks up a small black puppy and explains that his main goal was only to return the creature to its owner. He says how the warmth of the little one kept him warm through the night, and that he felt obliged to care for her safety after finding her lost in the forest. When she places the puppy back into her arms, she confesses, the poor thing was abandoned by its own relatives even before she found it. He simply looks at this tenderness, silently reflecting on how lucky the animal is saved twice, first from being abandoned, then from loneliness in strange hands. When the immediate danger has passed and the dog has returned, she finally introduces herself, elegantly smiling, as Ms. Tia, a tall elf who came from the depths of the secret forest. After stating her name, she throws the question back and eagerly tries to learn who he is, the man who saved her life. She listens as the young man introduces himself, Hinamuro Sudaru. He says he has been wandering this forest since the previous day, gently holding the small creature to his chest. In response to his polite introduction, she voices a doubt. Was she too harsh earlier? But her mood immediately lifts when he frankly says that she is beautiful. She teasingly jabs. Could such smooth words mean he is a master of flattering tricks? But he quickly denies it. No, it's simply the truth. Turning her gaze to the ground, she sighs upon seeing the scattered and completely ruined supplies and realizes, while she was busy, other monsters managed to feed on her belongings. Seeing her plight, Suzuru offers to escort her to the nearest settlement, believing that she must have a home somewhere nearby. She quickly dismisses his assumptions, says she has no connection to the village and has lived alone in these forests for 10 years. This throws him off. He asks if some specific circumstance made her renounce people, but she waves it off. It is an old story dating back to when she long ago left her own. A soft, thoughtful gaze runs across her face as she confesses. Her choice to stay in the wilderness may simply be a result of her own stubbornness. From above, from the height, she looks at the endless crown. She says, this land is known as the Forest of the World Tree, a place once blessed by elven ancestors. Yet despite the sacred history, a slight sadness is heard in her voice. Her kin no longer live under these ancient branches. She continues the explanation, calling the forest a millennial, untouched sanctuary where unique plants grow and unparalleled animals live such as those found nowhere else in the world. Her personal mission is to discover the hidden potential of these rare resources. This goal immediately impresses Sudru, although she herself seems surprised by his sincere interest in such a distant matter. Suddenly, the calm conversation breaks off. A sharp blade cuts the air, and this is either the start of a new mission or a sudden threat. He listens attentively as she tells the story of the forest, the place where the gods once breathed life into the trees. She says that the loss of sacred treasures sparked endless conflicts, and only then does he begin to understand the weight those things carry. In a moment, she suddenly chokes on laughter light, playful. Her previous solemnity disappears without a trace. He just looks confused, not understanding how to react to this sudden turn. Without warning anyone, she lunges forward, her blade whistles through the air and flies with icy precision. A sharp strike knocks him off balance as she displays the terrifying speed of an elven warrior. Despite the impressive display, she quickly falls to the ground and admits defeat with a heavy sigh. She confesses that she relied too much on her equipment, and he stands over hair-relieved that the brief skirmish ended without injuries. As soon as she realizes his true status, the regalia chosen by the gods, she immediately falls into a deep, respectful bow. She generously apologizes for her former rudeness, but he quickly calms her and asks to be treated simply as an equal. While they continue making their way through the forest, she casually asks if he needs salt, saying she has some hidden in a secret stash. He is almost overwhelmed by her generosity, considering how mercilessly her recent exile cut off her path. She leans closer, and her expression softens a sincere gratitude as she explains that her sense of duty is strong. Since he saved the young animal, she feels doubly indebted and solemnly vows to bring him everything he needs. Looking back at the remains of her camp, she finally felt the full truth of her situation. Her home was gone, along with all the supplies. Yet despite this tragedy, she holds up amazingly. Her spirit did not break in the face of misfortune. She showed such strength that now the young man feels compelled to repay her. With a bright, determined expression, he decides to cook them food, gripping the wooden handle tightly as he was finally about to put his culinary skills to use in this new world. Gyro tears various wild herbs from the forest litter, scrutinizing them carefully, and notes their striking resemblance to plants from his former world, to chervil and watercress. Having gathered a handful, he carefully rinses them in clean, cool water near a stream, yet a shadow of doubt remains, whether they are truly safe to consume. He strictly follows the safety protocol, carefully checks the plants on his skin and lips before finally tasting a tiny sample. The process is undoubtedly exhausting, but he knows it is a necessary precaution to avoid poisoning himself accidentally in this unfamiliar land. Feeling no ill effects after a whole night of observations, he confidently begins to prepare food, and his mood lifts from the success of his experiment. He calls his comrades and announces that the food is finally ready to be served. Ms. Tier approaches the homemade kitchen, drawn by the smell, and says that while she was away, she managed to catch a rabbit. She extends the fresh meat along with a valuable pouch of rock salt, a gesture of cooperation. He accepts it with deep gratitude. She silently watches as he takes donations, while he himself meanwhile surveys his current state and feels a painful inadequacy, lacks the skills of a warrior or a mage. He understands. For now, his contribution is limited to these household chores, and he wonders if he might find more opportunities in the nearest human settlement. They sit next to each other while she settles by the little wolf cub and explains. Her situation sharply worsened after she lost all the goods she wanted to give in exchange. Without supplies, both she and the young creature now have to struggle greatly. This has become a real problem. She accepts his sincere apology for leaving the dog in her care again, but quickly brushes off his concern, admitting that she has already grown quite attached to this little animal. Then her curiosity shifts to the pot, and he explains that he is now cooking rabbit to make a rich, tasty base for their dish. He continues the cooking process methodically and precisely, boiling rabbit bones and ribs, then skimming off the foam and impurities that rise to the surface. His goal is to obtain a clear, rich broth, and this technique seems to captivate the elf as she watches him work. He is suddenly overwhelmed by realization. The idea of a tasty broth is completely foreign to her. She tilts her head in confusion, asks what he means by dashi, and he can hardly believe that such a basic culinary foundation does not exist in this world. Seeing her curiosity, he offers to cook food for both of them. Her eyes light up with genuine delight, and she eagerly agrees. Her previous worries momentarily vanish in anticipation of a hot, professionally prepared dish. She points out that such a rabbit with its eyes is a rare trophy that would please even the highest nobility. With a thoughtful expression, she asks how he plans to handle such a significant catch, and what exactly his intentions are regarding the meat. The elf suggests a traditional method she learned, to skin it and roast the whole piece, or perhaps just boil it with salt and any herbs that can be found. He listens, while his thoughts race searching for more perfect techniques, weighing everything from traditional stews to simple seasoning. He gently suggests she play a little with the wolf pup while he focuses on the task. As she moves away, he once again reflects on his own roots. His family is among the world-famous gourmets, so he simply cannot accept a mediocre dish under any circumstances. After some time, the transformation is complete. Before them is a steaming bowl of rabbit soup, infused with watercress and nearby strips of tenderloin, perfectly seared on a hot stone and drizzled with a juicy mustard leaf sauce. She freezes and looks at the bowl with genuine trembling. Her breath catches as soon as she sees the crystal-clear broth. She admits, in all her years, she has never encountered such a beautiful, clear soup. Trying the first spoonful, she barely restrains her amazement at the depth of flavor and declares that this is the most delicious thing she has tasted in over a century. He watches her reaction with quiet pride, notices how the salt draws out all the meat's juiciness, and is satisfied. His culinary standards have taken root well in this new land. He watches her savor the food, eyes closed in delight, and she comments on how tasty the meat is. It seems they are both lucky they stumbled upon such quality provisions in the wild. They silently enjoy the moment of peace, acknowledging the luck that brought them together and gifted them such a feast after their recent trials. When they finish, she shifts her gaze to the small creature at their feet and hints that he should give the little beast a name, considering how strong their bond is becoming. After a few moments of thought, he settles on Matsuks, a name derived from a legendary horse from his own world. The puppy barks joyfully, as if approving the new identity, while excitedly jumping. She finds his name enchanting, and he shifts the conversation to the fallen storm griffin, pondering whether its meat could be put to use. She warns, although it is technically edible, the smell is almost unbearable and the game is not worth the effort. The conversation turns to the spoils of their victory, the claws and the magic stone. He repeats magic stone, inquisitively, as he does not know that such things can even exist in living creatures. She explains that these stones form inside monsters that have reached a certain level of power, so they are usually kept in a pouch near the heart. They are extremely valuable, but she cautions, don't think that one will appear every time they harden. Looking down at the shattered remains of the griffin's core, he realized the stone was destroyed during the battle. In his mind, he made a note next time shoot for the head so such treasures remain intact. He watches as the elf hands a piece of griffin meat to the pub and warns, some monsters are resilient and do not die so easily. She says that even young beasts like Matsuks must consume magical power from an early age to grow strong and healthy. Remembering that he had previously fed the dog rabbit organs, he scratches the back of his head while Lady Tia demonstrates the sharp talons of the griffin. She says these claws have a special cleansing power, so they are not just trophies. Because of their usefulness, she suggests dividing the set of talents between them. When he marvels at her generosity, she explains, it is a practical precaution. If one of them loses their share, the other will still have a reserve. She tells how the talents can purify stagnant water, speed up healing, and even keep meat fresh for weeks. She turns her gaze to him, soft and restrained, carefully asks if he would mind if she sets up a new base of operations near his own. She adds that she has long needed a new home, and proximity would be beneficial for her. He considers the request, noticing how strongly the wolf cub has bonded with her. Counting that the little one will surely miss her company and that she has been a great help, he decides there is no reason to refuse. She adds that it will be a great comfort to her if he is nearby. Aloud she wonders, do such arrangements happen in his original world, or does this world still catch him off guard so unexpectedly, and he gets lost in the unknown every time, and she offers to be his guide when it becomes too difficult. Laughing loudly, she declares that the two of them can face the surprises of this world together, finding joy in the shared journey forward. Her infectious joy suddenly makes him laugh sincerely. She proudly freezes in a showy pose, and the bond between the two survivors and their little companion grows even stronger, finally sealing their new alliance. He admitted that seeing her for the first time was a real shock, and that he had never encountered an elf before. She laughed, confessing that she was equally surprised by the sudden appearance of a human in the wild, and that she did not expect to come across his kind herself. Her memory seized that moment of pure shock. She even screamed in disbelief upon seeing him, and blurted out that she could not believe a human was nearby. Even the little puppy seemed confused by her explosive reaction as she froze in place. Returning to the present, the man sat on the grass and held the little animal close to his chest. While it stood nearby, the two of them were finalizing their agreement to become neighbors. The tension from their first meeting completely disappeared, giving way to a quiet sprout of mutual trust. She leaned forward with a radiant, hopeful smile, wanting to hear his confirmation that the new arrangement would be for the better. Her eyes burned with sincere admiration at the thought of having a companion nearby in the closest trees. Watching her, he felt a wave of introspection. His life had changed so rapidly that his heart struggled to keep up with the sudden surge of fortune. The thought gnawed at him. What if he hesitated or stumbled before this bright future? But when he saw his new companion and the puppy, it was as if someone had anchored him to the ground, something he had not felt for a long time. He raised his eyes to her and insisted that it was he who should express gratitude, considering this alliance a vital first step in his new life. She beamed and joyfully accepted him in return, officially letting Sujuru into her world, and confessed how much she looked forward to the time they would spend together. When they settled into the new reality, she added that the little wolf pup also wanted to meet him, speaking on its behalf. He looked down at the creature in his hands, and preparing for the road ahead, gave his little fluffy friend a warm greeting. Gyro stands together with Miss Tia and the puppy in a forest clearing and announces his decision to establish a new base right here. Miss Tia nods in agreement. She will take on placing protective spells against monsters, but warns that he must leave the trees marked with ancient crests. He smiles warmly, offering that in exchange for his protection, she will receive a proper home from him as a sign of his gratitude. She looks stunned and asks if he is really taking on such a daunting task, because building a house is the hardest part of settling in. He responds with a confident smile and says that with his divine tools, building for two is no problem at all, and he wants to get used to his abilities as soon as possible. The elf woman gives a gentle smile, encouraging him to call on her if any help is needed. With a confident look, he rolls up his sleeves, ready to take on the hard work. The work begins with the foundation, a multi-step process, clearing and leveling the ground. First, he digs into the soil with a shovel, then smooths the surface in detail, and finally tampers the earth until it becomes dense and ready for construction. Next is material harvesting. Precise technique is needed to fell the surrounding tree. He explains it to himself. First, cut the notch in the direction where the trunk should fall, then make a horizontal safety cut on the opposite side so the tree falls safely. Despite a few initial failed moments when the trees almost fell in a dangerous direction, he quickly finds his rhythm. With each swing and cut, the movements become smoother, and the pile of logs grows as he masters the art of lumberjacks. He continues working with such efficiency that Mrs. Tia can hardly believe her eyes, exclaiming in amazement, shockingly watching his speed. She aloud wonders if he is using some kind of magic, but he only explains, "It may look like that, but his methods are nothing like the spell she knows." She is burning with a desire to help. She asks if there is anything she can do. He suggests she drag heavy logs back to their camp, and she immediately agrees, nodding decisively and joyfully. Construction truly begins. He carefully splits the wood, joins the halves, and builds strong walls. Then he takes on the frame, carefully assembling it, leaving space for the entrance to their new home. When the structure begins to take shape, it looks with a smile and laughs, seeing how he seems to defy gravity, moving along the beams. And for him, the way the materials click into place feels less like traditional carpentry and more like a glitch in the digital world. Then he shifts his attention to the roof, layering bark and using his specialized equipment to reinforce the structure's strength. Carefully overlapping the sheets, he ensures it will stay dry inside even during the heaviest downpours. As soon as the walls and roof are erected, complete darkness rolls inside and she immediately springs into action, casting a bright light spell that illuminates the room. While she admires his divine instruments, she notices he has almost no natural mana. This happens with people from his world. They rely not on inner power, but on external devices. Then he goes inside and cuts a hole in the wooden wall for the hearth. By stacking stones and soil, he builds a working fireplace so they can cook and keep warm without going outside into the elements. To complete the exterior arrangement, he digs a shallow drainage ditch around the perimeter of the hut, diverting rainwater away from the foundation. After inspecting the finished structure, he feels satisfaction. Now they finally have a place they can call home. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, satisfied with the progress on the little house, while the small wolf pup energetically shakes the dust from its black fur. Deciding it is time for a well-deserved rest, he sits on the ground until he is startled by the joyful shout of the elf girl. She approaches with a bright smile and immediately says that she has already found a source of high-quality clay. He cannot but acknowledge her agility. If they want to build a second structure, they will have to maintain the same business pace. When she settles beside him, an involuntary, brief glance at her fair skin throws him off balance. He quickly looks away, his heart pounding wildly as he tries to maintain composure in the silence of the forest. They sit side by side in patches of sunlight, and she confesses. Usually such work seems too boring to her, but working together with him turned out unexpectedly pleasant. He listens humbly, embarrassed by her words, and admits to himself. He may only provide raw materials and basic work, but it is her presence and magical help that truly make this endeavor possible. The atmosphere changes as she moves closer, and her voice drops to a quiet, intimate tone. She addresses him by name. He freezes, unsure how to respond to this sudden closeness, while the weight of her unspoken words spins in his mind. Breaking the tension, she suddenly points at his tool with wide-open eyes and exclaims in delight that she has never seen such a wooden spatula. He gently corrects her, explaining that it is actually a shovel, though the difference is lost on her. They enter into a lively argument about the names. She insists it's scoop, and he insists on shovel. When she bursts out laughing sincerely, he understands. Maybe the meanings are not so much the names themselves, but the shared moment and the differences in language between regions are quite natural in this new world. Turning back to work, he focuses on the clay she brought back, mixing it with water, sand, and dry grass in a shallow pit. He explains that such a mixture will create a strong mortar idol for patching cracks in the outer walls of huts and keeping the inside always warm and dry. He hangs the last bark sheet to make the door and announces, "The days are over." The little hut already stands ready, a testament to their work, and Mrs. Tia catches the joy and celebrates the victory. Looking at everything, she cannot believe it. Is it really possible to do this in one day? She hesitantly asks if she is really allowed to stay. He reassures her. Her help is what earned her a place here. Then he shows the improvised bidah bundle of dried grass tied with bark and promises to make it more comfortable tomorrow. But Mrs. Tia, smiling, teases him with a hint that he keeps looking at that bed, and he is momentarily confused. When night falls over the forest, she approaches the entrance to the new dwelling and calls out to see if he is still awake. From inside, from the dark interior, he invites her to come in. She steps over the threshold and immediately realizes she forgot to turn off the light, but he explains that he is going to stay awake a little longer. She watches him work, curiously guessing which last task is making him stay late. The man is fixated on a small piece of wood, his hands moving purposefully while the dog watches attentively nearby. He brushes off this task as trivial, yet inside he feels an irresistible compulsion to complete this particular creation. Her eyes widen with delight as she recognizes the figure emerging from the forest, the delicate carving of the goddess. She cannot take her eyes off the beauty of the creation and asks if it is really the same deity he had seen before. He admits, although he could never clearly see her face, her hands moved as if by themselves, a feeling suggested by the memory of her presence. Lady Tia smiles, calls it an act of true creation, and assures that the goddess will surely be pleased with such a gift. He is sitting with Ms. Tia in their new hideout, and the conversation shifts toward the divine. When she asks how he honors the deity, he recalls the title goddess Anna, mother of the progenitor, but the name for the ancient El sounds strange and unfamiliar. Since she had lived for a century, she expected to recognize the name, but admits it evokes no associations. He is silent, stroking the sleeping wolf cub and pondering the fact that she did not recognize him. A few moments later, he shares a deeper doubt, whether it was not because of his modesty that he was chosen not as the one to be called for the goddess's final task. He thinks it would have been better for someone with more ambition, but the goddess quickly objecting his choice is proof of a different kind of strength. Meeting his gaze, she explains that the goddess probably valued his innate kindness more than the empty pursuit of fame or power. Answering his doubt, she says, maintaining dignity and Prithivan on the edge of a razoress the truest strength. When her words settle in his mind, a memory of the radiant and gentle smile of the goddess flashes by. He will remember her wish that he finds happiness and understand. Obsessing over his own dignity only means belittling the kindness she gives him. When the carving finally ends, he listens as she says that the goddess probably had impeccable taste to choose someone like him. He responds with a quiet, measured agreement, and the burden on his heart finally begins to lift. Placing the finished wooden icon in the place of honor, he thanks her for the company throughout the long dinner. They agree to turn off the light and go to sleep. The first day in their new life peacefully comes to an end. He wishes Ms. Tia a good night, acknowledging her gratitude for the shelter he provided. She smiles warmly, holding the little wolf priest to her chest, and they exchange final courtesies before parting to their rooms for the first night in the new home. Left alone inside sturdy wooden walls, he contemplates the simple desire that brought him all the way here, to eat peacefully, in comfort. He feels deep gratitude to the goddess for fulfilling the request so completely granting him shelter far from his former life. His gaze lingers on the wooden idol he carved, a silent tribute to the deity that guided him, and within him, the sense of purpose flares up again. He decides to spend the next few days organizing the camp and to make the most of this second chance by turning this wild place into a true home. The next morning he shudders when the elf approaches with a bold proposal. She casually asks if he wants to join her for a swim in the nearby water sand, leaves him completely embarrassed, powerless to find an answer to her sudden audacity. Gyro stirs as the first light of morning slowly seeps into his awakening senses, and he notices the gentle, warming heat pressed against him. Suddenly a small, nimble force lunges at him. The silence in the room is shattered by a storm of movements and overexcited shouts. After that chaotic awakening, he finally manages to sit up, still a bit dazed, as he meets the morning. Miss Tia, smiling, explains that Matsuk's sudden leap was the cause of his abrupt awakening. Later, he finds himself right at the water's edge and freezes, struck by the absolute clarity of the stream. He understands. The griffin's claw he left there has a strong purifying effect. The water becomes incredibly clean and refreshes from within. The man says he wants to use this pure water to wash himself, but his everyday phrase meets a completely unexpected reaction. Miss Tia enthusiastically declares that they simply must go and bathe together. He freezes in place, his face flushing a deep red, and he stammers out a question unable to understand whether she is truly serious or just playing a joke on him. She does not let even a shadow of embarrassment pass by his shock. She explains, someone might bathe once a week, but she prefers to do it every day. She waves her hand cheerfully and insists, since the time is perfect, they should go together right now. She describes practical aspects of bathing in the wild and immediately emphasizes, you must always keep watch out for monsters. This is a standard precaution she is used to recommending, but understands she previously forgot to explain this protocol to him, assuming it was obvious and known to everyone. Entering the purified stream, she hums a light melody, and all her worries wash away with the current. She assures him that her invitation was born from complete trust in him, but he remains tense and awkward, trying to keep himself together while she surrenders to the water. Having finished her bath, she announces how refreshing it was. Meanwhile, he stares into the distance, lamenting that his newly improved vision makes this situation much more difficult to navigate than he could have ever imagined. She approaches him with a smile and gently places her palm on his shoulder, indicating, now it's his turn to fetch water. He shivers for a moment from her carefreeness and casual touch, but she just smiles, ready to cover for her at the posts. He hesitated with how to dry himself, and she first offers a cloth but quickly finds a better option. She begins to direct mana, and it confuses him. He watches as the air around her trembles and flickers with magical energy. When a bright flash bursts from the magic circle, she instantly dries his clothes and laughs at his wide-open eyes of surprise. She finds it funny and cute that even the simplest household spells always catch him completely off guard. While she approaches the shore and stands guard, he finally enters the water. Then he dries himself with his shirt as a temporary towel, but does not remove his underwear. The water is cold and invigorating, yet he manages to snatch a fish from the current, grateful for the refreshing coolness and the chance to help with their media. The morning ends with a simple but pleasant meal. Fish, salted, is heated on hot stones. When bathing passes safely and stomachs are satisfied, they sit together in the silence of the wild wilderness, ready to face whatever the day brings. He sat opposite his aunt and stretched the conversation to the end of the meal, and as soon as they both finished eating, the topic shifted to plans for the day. When she asked what was next, he explained that he wanted to make their current home cozier, starting with basic log structures to gather materials for windows and furniture. In response, the elf enthusiastically offered to take on hunting and training the young beast, leaving the construction work neglected. Having accepted the agreement, he began prioritizing his projects, deciding that a sturdy table and several chairs should be first on his list. As he had planned, the little wolf cub tried to playfully jump on him, but he gently restrained it, reminding that it was not yet strong enough for such high jumps. But soon he realized, before even starting on the furniture, he first needed a proper workbench. He decided to assemble a simple cross-shaped stand as a reliable base for future carpentry work. Imagining the design, he sketched a plan to make notches on two thin boards so that they would fit perfectly, forming an X-shaped support. He even considered cutting parts of the wood to make the stand lighter and more convenient for transportation without losing the strength of the structure. The assembly went smoothly, and he marveled at how well the notched rails fit together to form a sturdy base. As soon as he covered the stand with a flat top, he paused for a moment to look at the functional portable table he had just crafted. The first success was behind him, and his brain was already racing with possibilities for the rest of the cabin, from beds and doors to storage shelves. He couldn't help but think that if he had some paper and a pen, he could properly sketch out the more complex ideas already forming in his mind. When Mrs. Tia returned, he had already managed to make a whole set of chairs and properly a dining table. He proudly showed his craft, feeling deep satisfaction. Finally, it was possible to sit down and eat in more civilized conditions. He twitched in shock when a giant fluffy creature suddenly appeared before him. Miss was holding it in his arms. He froze, staring at the incredible size of the insect, and she introduced it as a silky moth hat and quietly, but authoritatively scolded him for his rude reaction to such a revered spirit beast. Clinging to the very name, he began to inquire what exactly defines a spirit beast. He was explained, these are not just animals, but ethereal beings from the spirit realm that emerge into the physical world and often appear without warning to those they consider worthy. He wondered if it was even possible to communicate with such a creature, but Mrs. Tia explained, They have no human language, but their feelings and intentions are easily sensed. It turned out that the moth flew to the hut and clearly expressed its desire to make it its new home. As if in response to the argument, the creature began to glow. A complex, flickering geometric sigil flared in the air above its head. It froze, caught by the gaze. Magic was bursting from the small animal right before him. From inside the light, the moth began to spew out an endless stream of flawlessly white fabric. He suddenly realized, this creature literally weaves high-quality clothing from the air, and in doing so, for the first time solves one of his most painful logistical problems. This unexpected gift filled him with relief, for he admitted, obtaining the fabrics himself would have been truly exhausting. With a warm smile, he officially welcomed the silky moth into their already growing home, grateful for her contribution. He reached out to the fluffy guest and politely greeted it, and the creature seemed to respond with a gentle chirp. Even without words, he felt that a strange understanding and friendship were being born between them. But not everyone took a liking to this new addition. Matsuk watched from the shadows with a sour face. Miss Tia noticed the puppy's jealousy and encouraged him to try to get along with the new silk-spinning companion. The master gently patted him, but he immediately got distracted as soon as the elf suggested that their new fluffy companion should have its own name. Suddenly, the boy was struck by the realization. The spirit beast still had no name. A brief silent pause filled with reflection followed. At the request, the young man suggests the name Musubai, explaining that it comes from the deity of silkworm spinning. It is an apt tributeth creature, so strikingly resembles the silkworm hawk moth, and is even capable of creating a fine thread in an almost incredible way. The newly named spirit beast chirps happily, sitting atop his head, while he thinks about how adding high-quality fabric will significantly expand their crafting possibilities. The atmosphere is filled with shared victoriol, are pleased with the arrival of a new family member in their home. But despite the joy of this unexpected generosity, there remains an unpleasant mistake. It goes unnoticed, and it casts a grim shadow over the celebration. The silk yielded abundantly, but somewhere in the darkness behind it, some mysterious force stirs invisibly, a sign that the moment of its calm may be brief. The young man comfortably settled behind the wooden table he had just crafted himself and thought about how his small dwelling had expanded with the arrival of new inhabitants. While he ate peacefully, he noticed that the chairs were surprisingly comfortable, and this gave him a few minutes of rest in his new life. Suddenly, he burst out in fright with a sharp scream. He jumped up so quickly that his companions froze in confusion. The elf woman looked at him with concern, and jokingly asking if some sudden illness had struck him, only emphasized more. His mind was racing toward a terrible conclusion. He had completely forgotten to build what was absolutely necessary for their daily life. He immediately rushed to his workbench. His movements were frantic, wild. He just began hammering and sawing with desperate, exhausting concentration. When his fair-haired partner approached to help, he waved her off, insisting he could manage alone, leaving her to wonder what could have so sharply driven him to this urgency. While working, he suddenly showed deep regret on his face, his brow furrowed from concentration and meticulous self-analysis. He cursed his own oversight, realizing he had completely messed up his priorities because he started with the furniture instead of first addressing the simplest, most fundamental needs. Later, he stood before a pile of wooden parts, satisfied. The necessary pieces were finally ready. Casting a decisive glance, he acknowledged that the preparation was complete, and now only exhausting physical labor remained to realize his plan. The scene shifted to the dense forests around their clearing. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy of leaves. The forest kept silent, unaware of the sudden bustle boiling just nearby. Deep in the forest, he took on the exhausting task of digging the earth. The shovel bit sharply into the soil, cutting through the space and tearing out a wide, dark hole. The mental map of the area confirmed that he was exactly where he needed to be, and he fully focused on manual labor to correct his mistake. At first, he laid stones around the hole he had dug, establishing the foundation. When the base became solid, he assembled a small functional shack over the spot from wooden boards and sheets of bark. Time was short. He chose a simple design, prioritizing utility over durability or appearance. The frame was the simplest, fastened with ordinary joints. Inside the newly built shelter, he cut an exact hole in the floor. Above it, he placed a cylindrical log, sanded down to the core until the surface became perfectly smooth. Construction continued. He placed a wooden board with a central hole on the log. To complete the main fastening, he attached a hinged lid so the device could be sealed tightly when not in use. To complete the arrangement, he adds several necessary amenities: a wash basin made from a griffin's claw, soft fabric from masubai, and a supply of broad leaves for hygiene. With a triumphant smile, he stands before his creation and declares that the project was successful. The small wooden outhouse stands ready, a testament to how he saved himself in the face of an urgent biological need. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh, wipes sweat from his forehead. He replays the absurdity of the situation in his mind. Yes, fixing the toilet problem as quickly as possible was vital, but he should have made it a priority much earlier. Seeking to ensure everything works properly, he enters and closes the door. A wave of deep relief washes over him. The usual coziness of a locked private space is exactly what is needed to finally feel safe. Proudly, he shows the elf his creation, boasting about the functional interior layout and the clear signs he has already prepared. She meets his pride with objection, is amazed, and asks how he managed to build such a clever structure in one day. Her voice mixes admiration with slight concern that he overdid it. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a new guest, gently carried through the air by a large fluffy moth. He is amazed and stunned by the sudden arrival of the armored visitor, but Lady Tia immediately recognizes the creature and explains. These beings are often drawn to places where life flourishes. He watches enchanted as the creature busily starts digging the earth, learning from the elf. It is a spirit beast known for its ability to cultivate extraordinarily fertile soil. He decides to name the monster Yukatame in honor of a deity associated with bountiful harvests. The little creature seems to agree, and its expression softens. He listens as the elf explains. The Yukatoma is eager to help with vegetation and even wants to use the new outhouse to return nutrients to the soil through compost. He gladly accepts the extra help and learns that the creature thrives on a simple diet: leaves, salt water, wood, and occasionally a piece of fruit. He considers the abundance of the forest, but the burden of true self-sufficiency does not give him peace. While wild berries and fruits are plentiful, he explains to Lady Tia that they need their own land to reliably grow their own crops without disruptions. Having made the decision, he solemnly announces the start of their land reclamation project, calling the removal of stumps the first exhausting obstacle, and is struck by the thought of how much strength is needed to dig around the roots and pull them out by hand, especially without heavy machinery. The memory of past wanderings, rooted stubbornly, suddenly flares up in his head and immediately reminds him why he postponed this work for so long. Every step forward usually requires endless digging and trimming, a exhausting cycle he hoped to avoid. But this time he relies not only on muscle strength. He removes the heavy chain block from the equipment, and the enchanted shovel makes the first digging a trifle. He knows this mechanical advantage will be the key to breaking free from the forest's grip. Setting up a sturdy tripod over an especially large stump, he confidently pulls the chain. The mechanism groans dully from the tension as the massive root system lifts effortlessly from the ground and hangs helplessly in the air. He freezes in shock, watching how easily it succeeds. The tool has far greater power than he expected, even greater than the power of a heavy backhoe, and the device's refined efficiency makes the terrible job of clearing the forest almost trivial. This revelation brings a wave of relief because he acknowledges the craft equipment has once again turned an impossible task into a simple job after lunch. Gaining strength, he takes on the rest of the cleaning jigger to see how the garden will begin to take shape. Soon the work of heavy hands comes to an end, and he informs Mrs. Tia that this newly cleared patch will serve as their main vegetable garden. As soon as he sets off to start the next stage of planting, the little spirit beast Yukatoma is already bustling, digging in the fresh soil, ready to do its part. He spreads his arms wide, letting out a long yawn, and finally decides to take a well-deserved rest. The hard work is already done, so his thoughts turn to the little armored spirit. He wonders how its progress is going. Coming outside, he encountered a sight that left him speechless. The entire field was perfectly plowed, and the soil shimmered in the sun. The speed of the work was something incredible, far beyond all his expectations. Seeking the source of this efficiency, he notices a small armored creature sitting on top of a stump, looking far too pleased with itself. He approaches and asks if anything else is needed to complete the preparations for security. He frees. His gaze clears with quiet realization as he contemplates the harmony of the new landscapes. He watches as the division of labor takes shape. The armored digger processes organic remains into fertilizer, and the large white moth meticulously works on skins and fur. Each part of the Earth's gifts is put to use with a clear purpose. Discussing the situation with the elf, he notes that after them there is absolutely no waste left to feat, that under normal circumstances seems impossible. She watches the animals with a smile that understands everything, acknowledging the unique interaction that is now working at full capacity. When three different creatures, a wolf cub, a moth, and an armor spirit, come together in a clearing, he realizes the incredible rarity of this gathering before him. This is a meeting of beings that most will never see in their lifetime, let alone working together. He asks why such unusual creatures have gathered here, and the elf explains. They are drawn by the divine aura he radiates. She adds, just as the goddess embraces her prayers to the sanctuary, these spirits naturally gravitate toward the sacred energy he now carries. He listens while Mrs. Tia reflects on their meeting and hints that maybe it really was fate that brought them together. She says seeing him is a rare and happy event, her face glowing with a sense of destiny as she recalls their first acquaintance. In response, he gives a warm, sincere smile and admits, if such a fate exists, he is glad for it. Then he adds that when she is near, he is truly happy, a touching confession that completely catches her off guard. She freezes for a moment, eyes wide open, and her cheeks flush a deep crimson, while the weight of his words sinks into her heart and leaves her speechless for a moment. Shaking off her embarrassment, she quickly returns to a cheerful mood as they continue walking. He says that now, with so many helpers, he plans to prepare a colossal feast, and this prospect clearly delights her. She bounces alongside in step with his strides. Later that same day, she proves her worth as a provider by successfully bringing down a huge magical boar with tusks. She modestly claims it was just a lucky coincidence, but the size of that boar speaks for itself. She hunts incredibly skillfully. When the daytime work is left behind, attention shifts to the local town. Above the bustling entrance hangs the sign of the Adventurers Guild. A figure in a dark hood enters inside and heads to the reception desk to handle official matters while other adventurers chatter around. The blonde receptionist with a sharp gaze extends her hand to take the business card offered by the visitor, holding a professional, almost indifferent face as she begins the usual routine processing of the document. But as soon as she looks at the card, her composure instantly cracks. Her eyes widen in disbelief, and she sharply exhales. The name or rank seen on the card is something far beyond the ordinary, so she completely freezes in shock. She freezes while the name on the card spreads like a wave through the crowded hall, like a blow. Whispered murmurs rise among the visitors. Could this small, unremarkable figure by the counter really be the legendary Yano from Black Sea? Doubts cast a shadow on his delicate appearance, but rumors about him as a royal mage do not subside, and everyone is gnawed by one question. Why would a high-ranking person step into this distant, neglected post? He stands silently while she takes a long drag from her cigarette, leans back to eye him, and looks at him with skepticism and curiosity. She asks what business a person of his scale could have in such a wilderness. Her gaze is fixed on the ID lying on the counter between them. She narrows her eyes and waits for an answer until he finally meets her gaze with a heavy, tired expression and quiet but unwavering determination. He says that his path leads to the forest of the divine tree. Gyro examines a small crystalline salt bar, and wrinkles of worry gather on his forehead. He understands, at their current consumption rate, the supply will soon be exhausted. Looking for a way out, he turns to Ms. Tia and asks where she gets that necessary mineral. She explains that she usually obtains it further downstream, then adds, if they are going, why not replenish other needed things at the same time? It seems the journey is already taking shape in his mind until the realization comes. A human settlement is not far further downstream. The decision is made. That is exactly where they are heading. While they prepare, Ms. Tia talks about the local economy. She often visits the town to sell a plethora of goods, dyes, and inks. Gyro contemplates the very thought of the town. His head is already spinning, imagining what it might offer. The thought of new ingredients, especially spices like pepper, ignites a sharp fire in his eyes. Seizing the chance to expand his culinary repertoire, he enthusiastically announces their departure. His previous hesitation has completely vanished. She voices his concern. The town has no merchandise, and his companion responds with a reassuring wink, assuring that his worries are unfounded and that they have more than enough to offer. As the journey is just beginning, the group splits. The smaller companions stay to guard the home. 3 travelers prepare for the passage several days through harsh, snowy terrain. She suddenly raises a signal stop. Elven senses catch unrest on the right, which an ordinary person would not even notice. She explains, her heritage allows her to easily sense hidden threats of the forest far beyond her companion's capabilities. A horned rabbit bursts forward from the thickets with stunning speed, its aggressive nature fully revealed. The sharp dash is like a naked signal. In the wild, danger lurks even in the smallest creatures. The fluffy spiritual beast reacts instantly. It neutralizes the threat with a surge of power that fills it with deep amazement. It did not expect such strength from a creature that looks so gently, now understands that in this world, appearances are truly deceptive. They continue their journey with a new focus, relying on Misha's constant reconnaissance to avoid new clashes. He understands that for now they are safe, but the relentless readiness for battle and exhausting struggle to bypass every monster are already wearing them out. She stops as if rooted to the spot, and her expression darkens as she quietly whispers a warning to him. Her senses have caught something far more dangerous than the usual forest predator, something that demands their utmost caution. Forward in the darkness, a giant serpent emerges, flicking its tongues and with a cold gaze showing that it is the true apex predator of this region. But the path ahead is now blocked by a terrifying enemion that they have not encountered for a long time. The serpent looms over the ground, its two heads probing the air with tongues scour for prey. Gyro, hidden behind a thick trunk, suddenly realizes the size of this creature is much larger than he expected. He steels his nerves and decides to draw the beast's attention to himself so Ms. Tia can find a window to strike. She rushes forward, and the group is already ready to storm. While Ms. Tia engages in battle with one of the blade heads, Gyro releases a blinding flash of magical energy, confusing the creature and momentarily scorching its vision. This discovery allows him to land a direct strike, and he rejoices as a flash of light envelops the monster. Ms. Tia holds an aggressive stance. She keeps the other head tense while the magical explosion fully gathers strength. Despite the beast's strike, its movements are faster than Gyro expected. The massive tail lashes the air. He barely dodged the chasing blow and realizes he must paralyze it immediately. He shouts a binding spell, piercing its thick scales with magical spikes. When the creature is finally firmly pressed to the ground in the forest, he exhales heavily with relief. He is confident. The threat is finally neutralized with his magic. He has successfully rooted the huge body of the serpent into the earth. But still, Ms. Tia quickly warns, one must not let down their guard. She explains that even a decapitated snake can be dangerous because of instincts that have not yet faded. Her voice cuts through the air with urgency as she pulls him away from the twitching remains. She checks if he is okay, and her face immediately softens. A bright, relieved smile flashes as soon as she sees he is unharmed. She calls him closer and rejoices. They managed to survive their first meeting without serious injuries. Their relief lasts briefly. The severed snake head begins twitching and stitching back with incredible speed. Miss Tia explains the harsh truth of the situation. They must immediately crush the restored head because it will not grow back a second time if destroyed. It lay fallen, and its gigantic figure finally froze. Miss Tia could hardly contain her delight, praising Gyro for defeating such a mighty two-headed beast without a scratch. But Gyro seemed less impressed by the result than by the fact itself. He looked at his own hands as if trying to comprehend what he had just done. He replayed the narrow victory in his mind and realized the regenerative powers of the creature would have made killing it almost impossible if he couldn't pin it down. Without that magic, he would have had to chop the monster into pieces from tail to tiptoe ensure it stayed dead. The work would have been as exhausting as it was dangerous. When they began removing everything they could from the carcass, Mrs. Tia explained the value of the loot. Magical stones and the bile of a viper of that size would fetch a very high profit. Gyro suddenly realized that their fight had a dual-purpose: protection and profit. Mrs. Tia warned him. Even more dangerous opponents awaited ahead, and he solemnly acknowledged this as they prepared to move on. The loot was secured, so the group continued their journey through the dense forest until they came across a suitable place to stop for the night. They acted with practiced skill. They set guards around the perimeter and set up camp as the shadows in the thickets grew longer and the air grew colder. He set about arranging a place to sleep, chose a hammock. In the very heart of the wild area, such a simple bed was much more practical than sleeping on uneven, damp ground, as it quickly and without unnecessary trouble allowed him to rest after a long day of combat movement. The design was ingenious. It could be rolled into a compact bundle for travel, and once hung between two sturdy trees, it reliably kept sleepers away from the hot embers on the ground and from all sorts of insects crawling in the underbrush at night. Settling on the soft fabric woven by Musubai, he looked at its incredible texture in amazement and caught a moment of true peace. The relaxation was briefly interrupted by Ms. Tiash was eager to start cooking the meat they had gathered. However, he asked for just a few more minutes of silence before they began the meal. Later, the air was filled with the smell of fried snake and herbal soup. They shared dinner. The meat had a distinct, slightly wild aroma, but turned out surprisingly tasty, giving them exactly the nourishment needed for the journey still ahead. He quietly sits by the dying embers of the fire while Lady Tia praises his successes. She notes that he passes through the dangerous forest as if just taking a walk, which means the foundation for a legendary adventure is laid within him, and the ease he shows is explained by the divine protection he carries with him. Despite the compliment, he still felt a strange discomfort. He awkwardly smiled to himself. The life of a brave traveler was by no means suited to his reserved nature. By the morning of the third day, the dense canopy begins to thin, and the elf indicates that they are about to reach the real road. As soon as they find it, the nearest human settlement is an hour's journey away. As they continue their journey, she notices how the environment changes. The suffocating spirit of the deep forest recedes, replaced by the familiar atmosphere of an ordinary forest. Mr. explains, although the territory feels more familiar, the concentration of magical energy is still high so naturally. Various monsters are drawn here, and it becomes extremely difficult for the local people to live. He listens attentively while she talks about the harsh realities of the borderlands. To clear the land, you have to hire soldiers to fend off monsters, and small monsters regularly raid farms for livestock. He is struck by the strange mix of high fantasy and everyday struggles with pests. She emphasizes that even small creatures are a significant burden for the village. He looks for the bright side. Supposedly, if you manage to defeat these monsters, at least you get magical stones as a source of income. She quickly corrects him. Only larger monsters leave stones that have any value. But due to the high cost of maintaining a small army of guards, any profit would just as quickly drown in expenses, and he concludes that you have to fight to make a living, no matter what world you live in. He steps onto a well-trodden path, the first sign of civilization they have seen in these days. Nearby, an elf excitedly points forward, toward a clearing, and says they have finally found a real road. And a spirit moth sits on his head. He just quietly exhales with relief, acknowledging the discovery. Having emerged from the dense foliage, the two look down at a spacious settlement hidden in the valley. The elf recognizes it. Brown walls, a human city they were looking for. Sunlight breaks through the canopy, highlighting the stone walls and clustered roofs of their destination. A guard stands by the stone arch of the city gates and raises his hand in a friendly greeting as the travelers approach him. He shows surprise and notes how rare it is to see an elf when he accompanies a human into the city. Lady Tia, standing next to her companion, smiles and explains that many circumstances forced them to travel together. Due to city rules, the guard demands the standard entry tax, and she immediately pays it without any hesitation. As they pass by, the man casts a glance at the young man, understanding and a bit pitying, which leaves him embarrassed by the silent exchange. They enter the Brawn Walls, a lively human hub sustained by resources gathered from the surrounding forest realm of the Divine Tree. She admits here she is almost accepted as one of their own. She has known the gatekeeper since childhood, and she has some influence with the local lord. This surprises her companion and makes him wonder why the guards still call her a stranger. He understands. The strange look of the guard was probably a sign of shared experience, because the unchanging appearance of the elf makes her a constant, ageless figure for people, against whose background they grow old. He follows Ms. Tia to a huge 3-story stone building, which she calls a trading company. She knows it well. As they approach, a giant with a thick wedge-shaped beard rises above him and thunders that he needs to know whether he has business in the shop. The man's huge size crushes him so much that he feels small and insecure. The tension eases when the giant man notices Ms. Tia, and his face flashes with shock at her return. He quickly asks if the young man is her companion, and she confirms with a simple nod. Laughing loudly, the man waves them in, saying, "Come in, don't hurry." But the traveler still cannot shake the feeling of anxiety that clings after this too tense encounter. Inside, they are met by a respectable elderly man wearing a merchant's hat who apologizes for such a loud reception. Miss Tia explains that their visit is somewhat unexpected due to recent events. The merchant's eyes widen behind his glasses as soon as he realizes everything, and he mutters that an elf bringing a human man with her, such a thing hasn't happened in 2 decades. After that, the traveler is left completely bewildered by the weight of this news. Gathering his thoughts, the elder introduces himself as Doro, the head of the trading company. The young man immediately politely introduces himself, Hinamiro Suguru. Doro leans forward with a cunning glint in his eyes, whispering a question about the true nature of their relationship and hints at special services for the truth. The young man can only stammer in response to the merchant's questioning. He followed the elderly merchant, clicked his tongue, and in that was both irritation and resignation, then gestured for them to enter. Ms. Tia was silent. As they crossed the threshold of the trading company's inner sanctuary, her face remained wary. The merchant muttered that he had no choice and had to continue nonetheless. He watched as the merchant wasted no time after they were settled in a luxuriously furnished reception room, immediately making it clear that he wanted to finally inspect the goods they brought, despite the initial tension and that anxious uncertainty that still did not leave the merchant. The atmosphere had already begun to shift toward the usual professional rhythm of a business deal. He was overwhelmed by a wave of relief. He was grateful that the trade ended without major incidents. His thoughts slid to the loot, supplies for cooking that he had obtained, spices like chili, garlic, and saffron, and also sugar and vinegar when suddenly he was interrupted by a loud greeting from a man with a corrugated chin, who asked if he had already finished shopping. A tall man approached him, introduced himself as Seneca, leaned closer, and with a friendly smile asked how the deal went. Hearing that everything went smoothly, Seneca became interested and began to inquire whether the young man really lived in the legendary forest of the sacred tree, a place few dared to call home. He explained this forest is a place of myths, where ordinary people do not step, and which even the most powerful local lords cannot conquer. They lack the strength. It is a territory where human power has no influence, shrouded in mystery. For most, it is a forbidden zone. He continued his warning and explained how incredibly difficult it is to chop wood there. It takes hours of exhausting backbreaking work with an axe just to barely make a scratch on the trunk. Then he added that the area is teeming with monsters, so any attempt to gather resources unprepared is a suicidal endeavor. He watched as the boy simply shrugged, admitting that he chopped the tree as usual, and this caused loud, rolling laughter. Seneca seemed to take a liking to the boy's indifferent ease with such a trick. After this, he sharply changed his tone, ordered the boy to be on alert, and noted that the materials from sacred forest have unsurpassed quality. Having confirmed that Gyro truly sold coal made from this tree, he lowered his voice and whispered a troubling rumor. An extremely dangerous mage recently arrived in the kingdom, and such rare resources will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. He leans forward, and on his face is focused seriousness as he asks the traveler the last question: what exactly does he intend to do deep in the forest? In response, the young man gives a simple, disarming smile and explains that his goals are by no means grand. He just wants to discover new recipes and enjoy delicious food. This answer confuses the great man, who lingers in thought, testing the sincerity of such a modest dream. When the conversation begins to fade, the elf woman turns back to the group. Her gaze weaves between the two men, and she feels the tension in the air change. The guide quickly reassures her. He just received a useful tip from a kind stranger. Meanwhile, in the quiet calm near the office, the president merchant sits in deep thought, his mind occupied by the arrival of the elf woman and the mysterious man she brought with her. Feels their appearance could disrupt the usual order. The silence is broken by a man with trimmed mustache bursts into the room, and the elderly merchant flinches. With lively laughter, he reveals his true face. Cedek Brownwalls, Viscount, who is convinced that for a nobleman of modest means, decisive actions matter far more than empty prestige. He sits down, and his manner immediately becomes businesslike as he confirms. Intuition suggested intervening was not in vain. He explains that the reason for this sudden meeting is those amazing things he just got from the elven parts. Before them lay the spoils of the deal, a massive, shimmering skin of a forest serpent and high-quality magical stones, emitting a faint, inner light. The merchant froze in silent disbelief, realizing that the price for such materials was so colossal that even the wealthiest nobles might not manage to offer a fair sum. Unaware of the commotion he caused, the traveler thanks and says he plans to stay in the city at least for the near future. Nearby, the merchant only sweats in silence, confused by the logistical nightmare brought by such rare goods as saffron and refined sugar. He left the trade president in a state of complete shock. A feat even the Viscount found impressive. The young traveler's business acumen was beyond doubt. He made a deal any seasoned trader would envy, leaving the nobleman to marvel at such unexpected precision. Through this deal, the summer merchant is thrown into complete despair. He laments how he was forced to hand over all his goods and how he fell into debt. He feels that an ordinary boy played against him, using only magic, and his professional pride is utterly shattered. Responding to the merchant's trouble, the Viscount reminds him of the gravity of their situation, recalling the century-old pact with the elves, through which the traveler somehow managed to pass. Nearby, the elf woman gives a lenient, cheeky smile. Her presence becomes proof of his strange influence. While the conversation continues, he wonders how amazing it is that the young man managed to stand on equal footing with the elf, and in one lunch, empty the merchant's head to bankruptcy. He shifts his gaze to the elf and notices, even her usually cold detachment towards the traveler seems to have softened. He shifts his gaze to the scale of the deal and realizes, the one who can casually carry such precious magical stones has a power that does not fit the image of an ordinary merchant. A thought occurs to him. The traveler may be more dangerous than an entire military division. Despite hidden potential, the young man himself looks quite ordinary. His friendly smile conceals the true depth of his abilities. He is much more than just a traveler. He pretends to be. His charm confuses those around him, while simultaneously hiding a truly terrible power in the shadows. His daily confession that he cuts down wood in the sacred forest every day as if it were a routine leaves the merchant president completely shocked. Visibly sweating, the merchant begins to doubt whether the person before him is even human, with whom he just dealt. Finally, the two men find some relief in the fact that the traveler set off into the forest without causing further disturbances. They recall rumors of a powerful mage who could devour the cargo of an entire ship and are simply grateful that this time the storm has subsided. While he is not visible, Viscount C. Deck remains a deeply shaken, mysterious mage named Ayano of the Black Sea, who appeared so suddenly in the capital. Watching her, he cannot help but wonder what business of the dark art brought her into the forest thicket. This thought pricks his mind like a stubborn splinter. The air nearby seems lighter. The president merchant solemnly laughs and declares that he is not going to die, yet even if he has to work like a lifeless slave trawl. He brushes off his subordinates with a ringing laugh, but the hidden tension from their recent discoveries still hangs in the air. Meanwhile, the elven woman prepares for her own departure. Her face shines as she confirms her plans to return home. She says that before the journey through the forest, she must complete one last task to gather rock salt. She listens while he offers a sincere apology for not being able to accompany her, and she brushes it off with a confident smile, assuring that her sharp eyes are just perfect for finding and extracting the salt she needs. They exchanged wishes. Each insisted that the other be careful in the unpredictable wilderness. With a heavy pack pressing on his shoulders, he shifts his attention to the fluffy spirit beast, deciding and admits the burden turned out to be more uncomfortable than he expected. He asks for directions to a specific place he really wants to reach before they finally head back to their base. When they leave, the mysterious sorceress lingers in the shadows, barely noticeable. An understanding smile trembles on her lips. She remains a silent riddle, true intentions hidden beneath the dark folds of her hood. Crafting equipment has a specialized fastening function, a force that firmly anchors objects in time and space and makes them impervious to any physical interference. This absolute immutability guarantees, as long as the manual ability is not removed, the object will remain in the exact same location for all eternity without any influence of the passage of years. He stops at the shelter he built using this incredible power and realizes he accidentally left it standing in the wild wilderness. While walking with Musubai, he explains that they need to return to the base with Miss Thea to properly dismantle the structure. And he adds, now it looks even more impressive than when he first built it. Meanwhile, she settles by the small campfire, her stomach growling, and while she recalls the delicious and warm dishes he could cook, she misses his kitchen, its coziness. 2 days passed before the traveler and his spirit partner finally reached the site of their first base. Nostalgia washes over him as he surveys the familiar clearing, but he immediately pulls himself together and prepares to release a magical fixation on the shelter. Suddenly, the spirit beast begins to twitch, fluttering chaotically, and persistently tugs at his sleeve. The feeling of inevitable fury washes over him in a wave of fear. He freezes, shifts his gaze to the entrance of the shelter, and with growing anxiety notices, inside stands an unnaturally deep, viscous darkness. He watches as the small creature trembles with fear and cannot comprehend what exactly might be hiding in that void and cause the forest spirit to react so genuinely, physically. His question is cut off. A huge, corrupted bear tears forward from the shadows. Its eyes burn with mad hunger, and its claws have stretched into deadly, torn blades. He feels an overpowering, murderous intent rising in waves from the beast. He realizes this is not an ordinary predator, something far more sinister. It lunges forward with terrifying speed, claws like blades ready to tear Gyro apart. But just as the beast was about to strike, a pale hand emerges from the darkness of the shelter and whispers a curse to control the shadow. Through this sudden intervention, the creature is instantly bound by writhing, ink-black tentacles bursting from beneath the earth. Gyro can only freeze in stunned silence while the predator is restrained, and from the shadows comes a low, mocking laugh. She emerges from the darkness, a mixture of melancholy and triumph flashing in her eyes. Introducing herself as Ayano of the Black Sea, the royal sorceress stands over the captivated beast. Their presence commands attention. With the last surge of magical energy, the shadows squeeze the life out of the bear, leaving only a blurry cloud of darkness that dissipates. Gyro freezes breathless from the power he has seen, and Ayano is momentarily lost in the aftermath of its spell. In an instant, it becomes clear what price is paid for such magic. A thick black porridge pours over her from head to toe, dripping from her hair and face. Gyro recoils with disgust, and Musubai flutters nearby, noting that throwing spell equipment so thoughtlessly means dealing with dirty consequences. When the remains finally settle, his attention shifts to the beast's carcass, and there he sees something completely incredible. What was supposed to be a terrifying monster turns out to be an empty shell, and among the ruins he notices a pair of underwear, which leaves him utterly bewildered. When the chaos subsides and the mysterious mage disappears, he cautiously approaches the shelter that is now silent, calls into the forest trying to find out if someone else is hiding in the shadows, but only silence answers. Suddenly his figure crumbles. Musubai instantly gets tangled in a pile of sticky black mud. Gyro shudders and cries out in fear, realizing the shadows were much more physical and stubborn than he had imagined. She twitches and fusses as the mage flails through the air, falling uncontrollably so chaotically that the man below is left with his mouth agape, unable to believe the sudden, dirty end of the fight. He fixed his gaze on the girl, and thoughts whipped one after another as soon as he recognized the familiar form with the marine style of the school so familiar from his past life. But here it was completely alien, out of place. The man looks and silence falls. The young woman finds herself in a precarious position, and her modesty is violated. He suddenly realizes the uncomfortable truth. She really was the owner of the clothes found earlier. She is trembling wildly. Her face reddens from exhaustion and shame as she stammers, apologizing profusely for how her companion behaved and the mess they made. The man gives her a gentle smile to calm her nerves and introduces himself, Sudru Hinamuro, then kindly asks her to say her name to somehow bring order to reality amid the chaos. Majinya hesitates, partially hiding behind the remains of the construct. While gathering her voice, the weight of the situation clearly presses on her. The young woman finally lifts her gaze, tears glisten in her eyes, and her voice barely whispers as she says her name, Chagyusa Yona. She continues to apologize frantically, but inside her head, everything spirals into a dark abyss of shame, and she begins to consider increasingly radical, increasingly terrifying ways to escape the unbearable humiliation of this encounter. With a heavy heart, she confirms his suspicions, confessing that she really is a Japanese schoolgirl. Gyro freezes in shock, especially when she, suddenly bursting with energy, insists he called her not by her formal name, but by the nickname Asobase. Because of her sudden outburst, she immediately curls up in a ball from shame and hides her face. He tries to calm her down, swears he will do her no harm, and asks her simply to pull herself together. To bridge the gap, he reveals his own secret that he too is a Japanese person who ended up in this strange world. This news makes her instantly compose herself, her eyes widen sharply, mixing shock and deep relief. She understands, they share the same origin. Her behavior changes to something surprisingly familiar because she notices he is probably completely new to this world compared to her. She leans closer, and her face becomes even more serious as she explains. In fact, she has been surviving in this world for 4 years already. She warns him that people from her world are extremely rare, so their meeting is even more incredible. He is stunned by this timeline. How has she been wearing a school uniform for 4 years? He assumes it is just a costume since she should have graduated long ago. She just shrugs as if it's nothing and admits she doesn't remember ever graduating. With a refined feint, she strikes a confident pose and says, "The rules of this world are different. Aging is significantly slowed, and physical transformations happen all the time." She proudly declares that both in body and spirit she remains a high school student. She does not tone down her arrogant boasting. She claims her level as a mage is cheat, that she has power, and that she is also a famous rank A adventurer. And he looks at her skeptically, unable to reconcile her supposedly legendary status with the fact that she was hiding in his hideout. Her bravado cracks as soon as she looks away, recalling the legendary World Tree Forest and the monster they just faced. She admits she never thought she would encounter such a creature. After all, her specialization in dark magic is sudden attacks, which are worthless against beings with such high senses and the ability to foresee in advance. She begins to tremble, tears streaming down her face as she recalls the harsh past 3 years. The full weight of what she has endured together crushes her, and her composed appearance seems to shatter completely. Through this emotional outburst, she breaks into a frantic explanation of her wanderings. She laments her introversion and how she was forcibly drawn into palace intrigues and unwanted proposals. He is only capable of awkward apologies infused by the incredible number of her complaints. Continuing her story, she talks about the embarrassing circumstances of their first meeting. She says a monster attacked her while she was washing laundry, and she had to flee to the safety of the tent heaven without underwear. The memory burns sharply, intensifying her current confusion. Seeing that tool in his hand, she shuddered at his strength, even her strong tentacles, resembling those of an octopus, were no match for him. He sharply intervened and corrected her. This is not a weapon, just a tool for his work. Despite her claims of being a high-ranking adventurer, she admits her cheat skill and extraordinary ability in dark magic is something she struggles to control. She openly says that without the shelter protection he gave her, she would hardly have survived the dangers of the forest. A sharp break in determination, she declares that she will stay, calls herself a refuge, her new home, and reveals that the real reason for her presence here is to deal with the fallen beast. Her despair, seeking any kind of safe shelter, is palpable. The decision quickly crumbles into tears. She clings to the structure and sobs that she has finally found a place where she does not have to fear monsters. The shock of life in the wild is evident in her fiercely strong grip. When he asks about her own gear, she admits with a sad sigh. Her tent was devoured by the monster just 2 days after arrival. She awkwardly confesses that since then she has been wandering in the forest, revealing her true vulnerability. She continues an emotional breakdown, laughing through tears, complaining about her miserable situation. When the food supplies ran out and her stomach ached from squeezing the local flora, she admitted it seemed to her that the end was near. Gyro looks at her with a mixture of pity and concern, while Musubai flutters nearby, witnessing the complete collapse of the mage. At this thought she freezes and softens her gaze as she examines the shelter. Imagining leaving it behind, after finding such a refuge now seems impossible to her, knowing she cannot simply walk away from the only comfort she has found in this harsh forest. Noticing her hesitation, he offers a way out and invites her to join his camp. His words catch her by surprise. Her eyes widen in astonishment, but in a moment she agrees enthusiastically. When she says yes and follows him, her voice trembles mixed with relief and not yet fully erased fatigue. In a moment the group moves on, temporary shelter is left behind. They have already successfully dismantled the structure, so he walks ahead and she stays very close, filled with excitement. Ahead is the real base, and she joyfully calls out to the home they are heading to. When they make their way through the dense forest, he shifts the conversation to her abilities and directly asks if the Thousand Shadows technique she mentioned is a form of dark magic. She confirms his suspicion. Her own spells truly stem from dark arts. She further clarifies her status, says that her rank is A, and that dark magic is much more flexible than most think. Despite her ragged appearance, a professional pride occasionally slips into her voice when she talks about the various applications of her craft. Hearing this, he begins to piece together the warnings he had heard earlier. He recalls how Sedek spoke of a dangerous and powerful mage from the capital. Rumor has it he supposedly ended up here, and he can't help but wonder, is the same woman walking beside him? But all his suspicions quickly dissipate when he looks back at her. Now she is bent over, coughing harshly and fiercely, barely keeping pace, more like a frail victim of the forest than a legendary sorceress. He decides that the dangerous mage Sedek warned him about must be a completely different person. Eventually, she found herself in the air, her nose Musubai, holding her above the ground in makeshift swings. While they flew, Gyro trudged below, step by step, with a heavy backpack, and looked at her. He thought that the black and yellow paneled vest would surely suit her very well. Gyro returns and is immediately knocked down by an energetic wolf puppy. He laughs, noticing how much the creature has grown, while having to endure a barrage of affectionate kisses. He struggles to stay on his feet under the weight of the puppy. He exclaims in surprise. Shifting his attention to the small armored spirit, he sincerely thanks it for watching over things during his absence. In response, he receives a silent, diligent nod. Nearby, a young sorceress with shiny, wide-open eyes watches the scene and smiles. Her heart melts just at the sight of the fluffy companions. She is warmly welcomed into the group and informed that she will stay with them for the foreseeable future. In response, she genuinely rejoices at the prospect of being surrounded by such soft creatures. She is suddenly thrown off balance when an overly excited puppy rushes at her and hugs her to the ground with the same enthusiastic greeting it gave its owner. Gyro rushes to pull the animal away, apologizes for the sudden display of affection, and explains that the little one is simply overflowing with joy. As soon as they go deeper into the clearing, she freezes solid, her jaw dropping at what she sees. In the heart of the forbidden forest stand real structures. She can't believe her eyes and shouts that there are buildings in the World Tree Forest, a place she considered an untouched realm of death. She listens attentively while the absurdity of the situation is explained. Clearing this land and taming the magical beasts is a feat supposedly reserved only for the divine, and realizing that her companion has achieved what even the gods consider impossible brings a faintly mocking, knowing smile to her face. Her amazement only grows when she enters the dwelling and sees a set of finely crafted wooden furniture. For her, an ordinary table and chairs are an incredible return of civilization amidst the wilderness, and when she is offered a warm cup of tea, she almost loses her speech. She can hardly believe her ears when he explains that the tea is a local blend brewed by the elf Ms. Tia. Her shock flares into a flurry of sips as she notices modern conveniences, including a Western-style toilet. He calmly points to a small utility outbuilding, thereby confirming her hopes. Stunned by this unexpected luxury in the midst of a deadly trap, she breaks through with tears of pure triumph and declares it a complete victory. He looks at her emotional outburst with a sly smile. Her endless surprises amuse him, yet he must warn that instead of real paper they use leaves. As soon as the little spirit Yukatama emerges from the darkness shadow, she suddenly remembers something important. With a bright expression on her face, she proclaims that she apparently has paper. She plunges her hand into the depths of her own shadow and pulls out a stack of papers as if from thin air. He is truly amazed. How incredibly useful such an ability must be for a traveler. Despite his praise, she only sighs and explains that this power was not always a blessing. She recounts a bitter memory. She was accused of smuggling after someone noticed her carrying precious gems at a high price. Because of this misunderstanding, she was left penniless and quarreled with the local lord. He listens as she complains about the crushing weight of the world's bureaucratic systems where every operation is combed through by guilds. From this incredible complexity of social obstacles, her body feels as if weighed down by a stone. She sinks, exhausted, in despair. He weighs her trouble and understands. Famous travelers can bypass such obstacles, but they are only independent performers without any official support. She looks at this and nods with a tired smile, acknowledging the bitter truth of their freelancer status. He realizes, without connections and without a formal position, even the most talented are constantly caught up by problems. He begins to understand that, in order to live peacefully and exercise his power, he may have to establish some form of legitimate authority too. He decides to change the subject and says that an elf lives nearby who is supposed to return in about 3 days. He suggests, since they are both women, Yano can feel more at ease if the elf accompanies her to the village. But the young woman remains silent, a cloud of uncertainty on her face. He silently watches as she suddenly breaks into sob-whining about refusing to return to her former life. She repeatedly tells about the torments of fleeing the palace, only to be perceived in the guild as dangerous junk. And all Thistring to survive without a single coin registered in her name. Her voice bursts into a desperate plea for escape. She reminds him of his own past, and these memories throw him back into a world of cold screens and endless work. In that life, he once believed that everyone suffered just like him and blindly trusted the social lie, that this is what it means to be an adult. He worked to the bone but gained nothing except unjustified treatment and an increasingly strong feeling of loneliness. Even when he changed jobs and desperately tried to start with a clean slate, he remained stuck in the cycle of pleasing people until he lost faith in both the management and his colleagues. He returns to the present and looks at the girl who is sobbing, realizing that she has suffered much worse than he ever did, and at a much younger age. She continues to choke on tears of the experience breaking through as she wipes them away, her fragile body trembling with the force of grief. He sees tears rolling down her face as a trembling voice confesses, "Lately even the taste of food has disappeared, and eating is now a painful, unnecessary duty." Seeing her despair, he makes a sharp and confident decision. He says that if everything is so bad, she just needs to stay here. She freezes when he repeats the offer. His voice is steady, and he promises to build her a small house on the Pleather own. The idea throws her off balance. Her eyes widen. She barely utters a sound of shock and cannot gather her thoughts because she cannot process the sudden kindness. He calms her again when she cautiously asks if he is really sure about Ithope's struggles with doubt. He says she can help with the crops and do everything she is capable of, just to get a place to belong. Toned from this, a wave of deep relief and boundless gratitude spreads across her face. She began suggesting ways to please him, even offering to be a footrest or a chair to prove her worth. Gyro, stunned by her excessive submissiveness, quickly rejected the idea, ordering her to come up with something more usual. She was overwhelmed by a feeling of worthlessness. She sobbed and complained. Because of her small stature, she was helpless even as an ordinary coat hanger. He gently intervened, suggesting they move away from the thought that she would become a completely objectified thing. To cheer her up, he praised her incredible magical abilities, saying she herself stopped the shadow beast and mastered the art of concealment. He admitted that the skill of assembling things in the shadows is a trick far beyond his own capabilities. He explained that since he himself has no magic of his own, there are many tasks he hopes she can help with. Seeing a new sense of purpose flare in her eyes, he noted to himself how sincere she was and how easily she could be moved. Tears of gratitude streamed down her face like a river. She vowed to do everything that was demanded of her. Her voice trembled with joy that she was finally needed. A little later, as they quietly shared the peaceful tea time, he said that another resident would return very soon to teach her the ways of the forest. She wondered aloud if it was not the dark elf and felt relieved. At least she would not have to live under the fierce blinding sun. Suddenly the room was flooded with bright golden light as Miss Tia just returned at her presence as a high elf almost glowed. The incredible power of the light and the cheerful greeting of Misks made the new acquaintance's eyes harden in shock. Cutting through the tension, he asked if she would agree to help prepare dinner. Impressed by such a simple request for help with dinner, she looked at him as if he were a deity and readily promised full cooperation. She watches attentively as Gyro shows the shining new pot, his face glowing with anticipation of cooking their evening dinner. Inside, over the fire, a simple but fragrant soup of river fish, watercress, and wild greens quietly simmers, a camp cuisine that brings tears to her eyes. She is enveloped by warmth and aroma, confessing that she hasn't properly tasted hot food for 4 long years, and then he gently suggests that while they eat, she should tell her story. A humble dish became a revelation compared to the meager food she had to endure even in the royal palace, where meals often boiled down to tasteless, overcooked fish or charred black meat and poultry. While she eats, she recalls how in her past even the simplest fruits were considered a luxury, items so rare that people fought desperately for the meager portions they managed to get. Noticing her hunger, he offers her a second helping and urges the young Magiat your fill while he prepares more of the exquisite. She savors every bite, blowing the heat off the hot broth and slowly chewing the tender fish, and pure, unadulterated bliss lights up her face. Seeing this, he smiles too contentedly and genuinely. When the meal ended, he shows a sturdy A-frame tent he made himself and apologizes for its temporary nature, yet still offers it as a safe place for her to rest at night. The structure is a work of practical craftsmanship. It rests on 2 sturdy branch supports and uses a special fabric provided by Musubai, tightly secured at the corners to create a reliable shelter. He apologizes for not being able to get a proper bed, explaining that time was against them, but says Musubai still managed to make her a warm fur blanket. She shines with gratitude and assures that the shelter he gave is enough and she will not be cold at all. Continuing the survival lesson, he explains, cold rises from the ground and heat strikes from top to bottom, so he emphasizes to avoid freezing during sleep, you need to place mats or boards as insulation. He is gnawed by curiosity about her past. He asks how she even survived in such harsh conditions before their meeting. She says she resorted to dark magic, summoning a thick black fog to hide, then curling up into a ball, wrapping herself in any fur she could find. He is gripped by aching sympathy, understands the reckless price this magic probably forced her young master to pay. Deciding that it was time to rest, he suggests they lie down for the night, assuring her that he has already placed charms so no monsters will approach their camp. They exchange quiet good night as he prepares to go to his place. As he just sets off, holding a small wolf cub to his chest, she calls after him quietly, but her voice clearly cuts through the evening air. Looking back, he sees her face, illuminated by soft light, as she sincerely thanks for the tint, for the nourishing meal, and for all the good deeds he showed her. He responds with a warm smile and tells her that he is the one who should be grateful for everything she taught him about seeds and how this strange new world works. Her cheeks blush from the praise, her face softens, and a flicker of hesitation flashes in her eyes for a moment. Sensing her sharp change in mood, he listens carefully as she begins to speak cautiously, afraid that the next words might anger him. He quickly encourages her to be frank, saying, "There is no need to be afraid, so just say what is on your mind." He holds the little wolf close and slowly waits until the young woman opposite tugs at the hem of her cloak. Her cheeks flare with embarrassment, and finally she breaks off and starts babbling again, asking what his name is. Noticing her despair, he gives a restrained, gentle smile, but this only intensifies her anxiety. She begins to apologize incessantly, fearing she might have confused something or unintentionally offended him. When he says she just needs to call him Sujuru without any official titles, she becomes even more embarrassed and bursts out shouting, calling him by his name with an added respectful title of high honor, which leaves him momentarily confused. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, she feels tears welling up in her eyes and quickly tries to brush it off as if it were just a physical reaction. Through stifled sobs, she explains that she hasn't spoken to anyone for so long that her throat has dried out and become irritated. Watching her struggle to maintain composure, he cannot help but admire her. He sees the resilience hidden beneath her fragile exterior. Exhausted by the day's events and the sharp emotional breakdown, she slowly sinks into a deep, quiet sleep wrapped in blankets. Her breathing evens out, and only now does peace come to her. This is a calm full stop after a long journey, and her tired soul joins their small, unusual traveling company. He yawned deeply as the morning light, filtering through the trees, fell on his eyelids. It had been a long time since the little wolf pup woke him from sleep. Then habit took over. He sluggishly greeted his companion, and the silence immediately reminded him that Miss Tia still hadn't returned. The memory of her radiant smile and gentle morning greeting flickered in his mind, a sharp contrast to the camp's silence. He almost heard her voice calling his name, a ghostly warmth that made the current cold feel even sharper. Looking into the endless, motionless forest, he could not help but admit the silence here was oppressive. Her absence had turned these wild spaces into much lonelier places than they had been just a few days ago. Suddenly, the icy calm of the morning was shattered by a cacophony of groans and frightened screams. He jerked, his heart pounding, because nearby from the tent came a loud, prolonged yawn followed by a flustered, apologetic tirade for oversleeping. He waved cheerfully to the woman who looked disheveled, trying to ease the awkwardness of the moment. Next to him, his little black dog was practically bouncing with energy as if entertained by her confused, sleepy state as she blinked and tried to figure out where she was. She quickly began smoothing her hair, her face flushing with embarrassment as she officially introduced herself. So much time had passed since she last exchanged morning courtesies that it seemed she had completely lost the skill, so he suggested a bit of light morning exercise to wake them both up. While he flipped through the small manual, she began a series of awkward but sincere stretches. He quietly smiled, noticing that these were not quite the formal radio calisthenics he remembered from home, but a simple routine, a good way to start their day together. He continues his morning routine, making his way through the rhythmic stretches of daily exercises. Beside him walks a young mage, keeping pace with him, her movements slightly awkward as she tries to replicate unfamiliar poses. Having finished the exercises, he returns to her and asks a practical question. Does she have any clothing besides her current form? The phrase catches her off guard, her eyes widen. A mixture of surprise and confusion appears in her gaze as she processes what was said. Fluffy spirit beast Musubai suddenly finds a way out. He spent the night rushing a new set of clothes from what was at hand. While he admires the work of the web, that is, the butterfly is suddenly struck by an embarrassing thought, and chills run down his spine. She has never worn any underwear before. Because of this, he freezes, becomes mute, and in silent apologies almost breaks down due to his own short-sightedness. She tightly presses the new clothes to her chest. Her face flushes a deep crimson as the weight of the situation just dawns on her. He quickly tries to smooth over the awkwardness, assuring her that such everyday things are just part of life on the road, and there is nothing to be ashamed of here. To help her with hygiene, he extends a small, rounded object wrapped in cloth, a modified claw of the storm griffin. He explains, once moistened with water, it becomes an effective substitute for soap. She accepts it and quietly, shyly thanks him. He leads her to a hidden spot by the river where the current is gentle, points to the water, and suggests taking the opportunity to wash, saying he arranged some stones to slow the flow, so it is a safe and private place for her to bathe. When she begins to undress, the reality of what is happening hits him with full force. He instantly looks away, and his face flushes with shame. She freezes for a moment, as if checking whether this is really allowed, and he, struggling to maintain composure, whispers to himself that such things are a necessary part of maintaining health for adventures. Maintaining a respectful distance, he surveys their long path through the dense forest and admits, the mud and the smell of the wild terrain could no longer be ignored. He knows that proper washing is needed not only for comfort, so that their presence is not so easily tracked by the numerous predators hiding in the shadows. He keeps a respectful distance. Back to Herend, the sound of water splashing fills the air. He is thinking about why this is necessary, not only for hygiene, but so they make the best impression on Ms. Tia. In the river, the young woman feels a sudden, uncontrollable relief. The cool water washes away the dirt of her path. She suddenly sinks even lower into the water. A wave of sharp shyness overwhelms her completely. Now, as she becomes clean, the awareness of how dirty she was makes her want to simply disappear into the depths of the stream. As soon as she appears, he begins careful grooming. His hands are steady as he runs a comb through her wet hair. He explains that he had planned to do this earlier, but was more concerned with her physical recovery then. Carefully checking for parasites, he, barely smiling, admits, once an elf forcibly made him bathe, so it seems they share a similar problem. He continues, speaking his tone light, but businesslike, and explains that he simply did not want her to endure humiliation because of the stench. He looks ahead and suggests they work together to establish more civilized living conditions. At these words, she is momentarily left speechless. She is silent, her gaze slides to the dense edge of the trees as she contemplates what surrounds them. The World Tree Forest is a place where you are always one wrong step away from death. This feeling presses on her even now, in this moment of relative calm. Behind the small clearing, the old forest stands silently and majestically shrouded in thick, ghostly fog that conceals countless dangers lurking in the shadows. He switched to the practical needs of the camp and decided the day's work should focus on gathering wood and clearing the land. Now that a new comrade had appeared beside him in the wild thickets, building a proper shelter became his main goal. She approaches him already fully dressed in the sturdy new clothes issued to Herend, offers help with the impending task. He doubts whether she can really handle such exhausting physical work, but she calmly and confidently assures him her part is within her power. She explains that her mastery of dark magic relies on controlling invisible forces, so she is especially skilled in telekinesis. To demonstrate this, she effortlessly lifts a wooden board and a chair into the air with a single simple gesture. Since she can make objects light, she is immediately eager to offer help with heavy work. Jiro, impressed by the spectacle, sincerely thanks and accepts her help, noting how much easier it will be to manage with her magic. In a moment, the machine starts for real. It easily lifts a huge log, which usually requires at least several men. It hums a lively tune to itself and doesn't even flinch. It holds that immense weight in the air. While she drags all the heavy work, Jiro focuses on the details. He saws the wood into even boards and strips off the rough bark. As soon as the next finished board falls, it is immediately pulled into the dark, swirling vortex of the shelter of her shadow. This seamless combination of magic and craftsmanship removes their main bottleneck. Although skillful equipment made wood processing simple, the logistics of transportation and storage seemed a real challenge. Her unique abilities effectively removed this barrier as well. He is directly driven by their incredible progress. He shouts encouragement and urges not to slow down this crazy pace. She, meanwhile, begins to show the first signs of tension. Her initial enthusiasm changes to a look full of wide-eyed amazement at his relentless bursts. Seeing the mountain of materials they had gathered, he decides that it's time to move from gathering to building, and suggests returning to the place where their future home will stand. But in the end, the magic reaches her body. She doubles over and gasps for air. It becomes clear, even if she can remove the weight of the object, its hidden mass still requires significant expenditure of her internal energy, so the work must be stopped immediately and inevitably. She listens attentively while Jiro explains the mechanics of their task. He gives a simple illustration. Lifting an object may not require much strength, but pushing or throwing still needs energy. After that, he asks her to bring the next batch of timber for their construction. She strains to the limit. Her breathing bursts out in ragged gasps as she tries to move the heavy beams. Jiro notes, even when her magic lightens the weight, carrying mass through space is exhausting in itself, a physical burden that cannot be completely avoided. The young mage is taken aback when he suddenly offers her sincere words of praise for her tireless efforts. Her face twists a mixture of surprise and embarrassment. Her usual stone-cold composure cracks as she processes the unexpected compliment. She blinks from sudden insight when he asks a practical question: which is easier for her, to manipulate the wood with her shadowy tendrils or to move them manually. This thought had not occurred to her before, and she quietly exhales a gulp of frightened understanding. Her dark, tentacle-like manifestations will soon become the main tool for construction. Wrapping around the wooden frame, they hold the beams in place. While Jiro aligns the outer walls and skeletal structure, her magic does the heavy work necessary to assemble the foundation. These shadowy limbs work with incredible precision. Under Jiro's guidance, they tighten the roof and erect the interior walls. He marvels at how quickly the work progresses. Her ability to handle materials with just a thought has turned an exhausting multi-day task into mere hours. He steps back and stands beside her to admire their work. A full-fledged, sturdy wooden cabin stands where there was once only a clearing. They both freeze in awe before the finished structure, and only now do they truly realize what they have finally accomplished. When she exclaims about the magic involved in these steps, the man meets her gaze, full of shock. He immediately reminds her she is the one with supernatural gifts, yet even he finds it miraculous how swiftly they are advancing. She stands before the completed structure, her breath slightly caught from tension. Jiro sincerely thanks her, marveling at how her dark magic worked like a powerful machine to assemble the entire wooden frame. Even the little wolf pup seems impressed, though Yono admits, after long hours of work, she feels a bit stiff and sore. She looked up at the wooden walls and finds it hard to believe her eyes. The small cabin, once just a pile of logs, now stands before her as a solid reality. He continues showering her with compliments, emphasizing that building such a sturdy home by himself would have been impossible. She, seeking confirmation, asks if her efforts were truly helpful and carefully catches his gaze, as if expecting an answer. A warm and sincere smile spreads across her face as soon as he confirms her worth. Noticing that her mood has lifted, he checks her condition. She replies that all her previous discomfort has completely disappeared. When evening falls, the air fills with the juicy aroma from the bubbling cauldron. Inside are hearty pieces of meat and vegetables, a well-deserved reward for their labor. They sit together by the fire and enjoy the food. He says, since they didn't get to hunt, today they are eating the bear that attacked them yesterday. To his surprise, she admits, all this time she had a small stash of spices and additional ingredients. Having eaten her fill, she leans back, her stomach full, and the tension of their ordeal finally releases. Meanwhile, he begins to think about the arrival of their companion, Ms. Tia, who is to return the very next day. He watches her with quiet optimism, deciding there is nothing to worry about. He is confident Mrs. Tia will greet their new ally with open arms, and with this thought, he finally allows himself a moment of peace. He stands next to Yano, with a face showing a mix of surprise and lingering anxiety as they process the unexpected turn of events. The weight of their recent struggle hangs in the air, a quiet sign that none of them could have predicted how everything would unfold. He almost imagines her reaction, and it is by no means like the calm acceptance he had hoped for. Miss Tia froze as if before a fight, eyes squinted, gaze hard, without any concessions as she crosses blades. The air crackles with the threat of inevitable violence, very muscle tense and ready to strike. Yano sharply stretches out his hands and shouts as he unleashes the Thousand Shadows manipulation method. From the depths of the stream bursts a dark, twisting shadow shaped like a tentacle. It strikes the water's surface and captures its pressure. She watches as the shadowy limb jerks back, flinging a large spotted fish into the air. As the creature flies, she watches intently focused, but increasingly anxious. Her forehead glistens with sweat from the strain of her magic. Her eyes widen as the fish plunges downward, and she strikes with her hands in a panicked, clumsy attempt to catch the prey, her composure breaking the moment she realizes the slippery fish is flying straight into her face. Her comrade Desiro questions her and wonders why she cannot simply catch it with her hands. Breathlessly, from somewhere in the background, she snaps back. Catching such a slippery and twitchy creature is an impossible task. He silently watches as she finally catches a haul, but her face remains sad. She says she wanted to be helpful to someone today, and he recalls. For several days after the bath, she stubbornly catches fish each time quietly to contribute. She listens as he gently advises her not to force herself if the task is too difficult, noting her obvious struggle. She lowers her gaze to the fish in her hands, her thoughts drifting, then cautiously asks if they should grill their catch for me. He freezes as she, with a sharp, energetic exclamation, delivers a powerful kick and the fish flies straight toward the campfire. He panics, shouting for her to wait as the fish rushes headlong into the flames in a chaotic attempt to cook it. He exhales deeply and looks down at the charred remains of the fish Yano tried to cook, calmly explaining that the intentions were good, but the food could be prepared better and they didn't even manage to clean out the guts. Yano shrugs, her gaze mixing shame with disappointment as she realizes her mistakes. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the air and orders them to stop immediately. Miss Tia stands still. Her eyes are wide open with anxiety as she points to the shadow magic that Yano still unconsciously continues to manifest. In the elf's eyes, the sight dark tentacles writhing and grasping at raw feces nothing but disgusting and creepy. Without any pause, she draws the blade the steel rings as it just leaves the sheath. She utters a stern warning, demands to immediately stop the magic. Gyro freezes in complete stupor, bewildered by the sudden escalation and the force of his partner's reaction. She takes a step closer. Her gaze fixes on him as she figures out whether some dark charm has conquered him. Suspicion rings sharply as she demands to know how long they have been together and if he is still sane. He tries to interrupt. He feels a huge misunderstanding is about to unfold, but she is too focused on the threat she sees. Her face softens, and in it, there is now genuine pain and concern as she looks into his eyes. Almost whispering, she asks if he really befriended a practitioner of dark arts during the time they were apart. Their anxiety hangs in the air like a heavy burden, revealing the depth of her protective instincts. He waves his hands as if swatting something away, and nervous sweat appears while he tries to ease the tension. He assures her, yes, they really have become friends and there is no danger. She needs to calm down. He insists that he is fine, but his frantic excuses hardly relieve the tension. Instead of retreating, she lunged forward, cutting the distance so that their faces were just a few inches apart. He jerked back, his heart pounding wildly as she began to scrutinize him with such persistence it bordered on obsession. The sudden closeness overwhelmed him completely and he froze in place. She looked straight into his pupils, and her eyes rummage in search of any sign of corruption or magical forgery. Everything around seems to fade, leaving only this silent, piercing scrutiny as she tries to discern the truth about his soul. A wave of emotions overwhelms her. Tears stream down her face as she clutches a large, twisted fish that seems to ooze slime. Nearby stands Gyro, apologizing with a guilty frown for this strange situation, while the creature's slimy texture clearly repels her. After the initial shock, she composes herself and begins a conversation about the nature of his abilities. Gyro admits he was told that he became a magic user, and this revelation surprises her. She notices that he is nothing like those who previously practiced dark arts. She explains, to engage in dark magic, a deeply rooted faith is usually required, or it appears in those whose souls harbor fierce malice and darkness when chaos already reigns around. Gyro listens attentively, pondering the idea that true faith is born from belief in something formless simply from the deepest depths of the heart. He tries to explain his position based on concepts from his own world and mentions a weekly publication that Ms. Tia finds completely incomprehensible. Despite the obvious cultural gap, she decides to temporarily set aside her misunderstanding and takes his explanation literally. The tension finally eases as he warmly welcomes her home. Her face lights up with a radiant, genuine smile as soon as she says his name. The bond between them has clearly strengthened after everything they have just been through. But her curiosity returns very quickly. She leans in and uncertainly, too close approaches him, noticing that she caught a strange feeling. He can only respond with a tense agreement, feeling the weight of her keen, persistent scrutiny. Next to her, a young girl in a school uniform is struggling with all her might to hold a huge, wriggling and scurrying creaturate keeps making a slurping sound again and again. The girl calls for help, not knowing what to do with this slippery animal. Another moment, and it will slip right out of her hands. Seeing the newcomer, she greets warmly, immediately understanding. This girl is another person from the original world Sujuru. With a smile up to her ears, she introduces herself and joyfully invites the stranger into their strange, unfolding reality. She is beaming with delight and showers the newcomer with compliments about her sweet appearance and unique clothing. The girl seems to physically suffer from the elf's radiant positivity, shields her eyes, as if from blinding sunlight, and wonders if everyone in this world is so resilient. She leads them to the newly built hut. Proudly, she shows the craftsmanship of the wooden floor. Gyro examines the thick boards, noting their thermal insulation properties, and she joyfully embraces the moment the house is finally revealed. She is pleased that now there is a proper place where they can gather. Inside, the furniture is made for maximum efficiency. The bed can be folded and fixed against the wall. Gyro shows the mechanism how in seconds the space transforms to meet different needs throughout the day. Similarly, a table is fixed to the wall. It can be hidden when not needed. She marvels at the ingenuity, realizing how much freer the space becomes without permanent items cluttering the floor, and how this allows for versatile room arrangement. Entering further into the room, she stops, lowers her gaze, and frowns in confusion. She asks why both took off their shoes, leaving the boots neatly by the door although there is no formal mudroom nearby. He explains that it was an instinctive reaction to the stone step by the entrancia habit from their homeworld. The schoolgirl does the same, leaves her loafers behind, and then the elf momentarily feels like a stranger among their shared, unspoken customs. Next, he describes the idea of traditional gender in the hallway. Namely, although he did not design the house exactly like that, the habit of keeping the living space clean is his personal standard, which he carried throughout his life in Japan. A sudden insight brightens her face as she puts everything together. She asks if such strange behavior is a trait of their homeland, Nippon, and he nods, confirming she guessed correctly, finally bridging the cultural gap between them. He stood with the others near the newly finished hut and listened as Mrs. Tia marveled at the speed of construction. The roof was already in place, a real trick made possible by the strength of the silk they used to lift the heavy beam. Mrs. Tia noted that although the work went quickly, little Matsuk got very bored during it and longed for any kind of attention. While he looked at others, his thoughts returned to Iona. At first, he felt a sharp pang of conscience for how much he demanded from her, and the thought of whether she saw the construction of this little house as just another exhausting tasker, simply another consequence of her work. But when her face was lit by a barely noticeable genuine smile, his gaze changed. He suddenly thought, perhaps in creativity itself, she found a calm sense of fullness, the joy of creating something he did not expect from her at all. Entering the kitchen area, he began preparing food, and Miss Tia curiously leaned over, looking over his shoulder. He explained that he was simply using what they had on hand, specifically mentioning the oil that Yano kindly gave from her own supplies. She watched him intently with wide-open eyes as he continued his explanation. He admitted that he had almost given up on the idea of cooking with a large amount of oil. Its weight in volume made it an expensive and cumbersome pleasure to transport to wild places, but Yono's contribution changed everything. When she asked if he had really waited for her return before starting to cook, he answered with a simple, everyday affirmation. His sincerity seemed to confuse her. For a moment she was left speechless, touched by his attention. Her surprise quickly turned into eager anticipation, and she expressed her joy about the upcoming banquet. Turning to Yano, she asked why the mage was carrying so much oil. Yano admitted with slight embarrassment that since she had no skill in cooking, the oil had simply remained with her, mocking the prank, to Mischief's astonishment. When the ingredients were ready, he lifted the heavy cauldron and immediately set off for the task. What he cooked in the cauldron from the brought supplies was familiar, yet special. A dish made from potato starch, a taste of home that he hoped would bridge the gap between their worlds. He starts by showing from scratch the entire intricate process of making potato starch, taking the tubers they gathered earlier. He explains, first, you need to grate the starchy plants into a fine pulp, then wrap this pulp in clean cloth and carefully squeeze out the liquid. He repeatedly and carefully washes the pulp in water, allowing the starch to settle at the bottom of the vessel. As soon as the water becomes cloudy and sediment forms, he carefully drains the excess liquid without disturbing and leaving the precious powder undisturbed at the bottom. To complete the preparation, the elf applies a light breeze to dry the white residue left behind. Pure starch remains ready for use. After this, he shifts attention to the meat and explains that the main thing is to soak it in a brine of water, salt, and sugar so that it remains tender and juicy after cooking. He also notes that spices or herbs added to the mixture can further enhance the flavor and aroma of the finished dish. While his companions watch with rapt attention, he describes step by step the final actions, wrapping the marinated meat with freshly prepared starch and then frying it in deep oil that Ayano prepared. In the cramped hut, tension rises and now the hot, juicy dish becomes a reality. A mountain of golden brown and tutsudu age appears. Its appetizing aroma fills the air. The girls are filled with pure joy from the mere sight. Biting off, he savors the perfect contrast, the crunch of a juicy outer crust and the explosion of hot, richly spiced juices inside. The simple pleasure of a well-cooked dish brings a deep sense of satisfaction. Everyone gathers around to feast. The mood is light, festive. While the elfess expresses gratitude to the mage for giving fragrant oil, he quietly reflects. 3 long years have passed since he last tasted roasted food and felt that same delight. He focuses intently on his work, his hands remaining steady as he sharpens the specialized blade, quietly muttering about his tools, making precise cuts. Sharp edge flickers under the light as he prepares the next stage of their dish. Then he shows the finished creation, golden brown pieces of fried meat skewered on thin wooden sticks. Yono's eyes widened, pure amazement at how the carriage was served in such an unexpected way, and Lady Tio just watches with curious anticipation as the appetizing aroma fills the air. She is amazed by the ingenuity of these skewers, so she jokingly proclaims him a god of culinary art. In response, he can only give a barely noticeable guilty smile and tries to explain that it is just a practical way to eat. Meanwhile, Mrs. Tia impatiently asks if she will be allowed to taste a piece herself. She takes a bite and immediately bursts into tears from the explosion of flavor, her cheeks swelling as she savors the perfectly seasoned meat, delightedly trying to connect skewers with the idea of chopsticks, but he gently corrects her. These two things are not quite the same. They continue eating with pleasure, and the tension of the road momentarily disappears in the joy of a good meal. Miss Tia watches Ayano intently, a warm, satisfied smile revealing her genuine happiness. Finally, they can share a peaceful moment and get along so well. Yano hesitates on the riverbank, not daring to immerse his head in the cold water. Seeing her struggle, Suru recalls from his past life a specific tool that could greatly ease this task, a wooden barrel. Later, as soon as the instrument was built, Miss Tia joins Ayano for a real wash. She lifts the ready bucket high and marvels at how the wood holds the water perfectly without a single leak, exclaiming praise for Sugu's craftsmanship. He begins by explaining to Ayano the basic design, showing her how an ordinary container is actually a complex assembly of side slats, a bottom, and binding hoops. Construction requires precise geometry. He calculates exact angles to assemble a perfect regular decagon and ensures that each of the 10 wooden parts fits tightly at an angle of 72 degrees. He continues the lesson and shows, although mathematics is vital, it is the physical shaping of the tree narrowing the hoops so that the top is wider than the bottom that gives the branch its recognizable flared shape. Thanks to his unique crafting skills, he fine-tunes the alignment of wooden planks to the smallest detail. When the parts click into place with such precision that Ayano freezes, unable to utter a word from pure delight. As soon as the poles are put in place, they are tightly tied with rope to hold their shape until the uneven top and bottom edges are cut off, leveling the surface all under the watchful, curious gaze of the young wolf cub. The final touch is to shave the inner and outer walls, smooth out the protrusions where the staves join, until the bucket becomes a single seamless vessel, ready for use. Subaru carefully perfects the wooden tub. He explains how he carved the inner groove so the base fits perfectly, then secured everything with birch bark strips. He proudly shows the finished vessel to Ayano, and she confirms it is ready for use. He looks at Theme and a faint smile appears on his lips as he realizes, beside the people, his passion for creativity has flared up again, and new ideas are born in his mind. Next to him, 2 women enjoy a refreshing bath in a clear stream, using a new bucket, while he thinks about what other useful tools he can make next to make their lives easier. When she washes the water off herself, Ayano sharply realizes what she is wearing. The wet fabric of her night silk dress has become dangerously transparent. It clings to the skin and makes her feel too exposed. The companion nods and agrees, noting the incredible lightness and delicacy of the material, and this only increases Ayano's shame as she tries to cover herself. The elf warns her to be on guard. If too much noise is made during bathing, dangerous monsters might be attracted. But even as this sounds, Ayano's attention is momentarily stolen by a fish swimming by. Suddenly, water bursts out in a fountain. An invisible force pulls Ayano under the surface, and her desperate cry for help echoes through the forest. Shigeru immediately activates his specialized crafting platform. He identifies the culprit as a malicious slimy creature, an almost invisible predator, hiding in the water's transparency and setting an ambush. And as it begins to drag the struggling girl deeper, he instantly assesses the threat. He watches as Ayano coughs up the remaining water, her body still trembling after the ordeal. Miss Tia stands nearby, reminding them, vigilance is critical because such an attack under normal circumstances should not have happened. Ayano, still catching her breath, can only quietly apologize for her lapse in watchfulness. His attention is suddenly diverted from the recovering mage by a faint gleam among the cracked earth. Leaning down, he reaches out and sees a small shimmering object in the dirt, and unable to restrain himself, aloud wonders what it could be. The object is a perfectly round, semi-transparent sphere that catches the light like a polished gemstone. At first, he mistakes it for a simple glass bead, puzzled as to why it ended up here. Miss Tia leans closer to clarify and explain. It is actually a cell molded from an evil slug. She tells how these smooth, hardened cells are often sought after for their texture, and how they serve as a reliable source of income for novice adventurers hunting weaker varieties. She picks up a couple of these spheres, assuring him they are completely safe as long as the central core is removed. Hearing this, he concludes, the slugs in this particular forest must be incredibly strong if they leave behind such substantial remains. The conversation becomes much more serious when she warns, slugs that have a core actively devour live prey to incorporate it into their own mass. She emphasizes the danger that arises when these creatures begin to gather in numerous packs. She explains once again the terrifying biology of the creatures. If they are not killed individually, they merge, absorbing each other to form a single massive entity with multiple cores. With a grim expression, he understands, to stop such a threat, each core must be destroyed in a rapid series one after another. While Yano continues to squeeze wet strands from her hair in the background, he examines the small cell again and notes its amazing freshness. The realization that more such creatures might be hiding nearby ready to merge and grow adds a new layer of tension to their journey. He walked alongside his companions and thought about the amazing creatures that inhabited this world. Ms. Tia suddenly turned sharply to Yano and sternly reminded him, using dark magic in the river is strictly forbidden. The young sorceress bowed her head, quietly acknowledging the rules. Suddenly, the group's attention was drawn to Yukatama. It began to tremble and shudder in waves. To their surprise, the spirit of the armadillo split in two, repeating the division of those slugs they had just fought. Ms. Tia shuddered with amazement, watching as two identical creatures emerged. He watched and smiled, noticing how joyfully the spirits behaved in each other's company. Ms. Tia beamed with happiness and noted that an increase in the number of spirit beasts is always a welcome addition. Two Akatamas chirped to each other, as if exchanging a solemn greeting. She rejoiced at the new arrival and reached out to one of the spirits, carefully tying a small decorative bow around its neck. She stepped back a step to admire her work and decided that this decoration suited the little one perfectly. When the spirits calmed down, she addressed the rest of the pack, particularly the wolf cub and the moth. She informed them that they would set out hunting as soon as the final preparations were complete, and her tone once again became that of a leader focused on the main task. When they set off, Yona, without changing her expression, examined the adorned spirit beast and quietly threw out a phrase about Misha's girly hobbies. The elf's ears twitched. She caught those words, and her face flushed with embarrassment, but she twitched and tried to brush it off as if it meant nothing. She quickly went on the defensive and began to stammer, saying she used the ribbon only because it happened to be at hand, and she didn't want it to go to waste. Yano did not believe her. He asked why anyone would wear decorative ribbons on adventures at all. In her embarrassment, she muttered a mention of reading magazines and attempts in youth to imitate certain styles. Yano stared at her with an empty gaze. She said a term he was completely unfamiliar with, so the elf could only regret that sharp flash of nostalgia. She dropped her shoulders all the way down to her feet, begging Yano to keep her humiliating secret from the others. The awareness of her own quirky taste pressed on her chest, and she begged for confidentiality, not knowing that from the darkness behind her, someone was watching closely. Suddenly her ears twitched at a barely audible sound. She froze and signaled for silence. She felt that they were no longer alone. While she stood frozen in place, Suru slipped out from behind the trees with a short, quiet pop near himself. It was clear he had been here for a long time. His presence instantly colored her face a deep crimson when she realized she had been caught. He stepped forward with a shy smile, admitting that he had intended to intervene if their quarrel escalated, but in the end, he ended up listening to the entire conversation. His confession only deepened her shame. She froze speechless, trembling as she realized he had heard every secret word of hers. When he called her name, she lifted her gaze, in her heart both anxiety and hope, and in her mind spun the thought of what decision he would make. He continued and admitted that he himself at first perceived the ribbon as a bit too precious. His sincerity seemed to build a bridge between them. He acknowledged the awkwardness of the situation gently, with understanding. Looking back at his own past, he told that his love for camping once seemed inappropriate for a man in his position at a demanding company, yet he still held on to it simply because it brought joy. He encouraged her to embrace her own hobbies, regardless of how they might appear to others, emphasizing, "The most important thing is what she truly likes." With a warm and sincere look, he ended the conversation by telling her, he sincerely believes that cute things suit her perfectly. A simple compliment hung in the air, a quiet confirmation that seemed to melt away along with her lingering shyness. As soon as he shared the moment of connection, his eyes suddenly widened sharply in a mixture of shock and embarrassment. Her face flushed a deep crimson as the weight of his words sank in. Her delicate pendant, pressed to her chest, catches the light, a silent witness to how sharply the atmosphere between them changes. She suddenly breaks down under the pressure of her own emotions. Her voice cracks in a troubled protest. She reminds him that as a divine being he must not allow such closeness with a girl, strictly forbidden. After that, she grabs the small black wolf cub and abruptly runs away. Left alone, he can only sigh in defeat and lament how incredibly difficult it is to have a conversation with a woman. Meanwhile, she moves away from the scene, closing her eyes and thinking wearily. Yona recalls her recent clashes. After all sorts of slime torment, she was finally defeated by an elf, and she fears whether her brother will be angry because she abandoned the post halfway. As she continues to make her lonely way through the forest, thoughts about the logistics of their camp whirl in her head. She regrets not bringing along the spirit of the armadillo, who could have helped, and is already figuring out how to reinforce the dining area in case of rain. In a moment she is again with the group, he is already sketching out the next phase of their settlement. He thinks aloud about the need for a street barbecue zone, maybe with a roof or a separate place for a fire. To her surprise, he even voices a specific wish: a concrete floor, so that the space would be more permanent. At his authoritative plan, she suddenly falls to the ground in an elegant bow of apology and extends a bunch of wild grass as a peace offering. She pleads desperately, not to drive her away for having left earlier. He flails his hands anxiously and solemnly assures that he is not angry and has no intention of expelling her. Then he clarifies his previous thought. He says that their conversation about shoes suddenly brought to mind a traditional building material called sandwich sushi. With a confident smile, he adds that they already have almost all the ingredients needed to craft this homemade concrete. He explains the complex process of making traditional concrete, how the essential components are called red clay, crushed stone, and slaked lime. And when slaked lime is unavailable, he suggests burning seashells as a substitute and says that even eggshells will do. Examining the materials, she suggests looking for bird nests to collect the necessary shells. He hesitates, says that taking eggs from the wild is dangerous because it is impossible to tell if they are fresh or about to hatch. The very thought of cracking an egg and finding either a partially developed chick or an unrecognizable, sticky mess makes her tremble. Stunned by the bloody image in her mind, she bursts into tears and swears she will never eat eggs again. He immediately rushes with sincere apologies. He just realized that his technical explanation had painful consequences for his companion. When the emotional storm subsides, they turn their gaze to a sturdy wooden pavilion. He explains that traditional concrete will be used to pave the floor of this open dining area so they will have protection from bad weather and at the same time be able to enjoy the surrounding nature. He takes a sip of a refreshing drink and announces that this structure is their nearest goal. She watches him closely, noticing how much thought and attention he puts into these seemingly small details. Warmly and sincerely smiling, he emphasizes, the setting where you eat is as important as the food itself. He is sure that without a proper place, a meal can seem as tasteless as chewing dry sand. He adds that this endeavor is not only for their benefit. Chagyusa will probably also appreciate a proper place to eat. She looks at him, the former despair disappears, leaving a calm, silent agreement. She hesitates, her gaze sliding aside until she says, "The idea seemed sound, but the doubt that does not let go still remains." He senses her uncertainty and gestures toward a small, carefully crafted wooden structure hidden nearby. He says that at first he wanted to make a simple sanctuary shelter for a deity statue, but during the work the project seemed to take on a life of its own, and step by step it began to resemble more and more a miniature dwelling. The small building, labeled as a dollhouse, stands as a testament to his wandering focus. He admits he planned to use it as practice to build a proper roof, but distractions made him abandon the work halfway, so it remained in its current, charmingly unfinished state. The quiet conversation suddenly breaks off with the appearance of an elf. She rushes forward, eyes full of surprised delight. She exclaims, admiring the tiny house, and with joy in her voice asks what the two of them were secretly working on. She immediately begins imagining her new life inside this building, and impatiently asks which room will be hers, and where her companion will sleep. The mage remains silently watching with bitter resignation, while the elf's enthusiasm grows faster than the small model's capabilities. From the wild energy of the mage elf, she silently assumes that it would be quite enough for her to continue living in the Attica phrase that seems to illuminate a new understanding in her friend. The elf's excitement escalates to a feverish peak as she slips the thought of their shared living conditions through her mind. The lively atmosphere changes as soon as the rest of the group gathers. All eyes turn to the practical needs of the camp. One of the men announces that they have caught a big prize and asks for help to transport it to the riverbank for preparation, so everyone immediately gets to work. While others go off to deal with the hard work, he lingers behind for a moment, looking at the peaceful landscape, and the sun is already beginning to set. His thoughts are about the evening ahead and how to prepare food for the exhausted companions. He hears a quiet, ethereal voice greeting him home and addressing him with the unexpected title Regalia Masters. Hearing the sudden greeting, he sharply turns and looks for where it came from. His gaze falls on the miniature dollhouse he just finished. From its tiny windows, a flickering magical glow begins to seep out, so he demands who is hiding inside. When the light intensifies, a figure begins to emerge from the swirling sparks. Speaking of something small but exceptional, he freezes in stunned silence, catching his breath as during the ghostly appearance 2 sharp, mystical eyes meet his own. The transformation is completed. Before him stands a delicate woman with transparent wings and elegant attire, darkly trimmed at the edges. She stands opposite with a quiet, almost regal posture and calls herself simply Fairy. Ms. Tia gasps sharply and grabs her face with her palm, pure shocked disbelief as she recognizes the tiny winged figure. She exclaims that it is a fairy. Her voice trembles with excitement as she asks how much time has passed since such a creature last appeared before mortal eyes. She continues to study the etheric creature, explaining to her companions that these spirits have wind wings and fly in complete, absolute silence. She notes, this one looks like an exceptionally high-ranking fairy, and when Sudru asks if they are acquainted, she clarifies. She recognizes the species but sees one this close for the first time. However, she warns him fairies are difficult to deal with, so it's best to leave them alone. They continue the conversation as they walk, and the elf admits, fairies can be a nuisance, but they are not malicious themselves. On the contrary, there have even been known cases when they helped with household chores. Sudru listens attentively, trying to piece together what he has heard with the strange creature walking beside him. Then he again turns his attention to the little spirit and sincerely thanks her for the help and for allowing them to use this house. Politely speaking, he asks what their mysterious new companion's name is. She gracefully hovers in the air with a calm face and introduces herself as Cineraria, a wonderful fairy. Slightly tilting her head, she addresses him, Big Brother. Such sudden and unexpected closeness throws him off balance. Their appearance abruptly ends when Seguso approaches with the meat she just finished cutting and asks where to store it. Without wasting a moment, the fairy changes her tone, becoming hostile. She lunges at the mage and in a mad, bloody flash calls her old uncle. The strike that instantly fell pushes the mage to the ground completely defenseless. Cineraria hovers over her body and proclaims, as soon as the regalia appear, the kin of darkness immediately comes, and as an elite fairy, she must destroy this threat immediately. Seeing the danger rapidly increasing, he rushed forward to intervene, shouting for the fairy to stop and insisting that Shagusa is absolutely harmless. In despair, he tries to persuade the spirit, suspecting that her aggression was born from a tragic misunderstanding, as if she misunderstood the true nature of the mages. He gently places his hand on the trembling girl's shoulder and tries to calm her while she sobs. Shagusa, overwhelmed by fear, babbles apologies in a trembling voice and insists that she is not the monster the fairy makes her out to be. Looking away from the girl who was sobbing, he met the fairest. Their gazes were tense. Cineraria asked with cold anxiety if he was tormented by nightmares, but he just shook his head, dismissing the very thought. He does not move from his place, while the goddess watches the exchange with a calm smile, noting that his spirit is not affected by the presence of the fairy. She says that such endurance is unprecedented and decides to raise her assessment of his character. Then he turns again to the fairy and firmly orders her to apologize to Chugyusa for the unprovoked attack. Scenario, though hesitant, still admits the High Fairy must obey the orders of her master Revan when dealing with those she considers darkness. He watches as she begins forced apologies, but suddenly the fairy frees her eyes wide open in a moment of silent revelation. The young mage continues to curl up in a ball and tremble with fear until he notices the fairy suddenly hesitating and thinks, maybe she is afraid too. She quickly denies any such weakness, trembling visibly, thus asserting that the high-ranking fairy knows no fear. Despite her obvious distress, Suzu urges the two of them to find a way to coexist peacefully. She watches as the young mage hides behind his back, seeking refuge, too frightened to look the fairy straight in the face. The goddess watches everything from the side and her heart aches with pain for the girl's fragile condition. When the skirmish was momentarily subdued, the squad continued its way through the dense forest snow alongside a demanding new ally. Cineraria carefully examines the furniture, and although the sofa is serviceable, she states that it has no real artistic value. She demands a redesign to incorporate neoclassical elements and match her refined tastes. Continuing her critique, she insists that the legs and frame must be designed to provide comfort and insists on the mandatory presence of an air mat. She explains that animal furs or fabrics alone are insufficient, they do not provide the necessary level of cushioning. Nearby, Sujuru can only silently and angrily observe her unexpected meticulousness. He shifts the conversation to more practical matters and says in shock that in the divine wooden forest there are trees from which rubber sap can be collected, adding that if combined with the silk given by Musubai, they will be able to create a waterproof fabric. She talks about the nature of their surroundings and explains that the forest is a structure from the times of the Age of Gods. She describes how they operate, fully utilizing its advantages and resources while simultaneously maintaining ecological balance with the land. Suddenly she leans closer, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, and asks if he felt a surge of delight upon seeing such a small yet taller creature. He answers sharply and immediately with an unequivocal no, not even faltering, completely unimpressed by her provocation. She shrugged, accepting his indifference, and moved on, as if some higher fairy like her should go collect rubber. She asked him to give her something sharp so the work would go faster. With a sharp movement, she reveals a slender, shining blade, calling it Master Regalia. She admires the weapon and says it is truly an incredible masterpiece. Before the flight, she, as if casually, orders him to prepare a bed for himself too, assuring that it will definitely come in handy later. As soon as she takes off, he remains standing in place, puzzled by her strange request and the unpredictable nature of the new companion. She brushes off Sairu's offer to help carry the collected juice, assuring him that such concerns are completely unnecessary with her abilities. Everything is safe. Sairu still does not trust her, but the fairy's confidence is unwavering. She is already preparing to show her strength. Without warning, she suddenly throws herself down and grabs Yano by the back of her cloak, sharply lifting the mage into the air. Yano can only cry out in confusion as she is lifted off the ground, and Sudru stops, stunned, looking at the rostrum's trick as. Soaring just above the forest floor, Yano marvels at the incredible strength of the fairy. Her tiny stature does not reveal, but conceals formidable physical power. The sensation of flight both captivates and frightens. The little spirit carries her with light, flawless grace beyond weight. The flight will not last long, but as soon as the fairy sharply announces that she is releasing the passenger, the lifting platform disappears. Yano's eyes widen. She is gripped by panic and she, torn from the height, rapidly falls to the ground with a desperate scream. Fortunately, Suru is already ready and catches Yano in a firm embrace, breaking her fall. The fairy lands nearby gracefully, mockingly teasing the catch, and asks if their haste is because they want to fulfill the bed she requested earlier. Yano is flustered by this and presses closer to her rescuer. Gyro stands before his work, a miniature shrine, meticulously crafted in the traditional style. He recalls how much effort it took, especially after the fairy playfully interfered yesterday. Despite annoying delays and failures, he is satisfied with the result and does not know that Yano is watching his efforts from a short distance. He feels a light touch on his head. Cineraria flutters down to express her agreement to her. Catching this gesture as praise, he quietly thanks with a warm word, and Masubai watches everything with barely restrained curiosity. While they admire the building, Yano says it could use a bit more color to truly honor the place. She suggests making small flower pots and notes that the fairy's passion for flowers makes her the perfect co-author for this work. The little butterfly spirit, Musubai, also seems eager to help, fluttering her wings and showing that she is very curious. Gyro notices how much she wants to join in and thinks about what role she can play in their little project. Together, they begin decorating the sanctuary with decorative banners, giving the modest altar a sense of solemnity. The fabric transforms the place, and it is now perceived as a true place of worship under the open sky. While they work, Ayano returns to him and asks an interesting question: what exactly he asks for when standing before the goddess. This confuses him. There is a moment of silence that makes him reflect. He smiles quietly and explains that most of his prayers have already been answered in one way or another. For him, prayer is not a request for more, but simply an expression of gratitude for the life he has now. Deep down, he admits, the desires he voiced during his rebirth are being fulfilled steadily alongside comrades and with a sense of purpose. He feels deep peace looking into the future. He reflects on the unexpected generosity of his new life, clutching a sharp tool, a symbol that he now knows how to create. Nearby are loyal comrades and neighbors who help. He understands. He is much more than he ever dared to expect, and he is filled with deep gratitude for the support from daily tasks to hunting. This feeling of complete satisfaction is embodied in a modest yet elegant sanctuary that he built with his own hands, a quiet tribute to the deity who gave him this second chance. He steps aside, satisfied. The structure is finally complete and worthy of its purpose. While he gazes enthusiastically at his work, the little fairy flutters nearby, deliberately teasing, reminding him that now he can fulfill others' wishes. She playfully scolds him for indulging lenient, worldly fantasies about the goddess, but he is genuinely embarrassed by this accuser and insists he has done nothing of the sort. She continues her review of their company. The needs of the dark mage are clear to her, but the elf's desirous unexpectedly simply a shelter where it is safe and good food. And she also says that he already gives her exactly what she longs for, so here she will finally be able to feel peace. He listens attentively while she says that despite how he might be considered a burden or a minor inconvenience next to them, they still find a way to accept him. These words leave him doubting what his true role is and how others perceive his presence in their lives. The conversation shifts to the elf's deeper ambition, her desire to direct the power of forest creatures for the benefit of others. He recalls how she had already spoken about this and understands. Her wish is not about personal comfort. She wants the spirits and monsters of the divine forest from the tree to become useful to the whole world. The fairy explains, the revival of the divine forest is a task suited to her kind, a responsibility of immense significance. They say only an elf has the necessary connection to bring life back to these ancient thickets. She concludes her speech, revealing the elf's firm intention. Despite the wars raging between neighboring states, she has sworn never to use the forest's power for violence. She publicly declared her intention to protect this peace. She stands unwavering in her pacifist position even as the world around grows increasingly chaotic. She continues her explanation, her voice steady, while confirming the harsh reality of what is happening. As soon as the war is mentioned, Gyro's eyes sharply widen in shock. The word sounds alien in this peaceful place. He begins to piece everything together as states clash and blood is shed for control. Here the goal is peaceful preservation of resources, and this strikingly differs from the slaughter happening elsewhere. Because of the refusal to participate in violence, she notes, influential figures of the world have turned away from the elf maiden. Left without help or allies, the restoration has become an unbearable burden that one's soul must endure. While she speaks, he runs through the thought that someone might just pretend loyalty, but she immediately rejects this idea. The pact with the elf is not just words. The oath-bound contract carries such weight that it cannot be thrown away carelessly or ignored. The burden of that responsibility hung in the air as he weighed the consequences of such an oath. If they find something of colossal power in the forest but are forbidden to use it in conflict, they will effectively become unarmed. She solemnly nods, confirming that Gyro's assessment is entirely accurate. As he considers, the strategic value of the land becomes clear. The very coal burned here can smelt iron, so the forest is a resource no less valuable than coal. That is why most would hesitate to make a promise that limits their control over such a vital asset. Despite the enormous value of the forest, she turns her gaze to him and admits, he is the only person from another world who truly understands the elf's plight. With a piercing look, she asks what he, the stranger, intends to do with the future of this forest. While she waited for an answer, the gazes of his companions fell on him, but Gyro remained remarkably calm. He simply acknowledged, he has no great ambitions or hidden intentions regarding the fate of the forest. He closes his eyes for a moment. The weight of the question settles on him. The thing is, he still hasn't given a single thought to how exactly rosin of the tree of God should be used or stripped. He recalls his past and admits he is already tired of a tasteless life. Looking at the companions gathered around the table, he voices a simple desire to have time and leisure to create something tasty and truly enjoy it. That's exactly how, he explains, he wants to live now. He looks down at his open palms, contemplating the work he can do with his own hands, the fields he can grow, and the things he can build. It is in these tangible tasks that he once again finds the joy of living, a feeling that has long been absent from his heart. With quiet confidence, he understands this path is exactly for him. While he shares these thoughts, a small fairy hovering nearby notices. Now she finally understands the closeness he feels to Misha's goals. She admits to herself as well, she also wants to support him. She reflects on the nature of this connection and allows that from the outside these small attempts may seem pointless. But when her actions begin to benefit others, the weight of these efforts changes and they turn into something much greater. The spirit butterfly trembles its wings near the stone structures as the conversation continues. It says that if you bring joy to another person, the work invested in it will be truly valuable and protected. He looks at the horizon and realizes he wants what he holds dear to be valued by others as well. Having realized this basic need, he feels a genuine urge to help Ms. Tia fulfill her own dreams. He hopes that perhaps in this way he will leave behind a memory that someone will carry with them as something truly special. He thoughtfully weighs the long journey of the elf, pondering how many years she spent alone deep in the forest, chasing an ideal that no one else could understand. While he is lost in thought, Cineraria addresses him as a master and notes that he has a heart too rare for this world. He responds with a slight doubt, asking if she really thinks so. She sharply leans forward, fixes him with a keen gaze, and demands, "Stop talking and focus on the task." She asks how the work with the flower pots is progressing. He retorts, he works because he likes it, and asks her not to behave as if she is his demanding boss. By the next day, the small shrine had already transformed. Now it is adorned with a bright carpet of flowers. The fairy calls to it, acknowledging that their work is complete. She gently and elegantly smiles at the decorated shrine, giving a vow to protect the place they cared for together. He looks at her, a calm expression settles on his face as he quietly thanks for the little joy they found. Now deep in the luxurious, untouched forest, survival hangs as a heavy burden. To live among this wild beauty, one must always be ready for the unexpected trials that nature brings. Currently, the main water source is a nearby river, but such dependence carries serious risks. When heavy rains begin to pour, access becomes dangerous, and afterward the water is muddy and unusable for several days. He stands just beyond the threshold of their dwelling. He explains to his companion the logistical difficulties of their current situation. Although theoretically, they could assemble tanks to collect rainwater, constant maintenance and effort to manage, such a system would only increase their daily worries. But now, having obtained rubber, a new possibility has appeared. With a sharp, fiercely determined look, he takes a stance and announces a new goal: they will dig a well. She listens attentively as he asks her to help with the project. The expression on her face changes from curiosity to understanding. After a brief reflection, she agrees. Indeed, a well is the most practical solution for their needs. A slight smile touches her lips as she admits, although the place is a bit far from her home, she really likes the idea itself. He clarifies his plan and explains that he wants to build an equipped well with a manual pump and a manual to make drawing water even easier. Walking together through the forest, he again confirms his plan to build a manual pump, and with a slightly guilty smile, he admits that in his memory, this is a rather old-fashioned technique. He begins by explaining the basic mechanics of their project and says that the pump works on the same principle as a syringe. Yano listens carefully as he shows how pressure will move the water. With a firm nod, he imagines the internal components and identifies the cylinder and piston, the two main parts that will drive the mechanism. Having set the plan, he shows the finished cylinder forged with the same meticulous technique he used for his previous wooden buckets. He points to the bottom. There is a large central aperture intended for entry. Switching to the next component, he carefully sharpens the block of wood into a perfect cylinder, then polishes the surface until it becomes flawlessly smooth. When this form is perfected, he wraps a strip of elastic leather around the tree so that it slightly protrudes beyond the top edge and creates a tight fit. He shows how this leather lining will allow the piston to slide smoothly, maintaining a vacuum against the cylinder walls. To complete the work, he drills a precise hole through the very center of the piston. He regulates the flow. He prepares a small rubber plate, cutting it so that if necessary it completely covers the freshly drilled hole. Finally, he takes a square copper plate from the city, bends one edge at a slight angle, and securely attaches it to a rubber plate to create a working valve. He carefully aligns the copper plate over the opening, ensuring the rubber sheet is secured only where it does not cover the metal. This precise arrangement allows the rubber to function as a valve, sealing the opening airtight when pressure is applied from above. Continuing the explanation, he shows how the mechanism works like a check valve. When water is pushed from below, the rubber flap lifts, allowing it through, but any pressure from above forces the flap to close tightly, like a lid, preventing the liquid from flowing back. Securing the valve, he lifts the finished piston assembly and notes that the heaviest part of the internal mechanism is finally completed. The next step is to connect the piston with the long rod, which will serve as the handle lever. Once this assembly is inserted into the wooden cylinder, the mechanical heart of the pump is practically ready. He goes outside to their homemade workshop. He begins the testing phase, pours some water into the top of the cylinder to start the system. Then he grips the handle and gives it clear, rhythmic pushes to the delight of himself and his companion. A steady stream of water bursts from the spout, and a quick check confirms there are no leaks from the sides or bottom. Ready hand pump, a true testament to his ingenuity, firmly fixed on a wooden base and ready for permanent installation. Glancing at his notes, he informs the team that the next task is to assemble the lower valve unit, for which more wood and rubber components will be needed. First, he explains why a second valve is needed separate from the piston, so that water rises and is expelled properly. Yano listens attentively as he shows the exact spot where this ball valve must be installed to assemble the system together. Starting construction, he adjusts a thick wooden board to the size of the pump and carefully cuts a round hole in its very center. Having cut the hole, he applies a precise shaped bevel to its inner edge and secures a layer of rubber along the sloped surface to create a seal. Simultaneously, a trapezoidal frame is mounted to the underside using sturdy rods. Next, he takes a stone, grinds it into a conical shape the same size as the beveled hole, and then embeds a straight wooden rod inside it at the center. When the components are ready, he threads the rod through the hole in the board and attaches a large flat stone disc-shaped washer to the protruding part as a stopper. This completed assembly, known as a ball valve, allows the stone to move up and down vertically within the guide on the rod, while the lower disc prevents it from rising too high and losing its seat. Yano looks at the mechanism with reverence, realizing the complexity of the device. When the last part is in place, he freezes and looks at the finished machine, holding a moment of silence for quiet reflection, and Yano immediately asks if everything is all right. He glances down at the assembled pump and with a hint of disbelief admits, despite doubts, the device is indeed complete and it works. He finally takes a well-deserved rest with his companion and reflects on how the blessing of the goddess seems to guide his hands in this strange new world, so even complex things become intuitive. While they sit side by side, Yano secretly gnaws on dried meat and asks if the next step is hard digging work. He falls silent for a moment and hints, before they move on, one more critical preparation must be handled. He explains the necessity to build both a riser pipe and a casing pipe for the well system. Returning to her, he asks for help at this stage, and she quietly, decisively nods in agreement. Everything begins with him taking a long, sturdy wooden pole of the required thickness. He explains to her how they will tightly wrap sheets of bark along the entire length of the wood to form the outer shell. When the wrapping is securely fastened, he shows how pulling the central pullout leaves behind a perfectly hollow tube, thus creating an effective water pipeline from natural materials. These pipes are more than just wood. Magical healing stops the passage of time for the bark. It will never rot despite the constant flow of water and will remain strong enough to withstand enormous pressure. Soon she masters the technique, showing the finished pipe with an expression of quiet satisfaction on her face, proud of her contribution to the project. He expresses gratitude and begins calculating their progress, noting that they still need about 4 sections to reach the required depth of 8 meters. He thoughtfully looks at the depth of the well and notes that the geological survey by Ukadma was decisive. It was what indicated exactly where to look for water. It was a very delicate moment, on the edge of what a manual pump can extract. Switching to materials, he inspects the pipe while Yono asks if holes need to be drilled in it. He clarifies, for the casing pipe, which will go all the way to the very bottom, side holes must definitely be made. This design allows groundwater to seep through the perforations and fill the interior, then be drawn to the surface by the hand pump. When the stack of prepared pipes is finally ready, the physical work can truly begin. He lifts the shovel and smiles as if he has decided everything in advance, announcing the official start of the excavation, and my excitement seemingly has no echo, yet bursts out in an exclamation. At first, they clear the surface, digging a shallow pit to lay a stable foundation for the work ahead. He outlines the next steps. After some preliminary digging, they will drive the casing pipe into the ground like a stake and then drill to a depth of about 1 meter. Returning to his partner, he asks her to help. She responds instantly and calls upon her shadow control magic. Dark, ethereal strands crawl out of her cloak, ready to provide the supernatural power needed for this task. She smiles slightly and explains that such strains actually increase her power. Nearby, dark, ethereal shadows tightly wrap around the pipe, acting as a magical support. Jiro, watching the spectacle, cannot hold back and aloud asks whether her song spell really has a practical purpose or if it is just a performance. He considers her words and nods to himself as he realizes, if these abilities are gifts from the goddess, then such mystical logic might really work. Taking a step forward, he says he is ready to start driving the pipe into the ground and asks her to continue supporting him. Focusing, he calls upon his unique ability craft gear. A flash of light and a sharp metallic clang and a heavy specialized hammer materializes in his grip, ready for work. Holding the heavy tool, he confesses to her with guilt that sometimes he catches himself shouting the names of his actions and that it is a habit he picked up. Yona looks at him, her curiosity sparked by his sudden confession. She beams at him, her face lights up with a joyful smile, and she exclaims that in this they are exactly the same. Jiro feels a slight guilt. He fears that he might inadvertently add stress to the girl, who should be enjoying her youth. He again turns his attention to the hammer and notes. When he forms a clear image in his mind and gives it a name, the divine tool seems to respond to his intent. Everything feels perfectly balanced in his hands, as if this weapon itself wants to help. Wasting no time, he raises the hammer high and brings it down with a powerful strike. The moment reverberates, the barrel body made from the pipe is tightly driven into the soil. The first step of the physical work has finally begun. As soon as the outer shell is secured, he prepares for the next stage of the operation. The plan is to insert the drill into the pipe and start rotating, digging deeper into the ground to reach the water below. He considers the standard, exhausting process of drilling a well, when usually one has to repeatedly pull the drill up to remove soil, and then lower it back into the hole. To speed up, she used shadow control technique. She spun a vortex that swallowed the loose soil as fast as it was lifted, significantly reducing the time. Seeing how precisely her magic works, he lets out a cry of genuine admiration. Dark energy effortlessly clears the way for their work. He confesses with deep gratitude that even having his divine tools, controlling the appearance of sand and mud would be an exhausting trial. She simply turns away, reducing her involvement to a minor task, while he meanwhile feels a wave of renewed energy to move forward. Together they fall into rhythm, building the pipe section by section and repeating the cycle of drilling and cleaning as they descend deeper into the earth. Suddenly, the empty clinking of metal changes to a clear rhythmic splash that immediately captures both their attention. To confirm the find, he prepares the final lifting pipe, rolling the end into a fabric filter so the water remains clean without sediment. Filling the casing pipe to the very top, they watch closely. The water level quickly drops, pulled by the pressure of the underground source, and they realize they have successfully reached the aquifer width. When the hardest part is behind them, he prepares the hand pump for installation, and she stands nearby, fatigue mixed with quiet satisfaction from their progress on her face. He starts by pouring priming water into the pump to create the necessary vacuum. Then he firmly holds the handle, initiates rhythmic movements, and soon a small stream bursts from the spout. The flow quickly turns into a powerful whirl as the pump picks up the work. He and his companion freeze in admiration as clear water splashes out, a sign that their project is successfully completed. He encourages her to try. She instantly passes the handle to the young mage. He throws it further, and she takes on the task with a joyful scream, laughing as water bursts out in splashes from her own strength. She gazes enchanted at the trembling water, her eyes wide with wonder at the simple miracle that has risen to the surface. While she remains lost in the moment, he begins to plan the next steps: how to handle drainage and how to build a proper basin that will perfectly fit the landscape, until a familiar voice calls from the side. The elven traveler approaches, stunned. The steel is already working. He warmly greets her and ensures that the mage receives due credit for his invaluable help in their rapid progress. Having drunk water and feeling that it was wonderfully cold, the elf directs curiosity at the mage and asks simply how exactly she made the effort. The girl twitches, not knowing how to explain her unconventional methods. She continues to insistently press her answers, while he silently watches everything with a quiet smile, simply satisfied right now, as a wolf cub plays and amuses itself in the background. He watches from the side as the burden of today's work finally breaks the young mages. Yano sits exhausted in a heap on the wet ground, her body trembling slightly as she lets out a quiet, steady sob. Miss Tia, the eternal optimist, leans in with a smiler, reaching out a supportive hand and promising to bring more towels to clean everything up. She asks if Yano can hold on just a little longer while she goes to get what is needed. She remains where she stands, tears streaming down her flushed face as the relentless weight of her efforts catches up. When Lady Tia asks if she can even stand, the sorceress only manages to think about how hard she pushed herself. Her legs feel like lead in wannabe, pride in her own achievement, momentarily fading before the devastating physical and emotional exhaustion of the magic she unleashed to complete the well. The group gathers together in the silence of the forest clearing. Gyro introduces a concept from his old world off-grid cabin, and this word sparks his companion's curiosity to the limit. He develops the very idea and explains that it is about a way of life of complete independence. This means building a house far from civilization so that it operates without any reliance on public communications or infrastructure. Listening carefully, Ayano ties her words to things she has seen before. She recalls coming across videos about bushcraft and realizes their current situation is very similar to what she once observed in off-grid survivalists. She continues observing and notes. Although the topics may seem boring to some, videos where women perform these survival exercises often gathered significantly more views. Leaning forward and staring intently, she asks if he means those videos where seductive previews are used to lure viewers. Gyro's calm begins to tremble, his ear twitches nervously. Miss Tia joins in the mockery and directly hints he probably watched those videos not for construction techniques, but for the women. He can only look away silently, sweating, and helplessly try to deny it. He feels the weight of their judgment, while Yano closely examines him with an indifferent, expressionless gaze. He weakly tries to claim he was just skimming the text, but his obvious discomfort tells a very different story. He really needs to get moving and forget this disgrace. He sharply turns back to the technical details and says he wants to build an A-frame cabin as a shelter hopping to use the knowledge accumulated in his past life to create a place for peaceful and comfortable rest. He clearly envisions the construction, a simple triangular hut with a roof that separates storage and dining areas, a separate place for rest. Returning to his companions, he explains that a construction of this scale is a serious task and will most likely require several days of work. Ms. Tia listens attentively, her face neutral as she assesses the scope of the plan. Despite his decision, a doubt flashes in his mind. For a moment he wonders if spending time on such a project is truly the best use of his skills when something more practical could be created. He voices his concern, feeling a slight burden of responsibility toward the group. His words hang in the air, drawing the silent, focused attention of both the elf and the mage. Ms. Tia breaks the silence with a gentle smile. She tells him she appreciates his care for their needs, but he should more often prioritize his own desires and feelings. She emphasizes, if this is truly what he wants to create, then he does not need their permission. Let him build whatever brings him satisfaction. Her support momentarily throws him off balance. The words stick, and his eyes widen sharply with realization. Ino adds, as always, sharply and directly, assuring that with her current sleeping conditions, she is completely satisfied and needs nothing more. She adds quietly with a small, confident smile, as long as there is work to be done, she will not be driven out. He nods, acknowledging these words with a firm, supportive gesture. He listens while the elf sparkles with excitement. Her eyes shine, and she reminds that since they were granted the power of the regalia, they must use it to the fullest and simply enjoy it. Motivated by their support, he sincerely thanks both his companions, and the weight of his previous hesitation finally lifts as they sit together in the quiet room. Soon he gets to work. His pen scratches on parchment as he carefully draws the plans for the new building, a bedroom intended for a high-ranking fairy. But suddenly the fairy herself, Cineraria, appears with a sharp, commanding mood and issues a stern warning. She will flood the area with cedar pollen if her demands are not met. Her face changes from regal to frightening and threatening. This sudden threat throws Yono off balance and shakes her from shock, while the fairy does not move an inch. Coolly says she will retreat from her ultimatum only when they fulfill her vision of a new dwelling. She leans in very close, her gaze cutting through, and clarifies that this is not just a shelter, but a rest house and bedroom that must meet her exacting standards, so others have to rack their brains on how to cope with her incredible presence. Continuing her demands, she suggests installing much larger windows so she can properly survey the surrounding landscape, but he notes a practical obstacle. There is no glass to work with. A sudden spark of inspiration strikes his head, and he realizes, When ordinary glass is unavailable, he can use his unique abilities to make transparent plates from simple wood and water. He freezes in delight as Musubai, the fluffy spirit beast, produces a specialized dissolving liquid. Seneraria explains what this substance is useful for, and Misha looks on with wide eyes and admiration. It is clear she is impressed by this hoe's abilities. Addressing the fairy, he asks if it is possible to perform such a trick for their current project. She takes a slightly condescending tone, saying this is a task for a wonderful fairy, but she is ready to do it. He bows his head in respectful request, acknowledging her skill. The process starts in the dense green forest, where the high-ranking fairy applies unique magic to manipulate matter at the microscopic level. It is this special power that allows the creation of materials that would otherwise be impossible to produce. She barely manages to contain her shock as she shows the result, a sheet of film made from cellulose nanofibers. For him, this means a cutting-edge material, a technological marvel brought to life by magical means. The secret lies in the very structure of the trees surrounding them. The cellulose fibers are bound together there. If these fibers are polished down to 1/10,000th the width of a human hair, the legendary CNF is born. As Yono gazes into the shimmering substance, its true nature becomes clear. It is incredibly light, yet at the same time has strength and airtightness surpassing steel. This special paper canvas rivals advanced polymers, ceramics, and even metals in properties. The most amazing thing is that because the fibers are smaller than the wavelength of visible light, the material is completely transparent. He closes his eyes for a moment, and a deep satisfaction flashes across his face as he realizes they now have the ability to create windows. She confirms his thought with a confident smile, assuring, everything will be done perfectly exactly as he envisioned. Then she gestures toward the planned area and says that for the fairy's bedroom, there will be plenty of space for her height. Even if the space has to be shared, this arrangement suits her, and this becomes a noticeable step forward in their building efforts. She remains silent while Gyro tries to read her intentions, hinting that once they establish effective control, everything will be on their side. He confuses her by noting that her lack of objection is almost equivalent to an admission, implying she was thinking exactly about that. This exchange makes Ayano sigh in annoyance at their antics, and Gyro lets out a surprised exclamation as soon as he realizes the weight of their next tasker, how unnoticed time has passed. When the tension subsides, he gathers the team together and declares, the materials are finally collected, so it's time to start the real construction. Yono and Masubai follow his example, ready to put the plan into action. Gyro begins to explain the simple yet effective A-frame construction. He talks about the layers, the stone foundation, the wooden floor frame, and a special film that provides insulation and weather protection. Working side by side with Ayano, he takes on the physical work lifting the structure. They carefully fit the pre-joined wooden beams, placing them on the floor so that in a single motion they become both walls and roof. When the main frame is already standing, against the background of the forest, the silhouette of a triangular tent emerges. He sees that the basic shape of their new home has finally begun to take form. Then he suggests adding an attic for extra space and a window to let the sun inside. Yano finds the idea of a cramped, dark nook too appealing. His eyes sparkle at the thought of such a cozy hideaway. She suggests a shortcut and wonders if they could simply use the power of the regalia to fix the entire structure after installing the doors and windows. By applying a protective film and using magic to bond everything, she believes this can ensure complete waterproofing. He immediately voices concern, pointing out the danger of such perfect sealing. If the regalia make the cabin completely airtight, they risk suffocation, the realization that the leaves look too awkward and embarrassed. They choose a more balanced approach, carefully applying protective film and wooden boards layer by layer, then applying a final layer of dark paint on the outer part. Finally, the project is completed. A sturdy black hut proudly stands in the clearing. He and his companions celebrate the successful construction of the new shelter. He stands in front of the newly built hut and turns to his companions to ask for their honest impressions of the work. Miss Tia, looking at the structure with a critical eye, says it feels like the work of a true masterhand. This brings relief to the whole company after hard labor. While she continues her assessment, the elf notices how various materials harmonize with the magical energy of the forest, creating a barely perceptible but pleasant atmosphere. Her technical observance throws him off balance. Did not expect such a deep analysis of the cabin's magical resonance. But all this enthusiastic praise meets an even harsher jab from Cineraria. She accuses the elf of arrogance and such a manner of presentation. Ms. Tia just shrugs, as if to say her perspective was naturally shaped by her heritage, and she doesn't care how others might perceive her frankness. Then she becomes much livelier, arguing that when you come across something truly impressive, the primal, raw emotion must be unleashed immediately. In her opinion, waiting to find the perfect words dilutes the power of the moment, and she insists that the first impulse is the most honest. Her passionate flair remains a reason for new mockery from the fairy. She suggests that a tendency for overly dramatic displays is a classic elvish trait. Miss Tia snorts angrily, irritated and clearly furious at the fairy's playful dismissal of her sincere aesthetic admiration. Despite the quarrels, the hut itself stands as a testament to their efforts. Its minimalist design and high quality leave behind exquisite beauty. The black facade does not blend in instead. It sharply and geometrically contrasts with the organic chaos of the surrounding forests. Turning to him, Cineraria offers a reassuring thought. The magical light reflecting off the natural wooden interior will create a warm and welcoming glow. She tells her master not to worry, it will be quite comfortable inside. He smiles. It is easy for him, because the idea for the house was so well received by his diverse-voiced company of friends. While the others continue to quarrel jokingly, he feels deep satisfaction from the shared sanctuary they have built. He thanks others for the hard work and says their efforts truly paid off. Ms. Tia a bit shyly insists she was just a pebble in the way, and Ayano remains quietly in the shadow. He leads them into the bedroom chambers, and the fairy slips forward like an arrow. Her eyes flash as soon as she sees the large bed. He confirms that this is exactly what was ordered, a double inflatable mattress that provides enough space for resting. She strikes a pose, declaring that the room is suitable for socializing, and solemnly awards it a respectable 70 points for how well it conveys the developer's intent, while she can only watch with a weary smile, exhausted by her high standards. She watches as he returns to the elf and recalls that, putting everything together, he tried to read the creator's heart. This phrase suddenly manages to touch Miss Tia, and she lets out a frightened squeak when she realizes how much thought is put into the very design. Then he shows how versatile the furniture is. He explains that the bed frame is actually two separate modules. If you fold the legs, the parts turn into a pair of long benches, so the usefulness of the tight space increases to the maximum. He continues the tour near the large window and shows them a special black film, explaining how it can be lowered to completely darken the interior and provide privacy whenever needed. He adds that this particular function was a separate request to control sunlight. A bright, grateful smile appears on Misha's face because of this. Yano, however, seems to step back a little, probably overwhelmed by the level of detail. Finally, he leads them out onto the spacious wooden terrace and shows. The large window opens directly to the outside. The company freezes in delight and shouts with joy, raising their eyes to how perfectly the cozy interior and the fresh forest air merge. She looks on, quietly rejoicing in the achievement, and pure joy flashes across Misha's face. Seeing her so captivated means all the efforts are not in vain, although Cineraria teases that the elf and the master look the most satisfied, and this probably puts Gyro in a slightly awkward position. Turning to the others, he says that they finally got a breath of fresh air, a bit of utopia in their lives. Yano tilts his head to the side, unfamiliar with this word, and from above, a barely audible, ethereal voice confirms that his words reach them. They begin to assess their new situation and notice that there is plenty of water and a place to sleep. This surplus means they can visit the village for supplies or even handle a sudden stroke of luck after a big hunt, especially since Gyro knows the local traders are reliable. He calculates the possibilities of their new home. If they can produce things that can be sold, let them take them to the market. The idea of giving something that brings joy to others brings a confident, smiling moment to his face. Hearing this, she readily offers help, her eyes shining with the thought of a peaceful life. She imagines a quiet existence where they sometimes sell handmade items to afford small luxuries, a dream she has long secretly cherished. The couple exchanges a brief, meaningful look of understanding, and attention shifts to the group gathered on the sun-drenched deck. When the cabin is finally completed, they decide to work diligently but maintain a comfortable, relaxed pace in this new home. Meanwhile, far from the quiet hut, the merchant Doro and the muscular sea deckhand discuss much more urgent matters. They are still looking for the right buyer for the rare liver of the two-headed serpent, a priceless commodity that the sea deckhand eagerly wants to sell. Their conversation shifts towards the royal court. Their one prince is wasting away from a poisoned battle wound. They arrange themselves to quietly slip the news of his treatment to the royal merchants so that it reaches the king himself, giving them a powerful patron. He does not stop his tirade, wildly waving his arms and insisting that his warehouse is already overflowing with these paintings. He orders his companion to take everything upon himself and keep them at the estate, trembling with fear of misfortune if anything happens to the collection while it is under his supervision. In response, the giant man lifts the portrait, but immediately faces a sharp command to throw this trash away. Yet he does not give up, insisting that his storages are the cleanest and most orderly, and even emphasizes that his son specifically asked to leave the item right there. The merchant snorts disdainfully, brushing off responsibility, and immediately explains that the supplies he has already obtained should last them over a year, especially with the stock of spices and medicines he has already managed to organize. His companion looks at him, combining anxiety with surprise. How will he manage when their benefactor finally returns? But the elder man only replies that the debt can be paid at any time. While they walk, the younger man reflects on the inevitability of their friends' return, especially if the local population grows or the monster threat intensifies. He poses a hypothetical question. How should they react if the road leads not to settling scores, but to bringing even more goods for sale? After this, he makes a stunning statement. Allegedly, if his own artistic creations fetch a high enough price, he can simply quit the game and sleep for a whole decade. He swears that next time he will create even more works regardless of any price, and the old merchant remains completely exhausted and helpless, stunned by the sheer audacity of these words. Meanwhile, in a quiet hut, the exhausted traveler sits hunched on the floor. His strength is at zero, and his companions gather around him. Despite the fatigue, he contemplates another trip to the city soon, which provokes a sharp, anxious reproach from the little spirit, insisting he just needs to lie down and rest. The fairy Cineraria stands with an air of regal importance. Her wings shimmer as she addresses her master. In an official tone, she requests to begin the banquet, and her face remains focused despite the festivity of the proposal itself. He glances at the large wooden barrel. A small spirit has settled there and sits like a bird on a branch. When he asks if the barrel is full of spirits, she confirms his suspicion with a simple, everyday nod. Her tiny figure is lost against the backdrop of the huge barrel. She leans forward, her gaze sharpens as she explains the true purpose of the meeting. This is a matter of diplomacy. She seeks official reconciliation with the one she calls JK of Darkness. She believes a social bridge must be built. Continuing the lecture, she complains. Humanity, they say, naturally honors higher-ranking fairies and holds them in high esteem, but dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs still smolders in the heart. She believes that all these recent frictions and outbursts are merely the result of incorrect self-awareness. She outlines the plan as follows. Use the banquet as a tactical environment. By loosening others' inhibitions with alcohol, it is possible to mend their fractured relationships faster. After all, drinking has long proven to be a catalyst for sincere conversations. He shifts his gaze to the huge, swollen sack lying nearby. His curiosity skyrockets from its sheer size alone. He asks what else she has brought for this cunning conspiracy. She pulls out a pair of dark sunglasses, easily slides them onto her face, and shows them off with confident pomp. She boasts that as an elite fairy, she has significant influence and connections in the botanical world, hinting that the contents of the bag appeared precisely thanks to these ties. He freezes in amazement as she begins rummaging through the oversized bag. A sudden movement and her quirky behavior make him wonder what botanical surprises are about to spill out. He freezes in complete disbelief as small white grains pour out of the bag from the central part. The sight of the familiar substance takes his breath away, his eyes wide open, as if he has just recognized it. The man barely finds word stammers from shock, while the fairy looks at him through her dark lenses. With a condescending, self-satisfied smile, she notes that a master of such a level surely understands the true value of what she has brought. Stunned by the revelation, he clutches his head while she calmly poses and lays out the terms for the future banquet. Her only demand is one night of luxury, a simple mutual agreement where food and drinks are exchanged for the treasure she will bring. He is bursting with joy. His cheeks are burning, and his gaze is full of gratitude as he suddenly realizes rice, the familiar foundation of his former life, is finally within reach. He generously thanks it, and it indulgently accepts his praise, even suggesting that worshipping such a wonderful fairy is a perfectly logical reaction. In a fever, the man suggests carving a statue in her honor and impatiently asks what she prefers more for the monument, stone or wood. She looks back evenly, without any emotion, and makes it clear that he seems to have completely lost his mind. While he continues to admire the precious grains and shines with a troubled smile, she watches him closely. Her tone warms slightly. She asks him to speak if there is anything else he wants and offers further assistance. He pauses, and his expression becomes more serious as he stops at a single request. He asks her not to make such generous offers so lightly in the future. Perhaps he fears the debt that might fall on him. She dismisses his concerns, explaining that against the backdrop of divine artifacts he already controls, a little rice is a trifle. She reminds him that this forest and its resources are effectively at his disposal, but there is no need to obsess over this one place. She continues to persuade, hinting, If he really wanted this, he could have simply taken and left this forest away from the modest life he himself built here. She paints a vivid picture of conquests, explaining how easily he can invade the largest kingdom in the world and seize the throne. In her vision, mountains of gold and the kingdom's most precious treasures will lie at his feet. They will be given by those he has conquered. Turning her gaze to him, she sits astride a wooden barrel. She brushes off his current modest life as a trifle. She insists, a person of such status has no need to seek pleasure in the meager gifts of a forest clearing when the whole world is in his hands. He listens and freezes in silence as soon as she reveals the true weight of his existence. She reminds him, he is the very spirit who forged divine artifacts capable of changing the world with his own hands. She is offered a choice as she leans closer. The voice flows with a promise of full power and asks if he will finally accept his fate. She imagines him as a conqueror and a living god ruler over all that indulges every desire without any limits. He stops the weight of her words hanging in the air, yet his thoughts still drift toward the simple joys he has already found. He realizes, if he becomes such a tyrant, he will lose the true connection he has with Ms. Tia. She will no longer look at him with the same warmth and wonder. He rubs his temple and feels the pure absurdity of the scale she proposes. He honestly tells her that the conversation has become too grandiose for him, and that the simple pleasure of the rice before him weighs more than any global empire. She looks at him, her face revealing nothing, and acknowledging his witty reply, addresses him as her master. She just sits on the barrel and looks at him with a light, understanding gaze. At last, she says, the devoted care of a high-ranking fairy like her should be much tastier for him than any bowl of grain. She shows a collection of things and explains that she borrowed them from a warehouse belonging to an acquaintance. She insists, if he wants to return anything, he should just pay for the drinks later. Gyro watches her confusion, and a mix of misunderstanding and suspicion gather in his eyes. He immediately questions her methods and directly asks if she stole the goods. She looms over him, a little offended by the suspicion, but he still does not believe her careless explanation. Moreover, realizing that he has several people to whom he owes genuine gratitude, he decides to do something for them as a token of thanks. She observes him and sees. For a person of such stature, this gesture is like a pinch of rice, yet he still holds on to it, accompanying his persistence with a humble smile. Because of this decision, he decides to arrange a small gathering. He notes that since they are not quite ordinary people, a simple invitation should suffice, and confidently believes the banquet will be received favorably. In a moment, the celebration ramps up fully. Ms. Tia pulls Ayano into loud embraces. Both are unbuttoned with joy and drink. Their laughter rolls through the hall as they celebrate reunion and the banquet ahead. As the party sways into chaos, he shifts his gaze to the smaller companions. Matsukaze and Musubai play in the grass, their playful energy only amplifying the noise all around. He looks at his friends with a warm expression and explains to the fairy that he simply wanted to celebrate being able to meet everyone again. She remains a bit skeptical of his modesty, but Ms. Tia overhears and meets him with a radiant, supportive smile, finding his sincerity charming. The night continues, and the festivities do not subside. Miss Tia declares that the food and drinks are the best she has ever tasted. He steps aside, watches the scene, and feels quiet satisfaction, noticing how even the mightiest beings can find simple joy in a shared meal. He watches as she devours the rice. Her rosy face shines with sweat. She seems possessed by the very grain, incessantly whispering its name as if it were a sacred rarity unseen for eternity. Seeing her in such a state, he can only watch silently with a heavy heart. He quietly apologizes to Cineraria, understanding. Right now he is unable to find words for Yano. He feels the full weight of her reaction. 4 long years have passed since she last felt this familiar comfort. While the group split into teams, Yono and Yukitoma focused on their tasks. They acted as a squad searching for mushrooms and mold, carefully examining the local flora. She notes, their gathering skills are noticeably improving. They have already managed to find several high-quality specimens that will definitely be needed on their journey. Nearby, as part of the river shrimp catching team, Ms. Tia proudly shows a giant specimen just pulled from the water. Suaru looks on, unable to believe his eyes, and comments on the colossal size of the creature. Looks much bigger than any shrimp he has seen in his world. She asks if this happens often, where he came from. He begins to explain. In Japan, people have a reputation for eating almost everything that lives in water. He admits really wants to try a sample from this giant specimen, but the culinary curiosity of his people knows no bounds. He continues to clarify the misunderstanding. He says that despite their very special diet, in his homeland there are neither real merfolks nor mermen. Miss Tia listens attentively, and her facial expression changes as she contemplates a world without these magical creatures. She leans closer and a mischievous spark flickers in her eyes. She asks if, because he lacks some kind of ordinary, he would ever agree to eat a mermaid if he came across one. The question is direct and throws him off balance while she teases him, suggesting that in his culture his appetite can reach extremes. She looks at him with wide-open, horror-filled eyes. Silence stretches between them as the weight of her own question settles. He remains calm, his face unreadable, and because of this, her sudden suspicion of a gruesome joke only sharpens. He quickly dispels the tension with a wave of his hand, assuring her that it was just a joke and he would never actually do anything like that. Relief washes over her completely and she bursts out laughing, glad that his culinary interests have not yet crossed the line of the unthinkable. He watches as she playfully sprays water, but in his soul he cannot help but recall the dark legend of Yao Baikuni, a woman who gained immortality by eating the flesh of mermaids. He decides it is better to keep this part of folklore to himself for now, to avoid any further misunderstandings. She watches as Ms. Tia starts her work. She laughs when she realizes the mixture of potato starch has unexpectedly become sticky and thick. While she continues to work, Chugyusa focuses on his own shore nearby, steadily turning a stone mill, made by Sudaru to grind the wheat they bought in town into fine flour. While she grinds the grain, he takes on the most delicate preparations, skillfully wielding a kitchen knife and processing the ingredients they have already gathered. He takes a moment to taste the river shrimp they caught. Although they were only boiled with a pinch of salt, the flavor is surprisingly rich and pleasant. The smell of his dishes quickly attracts Matsuko's attention. She jumps up and approaches with an impatient look, so he gives the hungry beast a small piece. Greedily and with obvious pleasure, the little creature swallows the treat, chuckles, and warns that this will be the last piece, the rest must be saved for food. When the puppy quickly runs away, he returns to his preparations at the outdoor table, satisfied with the progress. Watching him, Miss Tia leans closer with a playful smile and asks to taste it herself, and he gives her a piece of the juicy shrimp. She beams with pure joy, her eyes sparkling as she savors the dish. She cheerfully exclaims something happy, calls her companions, her voice trembling with excitement as they share this delicious food. Nearby, the royal mage approaches the cook with a strange request. She heard that food can be obtained by imitating a young wolf pup. She seriously asks if she also needs to get on all fours. He quickly and firmly replies bluntly that such a performance is absolutely unnecessary, maintaining his composure despite this oddity. Amid the light, festive atmosphere, the three gather around the table and raise their full mugs for a lively toast. On the table are the fruits of their labor, a feast that promises to be no less generous than their journey together. This beer is a true masterpiece in itself. The frothy drink with a fruity aroma rises from the glass. The crisp, refreshing taste has a subtle tartness masterfully chosen to complement the rich and juicy meat flavors. Next to the drinks lies a bear meat steak served on a rough wooden plate. The meat was seared directly on the wood, so it soaked up its deep, smoky flavor, highlighting its natural robustness and wild notes of taste. Grabbing another piece, the elf marvels at the unique flavor and notices how the smoky scent of wood elevates the dish far beyond any ordinary grilled meat she has ever tasted. She finds the combination of forest aroma and tender meat truly incredible. Another dish joins the serving, fried fillet coated with a mixture of potato starch and wheat flour. It is a true golden brown delight, crispy on the outside and tender inside, prepared with care to be the perfect complement to their drinks. He takes a bite of the roasted meat she cooked and realizes its spicy crunch makes the beer go down even easier. But as soon as the sharp saltiness hits his tongue, his face changes points and says there are too many spices. To this, the shy cook shouts sharply and quickly, "Sorry." He watches as the elf woman takes a big bite. Her voice muffles from the food, but she warns him not to corrupt her kin too much with such treats. She insists that everything is fine despite the fatigue and says the dish is incredibly tasty. She also urges him to keep the master of this house under control. Next to her, the young sorceress is completely overwhelmed by the taste. Tears stream down her face as she devours various tempura and river shrimpia. Choking on her sobs, she confesses, it has been a full 4 long years since she last tasted rice. The familiar texture washes over her in a wave of memories, and she eats desperately, with such force as if never again. Noticing her emotional reaction, he recalls her previous words about how food in this world is usually terrible, and wonders how she managed to survive so long relying on that fear. The ethereal goddess jingles in response to her voice barely tinged with envy. She laments that she would also like to cook such a dish, since he has already seen that look of joy. Nearby hovers a little fairy, casting her own gaze on the culinary state of this world. She says that most inhabitants have no real skill in cooking at all, and seems eager to prove to the elves that even nimble creatures like her can be outdone by human hands in the kitchen. While the conversation continued, the little wolf cub and the armored spirit beast quietly ate their portion with quiet satisfaction, hiding in the corner of the camp. Their life was simple. They rejoiced in the rare treat brought to them by their companions. Eventually, nothing remains from the banquet except empty bowls and stained plates, scraps of bare meat, and seafood. A testament testify to the group's hunger. The dishes that were full just a moment ago have been cleared away, leaving only the persistent smell of herbs and smoke. When night falls, the crackle of the campfire becomes the main sound. Its orange glow dances against the surrounding darkness. The celebration has already faded, leaving only the calm, rhythmic ash of burning wood. They sit together in the cool night air just outside the hut, and the warmth of the fire warms them from the cold, breaking the cozy silence. He begins to speak, and a new thought flashes in his mind as the day rolls to an end. He sits with comrades, and the conversation shifts toward the nature of magic. Ms. Tia makes a remark about the typical dark mage. They often fall into madness, devour others, or get lost in hallucinations. And Seneraria cannot understand how he controls such power if he has no religious faith. Ms. Tia just shrugs. It is her own unique ability, a cheat, a strange whim of their reality. Switching to his past life, he admits an old reproach that still does not let go. The manga he was reading remained unfinished. He died without finishing it. At these words, Ayano, who is clearly quite tipsy, flares up even more. She moves closer with a silly smile and impatiently pokes with questions. What manga was it? What story was told in it? And what was it about? She presses him even closer, her voice thickening from the drink, and asks if he is talking about some forbidden wisdom or maybe about a story for those who like shadows. Ms. Tio watches this exchange, her curiosity reflected in silent observation of the two. She watches as he nods, admitting that to some extent it can be considered forbidden. Seneraria quickly intervenes, says that his 1,000 chances are just imitations of techniques from that very story. She warns, such is a real taboo, but despite the warning, he decides that it is time to tell us this tale. Before he begins to speak, her face sharply changes, sharp attention switches on. She looks intently at him, as if trying to understand. Is the story he is about to tell really just about manga, or is there something deeper and more important hidden in his words? It started on an ordinary, usual Monday. On the way to school, she slipped and rolled down the stairs of the station. Consciousness melted in a warm haze, and closing her eyes, she suddenly found herself before mysterious gates in a world of complete darkness. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found herself captive to the shadows of a dark, unfamiliar forest. The realization hit instantly. She had been transported to another world. Thus began a new life for Chigusa Yano, far from the world she had known before. Her first days were complete darkness of confusion and fear. Many memories simply disappeared. She remembered crying from fright when a pack of goblins cornered her, until she was suddenly saved by an instinctive surge of magic. A spell, which she did not even know she had, burst from her lips, repelling the monsters and leaving her alive. Eventually, she came across a noisy town, but her appearance immediately struck practical realities. Looking at the miserable handful of coins in her palm, she realized her entire fortune was only 2,900 yen. When she tried to pass, Agar demanded an entrance fee, and she had to give everything she had, down to the last coin, to slip through the gate. She was penniless, so she turned to the local counter. There, an attentive secretary informed her that traveling mages must register with the Adventurers Guild. The woman laid out the harsh realities of the new job. For any reward, proof of a kill was required, for example, the right ear of a goblin. Moreover, she was warned, hunting in the immediate vicinity of the city was strictly forbidden. She had few options left, so she had to accept the life of an adventurer. The prospect of a life filled with violence and constant threat of death terrified her, so she made a desperate plan to escape. She decided to save every coin she earned, having one goal: to collect enough sugar to start making sweets. In this strange country, she clung to the only unique skill she brought from her former life, a flawless talent for confectionery. She hoped that it would lead her to a calmer existence. Her plan eventually bore fruit. When her confectionery products became a sensation, they sold out as fast as she could make them. But this luck did not bring her closer to the traveling world as she dreamed. Standing next to her companions, she listened as they shared their amazement. They were impressed by her unique magical abilities. They had never seen a mage weave such specialized spells, and from this, they wondered who the woman they knew as Ayano really was. She met their curious glances with slight irritation, as if asking if there was something wrong with her methods. Her companions quickly backed off, assuring that they were not complaining, but the mystery of her origin and her eccentric magic still hung in the air between them. She stands next to comrades, Ms. Tia and Sidek, while they discuss the danger of the territory they just crossed. Ms. Tia warns, if this is truly a domain of dark magic, monsters will quickly be drawn to them. Yano desperately tries to explain something, words rush from her tongue in haste as she tries to justify her presence in the events, fearing she might have accidentally brought trouble. Because of this sticky feeling of her own inadequacy, her thoughts again go back to those early days in this world. She recalls how she watched from the shadows, a lonely figure who never managed to cross the chasm between herself and the bright, successful adventurers who basked in the glory of their conquests. To her, they seemed like creatures from another dimension easily tearing apart and leaving the prey to huge beasts, while she remained a nameless face in the crowd. She harbored a quiet hope. If she became stronger, she would finally earn a place among them. In her dreams, her power was so undeniable that others would notice her themselves, call her to join their ranks, and finally put an end to her loneliness. This quest for power ultimately led her to a fatal encounter with a cloaked figure shrouded in mystery. The stranger handed her a dark grimoire, speaking in riddles about a father beyond the stars and a gate that must be opened. Though the words were coded, the promise of power within the book left no doubt. When she flipped through the pages, the script seemed to shift and blurred spells clashed with her understanding. But somewhere deep inside, she felt the echo of forbidden arts, a trembling memory of the magic she once possessed. And then she longed for a challenge that would be either formidable or perhaps even charming, so she could call it her own. With focused effort, she released the magic sleeping in Tomi and spawned the giant, multi-headed shadow serpent. It loomed over the landscape, and she, with a slight irony, thought, the restrictive laws of her former world do not apply here, so she can control this terrible power without any chains. Instead of the devoted attention she craved, the display of power sowed only seeds of terror among the spectators. Rumors about the monster ran those who followed her made people recoil from the dark mage, who seemed to have reached a level of mastery far beyond the norm. Her attempt to find belonging only alienated her further, condemning her to the stigma of someone to be feared. Meanwhile, Mrs. Tia and Sedek stood amid the aftermath of the great upheaval, surveying the charred clearing. They had come to find the source of rumors about a suspicious cultist summoning monsters, and did not know that the trail they were following led directly to the very companion standing beside them. She stares sharply at the young mage and asks if the girl was really behind the recent chaos. Yano stammers, defending herself. She says that monsters attacked her too, and that she had long been worried about how the danger was only growing. Because of her hesitation, the giant stubbornly intervenes, reminding the companion. It was Yano who accepted the request to clear the forest of threats. He insists that calling her the most suspicious among those present is a bit too much. Then he turns to Yona with a warm hint and asks if she wants to travel with them. He notes, even if she prefers to be alone, staying isolated at this time only fuels others' suspicions about her intentions. The warrior continues his pleading tirade and smiles amicably, acknowledging that the monsters they face are no longer manageable by just the two of them. He asks for her cooperation, hoping to unite forces against the growing wave of beasts. After a moment of silence and reflection, a soft smile barely appears on her lips, and she agrees to help them with this request. Later that evening, as they settle around the campfire, she feels deep gratitude toward the mysterious figure who gave her the grimoire. She understands. Her dark magic, which she once feared would reject her forever, unexpectedly brought her the friends she had longed for all her life. But as soon as silence fell the very next day she is tested, they encounter a cultist of an evil god. A figure flattened by a hood stands among a pack of monsters and leads them into a bloody clash. She stands firm and she prepares a counterattack. Her gaze narrows with concentration, and she begins a continuous spell to summon the power of the gates. Yano only dryly notes, her magic turned out to be the stronger of the two. She stands firm and the summoned tentacles suppress the cultist's resistance. The hooded figure gasps in shock and interrogates her about this curse and how she can control such power. Yano only dryly notes, her magic turned out to be the stronger of the two. After the fierce battle, she returns to her companions, and a slight embarrassment spreads across her gaze. She admits she herself did not fully comprehend what had just happened. As the dust settles, the group examines the remains of their enemy. Although the cultist's presence was ominous, Sedek and Mishcha cannot help but quietly whisper that Ayano's power, in its own way, was even more terrifying. Sensing her tension, the two travelers sincerely apologize. Miss Tia confesses that at first Ayano seemed intimidating and cold to her, but now she sees in her just a young girl caught in extraordinary circumstances. Ayano, confused by their straightforwardness, can only respond with an embarrassed murmur. Overwhelmed by their acceptance, a wave of warmth washes over her. She is grateful to be considered a true comrade. Miss Tia shows a dark, ornate mask they unearthed from the scene and asks, what does she think about this artifact? Examining the mask and the tome lying nearby, she suddenly realizes the grimoire she carries and from which her power flows came from someone connected to this dark sect. This connection instantly fills her with sharp, acute terror. She looks at her new friends, and her voice trembles as she asks if from now on they will consider her one of the same cultists they just defeated. They quickly dismiss her fears with simple smiles and light teasing. They joke about Sidek. If she is a cultist, then they are her accomplices, so their fates seem already intertwined. Yano breathes out in relief, and at the same time is a little annoyed by their casual devotion. Beside her, her companions Sedek and Ms. Tia surround her with warm smiles and promise protection. Their bond has noticeably strengthened after recent trials, and now, amid the shadows of the recent conflict, a moment of true closeness is finally found. This moment of silence puts a full stop to their current struggle, but she remembers simple things they didn't manage to do, like going to the neighboring town to get sugar to bake sweets. The chapter of their journey through the otherworldly space ends precisely on this quiet, contemplative note. And the shadows of her past experiences still do not let go. She warns, those who sprinkle empty, sweet words without action most often turn out to be the most insidious, just like the cultists they encountered. While they rest under the open sky, her companions listen attentively, and every word hangs in the air, not dissolving. Seeing her tension, the tall man feels a deep pain of compassion, understands how many trials she has endured, unlike his own life. Nearby, an elf holds her in strong, protective embraces and swears never to leave her alone and never to let her endure such grief again. She accepts the affection, feeling fullness and peace in her soul. She hadn't known this for a long time. She is gently stroked on the head. The sight of their sincere closeness and elven unbreakable support brings a tear to the eye of a great man. While they prepare for what will come next, the conversation turns toward the future and thoughts of a visit to the royal palace. She looks at it with a note of curiosity and fatigue, imagining what new complications and political intrigues will await them in the corridors of power. The conversation shifts to Elden lore, and she asks if it is true that elves are born from trees or pollen. This idea seems like fantasy to Hera, sharp contrast to the grim and grounded reality she constantly encounters in her travels. She continues the explanation and notes that ancient people probably took elvish metaphors too literal. Is why strange myths appeared, which remained here. Hearing this, the young man runs through the logistics in his head and aloud wonders, if the trees are not the source, then maybe magic is involved here. This question instantly causes the elf woman to burst into laughter. She finds the very idea of such mystical origins, and the puns with her companions' name hilariously absurd. She leans back and laughs with genuine joy, suggesting that he and the mage would make a great couple, and this, despite the mage's loud protest and embarrassed remarks, only confuses him more. When laughter quiets down to soft chuckles, the sorceress remains irritated and warns them both. If even one word about this humiliating quarrel escapes their circle, she will cast a curse on them. He lifts her effortlessly, marveling at how light she feels in his arms. Ms. Tia remains motionless, eyes closed, while he carries her through the quiet outskirts. Safe in his embrace, she recalls how she unknowingly drifted into drowsiness. Although she had felt his presence nearby before, this comfort was so strong that even the thought of waking up seemed an unnecessary burden. As he continues to keep a steady pace, she decides not to break the game. The logic is simple. He is unlikely to take her back to the room, so there is no harm. She can enjoy this moment as if in luxury, especially since she does not want to walk at all right now. But that closeness begins to weigh on her. His firm grip makes her heart race, and a hot wave spreads through her body. She desperately tries to explain it by anything but his touch. The creak of the door opening announces their arrival. He gently lays her down on the soft bed. She plans to wake up on her own a little later to thank him, but part of her is afraid. What if she bursts out laughing nervously if he guesses she was already not asleep? Outside the small, protected cabin, the Cineraria fairies flicker, and their previous hints about what this room is like echo in Monsieur's mind. The elf girl's panic inside rises wave after wave until it reaches a feverish peak as she realizes what their current isolation leads to. He settles on the edge of the bed next to her. The mattress sinks under his weight. She freezes, and thoughts race through her mind. She completely missed the moment to wake up beautifully, and her lack of experience in such intimate situations leaves her helpless, stuck in place. Reaching for her, he quietly removes a strand of hair that slipped from beneath her hair, and his gaze lingers on her features. He whispers a shy confession of her beauty, unaware that every word and every touch sends a blow to the woman who only pretends to be asleep. She does not move while Gyro stands over her, and his gaze weighs like a decision. He quietly says it is time to leave, which prompts a sharp, anxious question from the little fairy hovering nearby. Is he really ready to go? When the sound of his footsteps fades and the door clicks shut, her inner panic jumps to a fever. She painfully considers how to handle this situation. Thoughts race through dozens of different scenarios until she finally dares to barely open one eye and make sure. the room is now silent and empty. She sits up, sighing with relief. A self-satisfied, all-knowing smile creeps onto her face. It turns out her plan worked perfectly. She decides that he simply intended to let her sleep, knowing nothing about the chaos he himself sowed in her. Then her gaze shifts to the second occupant of the room, the fairy sprawled on the soft sofa and casually sips from the cup. She calls the spirit a voice with a hint of curiosity mixed with what still remains embarrassment. She demands to know if the fairy was watching her the whole time. Her face flashes a deep crimson as she realizes her vulnerability. The spirit does not move and inch, coldly asks if she wants a detailed analysis, a step-by-step commentary on the wonderful performance she just saw, pouring more oil on the elf's shame with his medical tone. Realizing that her secret shame was noticed, she collapses onto the bed and, choking on overwhelming embarrassment, rolls around helplessly. The fairy only sighs heavily, glancing at this theatrical display, while the elf's memory stubbornly clings to the lingering thought of the manhai's serious facial expression. Eager to drown out her own embarrassment with something, she moves to the other bed where a young sorceress lies, quietly asking if the girl has already woken up, and in response hears a sleepy, mumbling apologize. Exhausted young woman shifts and stirs in her sleep. She watches the sleeping girl and, barely feeling a pang, notes, the mage was brought to this shelter before her. A quiet thought, now they are both safe hidden here until the man who brought them returns to the unknown. Under the watchful gaze of the fairies, she finally admits the truth. Her face burns with shame as she confesses that all this time she was faking sleep. Next to Shagosa lies, staring at the ceiling, and her voice dully fades into the silence as she confesses. She is completely lost and does not know how to proceed. She is hardly comforted by the sharp remark of Seneraria, because the fairies simply state, all the blame for the current state of affairs lies entirely with Sujuru. But Ms. Tia, however, is too immersed in her own inner torment to think about the accusations. She feverishly explains that in her 200 years of life, she has never felt such a level of turmoil, although she insists that it is not love. She was quickly cornered by the Ferris-their mischievous questioning about whether relationships were really doomed to be impossibly, and she even jerked upward, choking with despair, trying somehow to explain her tangled feelings. Seeing the elf in panic, Shagusa quietly asks what Suju was really like, and a moment of silence hangs in the room, prompting reflection. Behind the cabin walls, Gyro sits alone, looking up at the stars and thinking about how young and full of strength the girls Arun like his own weary soul. He continues to keep silent watch, concluding that the time with them was not a shared journey, but a quiet admiration of a beautiful, fleeting masterpiece. He listens as the fairy gives orders regarding his last attempts and notes he managed to reconcile with Chugosa. Despite the praise, he cannot help but feel treachery, especially when she says that now she has power over him because she knows his weaknesses. His thoughts again slide to those earlier interactions between the elf and the mage. He recalls how Ms. Tia averted her gaze, her cheeks burned with some feeling that did not form into a precise definition. Meanwhile, Chagusa looked further just as quietly and with the same calm concentration. He continues to chew over the morning's events, wondering if Misha's strange behavior is a consequence of his own actions when he was tipsy. But the fairy seems quite satisfied. She even gives him a score as a wonderful companion, 80 points. He seeks a moment of silence and settles in the grass with the wolf cub and the spirit clad in armor. The garden is silent, a sharp contrast to the inner storm raging within him as he watches the crops grow under the gentle light. His thoughts again turn to Ms. Tia, and he begins to worry whether it was wise for her to go hunting alone in such a distracted state. His concern is suddenly cut off by the wolf cub. It starts to growl fiercely and bark at something invisible in the distance. He quickly gets up and asks the puppy if Ms. Tia is with it as he expected. The little beast does not answer. Instead, it rushes to the fence, and a feeling boils within him. Something has gone wrong in the direction she went. A sudden, chilling suspicion covers him as he watches the restless movements of the animal. Danger nearby suddenly becomes too real. His eyes widen sharply with anxiety as he imagines what could have happened to the elf. Without saying another word, he rushes into the dense underbrush, holding on to the example of his companions. The farm's silence has vanished now. It all comes down to one thing: finding Ms. Tia before what the animal's sense reaches her. He tears through the thickets, his voice breaking as he rushes and shouts her name. Behind him, the small spirit beast tries not to fall behind. He gasps as he finally sees her. She stands here, her clothes and skin splattered with dark blood. She looks back at him, relief and exhaustion mixed in her gaze, and she barely whispers his name. The wounds seen pierce him with pure shock. His wide-open eye reflects the horror of what he has found. The elf stood still, her clothes were stained with crimson blood. This immediately drew a cry of alarm from her companion's lips. He He rushed to her, eyes wide with horror, asking if she was injured, but she quickly clarified. The blood was not hers. She pointed to the ground with her hand there, curled in pain, lay a small creature with emerald scales, and its body was covered in deep wounds. Having returned the creature to safety, she bowed her head, apologizing, and felt guilt. It was she who suddenly placed a burden on them by bringing the dragon into their environment. But the friends quickly calmed her, assuring her that everything was fine, and that probably in her place, they would have done the same. A small beast was quickly settled safely in her little house. She made herself comfortable as best she could and fell asleep. The silence in the room sharply contrasted with those wildly tense minutes when she was being rescued. Then the truth was revealed. This creature was not an ordinary beast, but a representative of a species known as the Huryu flying dragons, long thought extinct. Its battered body, covered in dirt and old wounds, spoke of a lost history suddenly rediscovered. From below she looked at the dragon and recalled the choice gnawing at her inside, the cruel laws of nature that forced the weak to be abandoned, and her own desire to help. In the end, compassion won and she firmly decided to protect the rare creature, while her little wolf companion silently watched, as if understanding. She explained that the blood covering her was the result of the dragon's desperate struggle. In pain and fear, it jerked and struggled while she tried to bandage its wounds with cloth to keep it still. It was a chaotic impulse to save a life the world had long forgotten. She stands there, soaked in dragon blood, and he quietly nudges her to go wash up. He understands. His presence was needed precisely to guard against predators inevitably attracted by the metallic scent of blood to this place. Heeding his advice, she rushes off to find water, leaving him alone with the little wolf cub and the silent mage. He watches her figure recede, and the full weight of what is happening settles over the silence of the forest glade. To his surprise, she returns almost immediately, but it is clear the tension has still knocked the ground from under her. She falls to the floor. He marvels at her speed and notices she barely had time to catch her breath before rushing back to the creature. While she recovers, they discuss the dragon's condition. She worries. The creature is too restless and might tear its wounds further. He suggests a plan to apply a splint to the injury and watch the beast. He admits his magic can help but does not specialize in healing. Ultimately, they will have to rely on the dragon's natural endurance. Seeking to make the creature comfortable, she asks if she can gather leaves and branches to make a proper bed in the shelter. He approves, nodding toward the workshop where supplies are kept, and she immediately dashes there headlong. He silently watches her go and is struck by how unusually embarrassed and frantic she is over the dragon's well-being. It is a rare case. Usually the unflappable elf is so deeply and hurriedly affected by the plight of a single creature. The next morning he stirs, breaking free from a restless sleep. His eyelids heavy with fatigue, the first rays of dawn slowly pierce the darkness. Nearby, the faithful wolf cub is already awake, watching him attentively, with an expectant and steady, unchanging gaze. Emerging into the pre-dawn chill, he notices a faint warm glow streaming from the nearest shed. He approaches cautiously and sees her there. She has already begun work and is tending the dragon, holding a shining object in her hands. She contemplates her long life. Despite living in this forest for 20 years and being over 200, this is the first time she encounters such a creature. Gyro stands nearby and listens while the pre-dawn darkness recedes around them. Looking at the night sky, she admits that she long believed they were doomed to extinction. An expression of solemn determination crosses her face as she declares that she cannot stand aside and watch extinction happen right before her eyes. Watching her, he quietly agrees, and they both share a moment of silent understanding in the cool night air. Day by day, she approaches him more closely with a request. She says she must go hunting for magical stones to help the dragon recover. On another day, Jano is busy with her tasks, preparing Emil, meanwhile noting that one meat is edible and another is not, and wondering where the elf has gone. When the sun rises over the new morning, the fairy tale scenario is ready. He again explains that the elf has gone once more in search of new stones. She informs him that the elder fairy advised checking the dragon's condition and asked for specific beautiful stones, so he remains to wonder whether his own appearance triggered this whole chain of events. He lowers his gaze to the small black wolf puppy that looks too lethargic. He asks if it has any idea where the elf has gone, quickly adding that he does not intend to blame anyone for anything. He sits alone outside, near a small wooden shelter. He thinks about how the elf presses herself so fiercely that even the swift dog cannot keep up with her. His gaze shifts to the shed, and his thoughts are caught again by the dragon resting inside. Suddenly, the elf herself appears, shocking him as she apologizes for the late start. He tries to calm her, saying it's all right, he was just about to leave, but she does not back down, asking if he has urgent business, or if he would rather take the chance to rest. He hesitates for a moment, Hesitation cuts across his face as he frantically searches for the right words. Catching his restlessness, she leans closer. On her face is concern, so she asks if her recent behavior caused any problem. He is silent, pressing a wooden box to his chest. She continues to press him, suggesting finding something specific to eat or even advising to go hunting. He immediately intervenes, trying to explain that his distraction is not because he neglected duties for the dragon. He clarifies his hesitation is not out of anger, just a question he never dared to voice. Seeing her so determined and open response, he shifts his gaze back to the small building where the creature is kept. Finally, he asks if he can really see the dragon and even touch it. His request confuses her, and she freezes for a moment, unable to find words while considering his curiosity. He barely restrains his excitement, his eyes flash, as he imagines all the legendary dragon-themed treasures he has ever seen. When she asks if his interest in the creatures is genuine, he confirms passionately. He has always dreamed of actually petting a dragon, and just the thought makes his face shine. A smile lit up her face, she simply beamed at his answer, tightly squeezing his palms. A blush of joy spread across her cheeks, and she assured him, the dragon is gentle, so he will definitely like it, he can touch it as he wishes. And finally, cheerfully inviting, she suggested going to see it right now. He accepted with a joyful shout of agreement. The little dragon lets out a low, rolling growl, and its red eyes stare at the floor. Judge watches anxiously, asking if the creature is really okay, considering its aggressive sounds, but Lady Tia ignores this and assures him there is no cause for concern. She playfully clings to his hand, and a bright, carefree smile shines on her face. She encourages him to establish a connection with the monster. He seems a bit confused by her sudden closeness, but eventually nods slightly, agreeing and deciding to trust her. With a steady hand, he reaches out and gently runs his fingers over the dragon's head, feeling the smooth texture of its emerald scales. Petting the dragon further down its neck, he reflects on all they have been through, noting that now he can approach it without hesitation. He is filled with warmth coming from its body, a physical reminder of the life force pulsing in the small, wounded creature. He freezes, noticing a barely perceptible change in the dragon's behavior as it emits a quiet, rhythmic sound. Looking around the cramped wooden shed, he realizes there is too little space for the growing dragon. He calculates how they will accommodate it further and concludes that they will probably have to remove the ceiling entirely so the beast will have enough room to recover. While he continues to communicate with the beast, Mrs. Teal watches with interest and asks if he is really talking to it, to which he can only respond uncertainly. Then she warns, the creature must remain still. Any attempt to take flight with a broken wing will only worsen the injury, so he carefully persuades the dragon to stay calm and endure. While they speak, the dragon seems to respond to a feeling familiar to him. He catches a familiar echo of the aura from craft gear that Suiri has. The reaction is strikingly similar to that of spirit beasts, as if his deep instinct is drawn to the power he carries. He reacted instinctively, reached for his own hand, as if feeling a hidden power in it, just like Musubai and Yakatama had done before. It seemed the beings were feeling the air, drawn by an invisible resonance of the craft equipment, which was not in his hands but deep inside himself. Seeing this strange thread, she could not contain her delight. She marveled at how quickly the monster had attached itself to him, even though it was their first meeting. She wondered aloud if it might be a gift from above, a blessing from the goddess herself. Smiling kindly, she said that the goddess seems to share her own tenderness towards living creatures. She thought, if this goddess herself truly values that, it might explain why she did not become much more popular among the common folk. He silently looked at her, and a quiet realization was born in his mind. He began to be gnawed by the question. In this world, is the word elf just another way to call a passionate fan, one whose love for nature borders on obsessional, most like collectors he remembered from his past life? As time passed, the dragon showed no desire to flee. Strength returned until he could run again across the open fields. During this period, the initial furious rage settled into a calm order, and even its wild excitement began to subside. She shared a crumb of rumors known to her. Supposedly, these dragons sleep standing upright. Although she herself admitted she had never seen it with her own eyes, he took the information seriously and skillfully built a sturdy wooden pole to accommodate the unique needs of the creature. He looked at the calm beast, satisfied with his usual spot, but still felt a taste of anxiety. His thoughts turned to practical matters of their daily life, specifically that their growing people lacked proper bedding. Seeking a way out while supplies dwindled, he met with the mage who returned with gifts from the fairies. They examined the rice and sake substitutes she had obtained, a small but vital step to sustain their lives daily as the home grew ever larger. He listens as Ayano advises their current accomplices and asks, instead of marigold, give her something truly interesting. She leans back, her face a mixture of exhaustion and playful anticipation. This task clears his mind. What comfort he can add to their rest house, something like a bet that he will try it himself, or even sell it to the trader Dorero. He imagines a space where one can truly relax as if at home, in their own bed. When she complains that chairs all over the world are too hard for her liking, he immediately understands what is needed and sets out to build a sofa. The idea strikes him with sudden clarity, eagerly accepts her help to bring the plan to life. The fruit of his labor is a gigantic, soft, fluffy white pillow that proudly stands out in their home, a sharp contrast to the rural surrounding landscapes. Ms. Tia is the first to try it. Her eyes light up with delight as she sinks into the soft material, marveling at how it perfectly conforms to her body and changes shape with every movement. Noticing her delight, Ayano dives headfirst into the pillow and proclaims it a legendary item capable of destroying human productivity with its all-encompassing comfort alone. Instantly, she is overwhelmed by a sensation of weightlessness. While they all collapse together on the spacious beanbag, he jokingly suggests naming the product, sofa that ruins even elves, and notes that even the most disciplined among them couldn't resist its allure. While Miss Tia examines the pillow with burning curiosity, trying to understand what exactly could be inside to cause such a sensation, he begins to worry about the legality of copying this familiar invention from his old world without permission. He explains the secret of the sofa's softness, microbeads made from cells of evil mucus. These tiny spheres have a special property they stick back together no matter how many times they are cut, creating a perfect movable support base. Recalling this dirty process, he remembers how Yano ended up completely wet in a viscous substance during the harvest. Despite the struggle and incredible amount of slime, he feels the efforts were not in vain, even if he might have overdone the solution. To complete the project, he carefully joined the fibers of the quality fabric provided by Musubai and applied his fixing skill focused, pair by pair, firmly binding them. When the work was finished, he switched to Cineraria to check if his craftsmanship met her high standards. The fairy gives her a seal of approval, proclaiming the invention successful because it is truly genuinely interesting. She reflects, for beings who live long like her, who have seen much of the world, the new is the only cure for the slow boredom of centuries, and this yobo is definitely suitable. A sudden heavy blow shakes the room. Hiria flies straight onto the soft cushion and thuds loudly. His lunge catches everyone off guard, freezes in shock, while the dragon takes the sea for itself. The dragon is already sound asleep, completely surrendered to the unnatural softness of the sofa. He cannot help but sigh, for he understands. Another inhabitant has fallen victim to the destructive comfort of his modern creation. Watching the creature sleep, he momentarily worries. What if the dragon, once fully accustomed, recognizes him as a snack? To ensure a safer resting place, he fills the small shed with a thick layer of sawdust and makes a soft pit where the beast can settle. Every morning the plan works. The dragon remains deeply immersed in the sawdust and sleeps peacefully. He and Lady Tia watch from the door, satisfied the mighty creature has found a comfortable place to call its own and has not taken over the living room. He stands calmly while the elven woman hides her face in her hands, is overwhelmed by what she considers her own ignorance. He utters a word of support, saying that dragon behavior is mostly just legend, so her mistake about their sleep was entirely natural and there is nothing to be ashamed of. Encouraged by his reassurance, she turns her attention back to the little dragon and touches him gently. She admits that his previous tension had greatly worried her, but when she sees that he has finally calmed down, a pure relief appears on her face. By the next day, she and the others had already settled into the new routine. While he works in the forest and Agona rests by the water, the elf's behavior begins to change. Strangelish develops a peculiar absent-mindedness. She still holds his attention while he realizes her condition is far from stable. Although the morning is quiet, he notices with a sinking feeling in his stomach that her behavior has become incomprehensibly strange again, and this deeply worries him. While Jano and Ikatama shared a quiet meal, Jiro couldn't hold back. He started talking and kept nagging the whole time. Miss Tia has been acting strange lately. He leans forward, chin on his hands, and thinks intently. Even he noticed how her mood changed. In response, the young mage gives him a conscious, slightly mischievous smile, asking if he has finally developed at least a little self-awareness regarding his own influence on others. They recount recent oddities, how she hung underwater in the bath for too long or how she simply sat staring blankly at the plate. Yano, with a hint of pride, assumes that the elven girl is just behaving as befits a love-struck maid. The size of the man, considering that she usually says something before leaving, but this time she left and even left her companion, Matsuks, behind without saying a word. He finally faces the uncomfortable fact people run away from him, avoid him, and from this realization, he clings to any mention of what he could have done to put all this under such a threat. In despair, he asks for advice on how to reconcile when the cause is unknown. And although Yano acknowledges her own history as a loner, this makes her a poor guide in social nuances. She wanders through the quiet forest. In her mind weighs the realization her attempts to stay aside were too noticeable. It was inevitable that he would notice her strange behavior, and this thought only sharpens the internal conflict. Trying to distract herself with a nimble trick, she jumps to a sturdy branch, but her attention scatters. Her foot slips and she tumbles onto the forest floor with a dull thud. Getting up, she lets out a tired sigh and restrains herself from becoming too unlike her former self. His words touch her gaze. He softens when she lingers on what he said. The echo of his voice still holds in the silence between the trees. The weight of his feelings does not let go, and a shadow of melancholy falls on her features. A little later, returning to the safe coziness of the cabin, she collapses on the bed and hides her face in the pillow. She replays in her mind the trouble she caused and feels a pang of guilt. Instead of getting angry, he stepped out of the way to help her with the dragon. When they first met, it seemed he was too burdened, and her initial idea was to support him in that lonely struggle. But now she understands with a heavy heart. Lately, she has not been showing him her best side. She remains motionless on the bed. The silence in the room amplifies her insecurity. The fear that he might hate her gnaws from within, and she honestly admits to herself, her confidence is rapidly beginning to crumble. They had shared moments of genuine connection, like when he showed sincere interest in the dragon's well-being. Recalling her own clumsy mistakes, such as when she confused the creature, she feels a wave of shame. In his eyes, she probably looked not cool at all. The memory of their physical closeness suddenly overwhelms her, like a wave, a vivid reminder of how close they were. The frank intimacy of that moment confuses her. Her heart races wildly at the thought of how unexpectedly close their distance turned out to be. She suddenly sat up in bed, the tired expression on her face not fading, and calling upon the silence of the empty room, felt the presence of a fairy tale scenario. She watched as the ephemeral creature manifested before her, calmly confirming its existence with a steady, unflinching gaze. She watched as the elf inhaled and asked her about Sigus's previous words, whether it was true that the Japanese believe elves have a definite lifespan. While she tried with all her might to find the right words, her face flushed with shame, and the fairy watched her with barely noticeable curiosity, pondering what could have prompted such a sudden question. Seeking comfort, she pressed a large pillow to her chest and squeezed it tightly while her thoughts wildly raced as she contemplated the consequences of relationships between a human and an elf. She was caught off guard. The silence was broken by the fairy's straightforward question about regalia, and her heart skipped a beat when she realized she had never truly looked at it from that perspective before. When the fairy's words hung in the air, the elf's thoughts drifted back to Gyro. She recalled his gentleness and how easily the young wolf pup had settled with him, yet she tried to dismiss these hints, fearing she was just overthinking. Finally, she looked away, pausing on reflections about the colossal difference between their life paths and cultures. She was touched by how humans often maintain a stern appearance for the world, unlike the openness she was beginning to feel. Sitting curled up, her voice barely cracks in a whisper as she asks the fairy if Sujuru remembered her as a burden. The weight of her own insecurities settles heavily in the quiet room, clouding the perception of their bond. In response, the ethereal spirit flies closer, her face unreadable as she begins to recount everything she has learned. She says that, judging by what the attentive fairy can read, the truth is not at all as frightening as the elf fears. She leans closer, her voice quiet but confident. She recalls the moment when the man's true feelings finally revealed themselves. Even when he seemed distant or embarrassed, his thoughts were rooted in one single person above all others. The revelation hangs in the air like a sacred vow. He confessed, being near the mischievous side is more precious than all the wealth and luxury the world can offer. When the fairy confirms that these were indeed his words, a memory of his warm, sincere smile flashes before the elf for a moment. She freezes. Silence stretches, and only then does the full power of his feelings begin to reach her. Her face flares with a deep, burning crimson, her eyes wide open in shock and at the same time in boundless joy. The realization that she is so deeply cherished knocks the breath out of her chest. She is completely confused and embarrassed, her heart wildly pounding at the thought of his devotion. The elf woman stood alone in the silence of the forest, her cheeks shining with deep crimson, so she bit her lip and sank into a whirlpool of her own distracting thoughts. She jerked her head sharply, like a madwoman, reproaching herself for letting her thoughts run wild, even though there was still quite a lot of work left. A heavy bundle flew through the air, and landed with a dull thud. She hurriedly and carefully rushed to finish the tasks before daylight completely disappeared. Deep in the forest, Sudru stood and waited, his gaze sliding over the dense thickets, and an increasing anxiety grew from the silence. He glanced at the time. Her usual hour of return had long passed. For a moment it flashed, could it be that she decided to leave them behind, but he immediately dismissed the thought. She would never abandon either the young wolf cub or the dragon. His thoughts slipped to the memory of her face, and he began to wonder what their next steps would be if she did not return soon to lead them. Just as the tension reached its limit, she jumped out from behind the thick trunk, and he completely lost vigilance when, out loud from surprise, he called her name. She gave a bright, apologetic smile, explained that she was late, and with a light tease asked if he had worried about her absence. She reveals a collection of pale, torn fragments and explains that this is exactly why she went on the journey. Sujuru, noticing that she had no hunting gear, kept guessing where she had been, but she only hands over the prey with a shy explanation. When she shows the pile, he asks if these are just rock fragments, but she immediately corrects him, saying that these are eggshells. He is still puzzled by the strange choice of item, so he makes her explain. Nearby there is a place where huge birds nest, and there is plenty of abandoned shells easy to collect as soon as the chicks hatch. Then she says that Chugyusa told her about his need for such materials. She admits she used magic to speed up the return from the distant location, only to give them to him faster. With a gentle, expectant look, she expresses hope that they will be useful to him, and her eyes search his for a sign of approval. Her devotion pierces him to the core, as he realizes how much effort she spent running through the forest, so late to fulfill a request he never even voiced to her directly. When he takes the heavy load off her, she enthusiastically offers to gather even more if that turns out to be insufficient. Her energy seems to flare up again from his acceptance. She accepts the sincere words of thanks and the warm welcome back with a soft, satisfied smile, finally feeling peace after the long journey. She shines with a radiant smile and joyfully declares that she is finally home. Next to her, Suru returns a warm expression. The two share a quiet, calm moment of connection until her face softens. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes. She is overwhelmed by shame, her face flushes a deep red, and she lets out a muffled moan. Suju looks confused as she begins to writhe, hiding her face in him, unable to cope with the weight of her own sincerity. In a whirl of embarrassed energy, she starts spinning around him, frenzied, fragmented, trying to manage her shyness. Sujuru stays aside and can only look on, confused. He asks what happened, and she desperately tells herself to stop and doesn't understand why she is acting so strangely. After the outburst, she quiets down and sinks into a gloomier mood. Her gaze falls to the ground, thoughts heavy, as they walk together through the forest. She admits to herself how humiliating it all was. Her former confidence has vanished without a trace. Then she clings to his back and insists that he said something embarrassing, though he denies it. She states her conclusion in a firm, though muted tone, pushing him aside against the backdrop of his outrage at her logic and sudden change in behavior. While she stays close, he lowers his gaze to his hand and thinks about her efforts. Though he doesn't fully understand her sudden mood swings, he still sees that she worked hard to help him. He thinks, since he met her, even the simplest gathering of materials requires incredible ingenuity, yet she always approaches him with a face full of genuine delight. He listens as Lady Tia recalls their early days, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. She reminds him it was his idea, to go together toward new wonders, and that proposal still clearly resonates deeply within her. While she speaks, he closes his eyes. A quiet determination is born within him. He suddenly wants to turn the script around. He hopes to work hard and become the one who will bring her surprises next time. Her enthusiasm does not fade. She leans closer and impatiently asks what her next project or creation should be. He can only respond with a thoughtful mem, as the weight of her expectations and his own new goal mix in his head. When the day is already turning into a new moment, they switch back to simple joys they share. The question hangs in the air. Will their next endeavor be just for fun or to satisfy a completely different hunger? That question is cut off by a loud, rhythmic guttural growl from Ayano's stomach. She looks truly hungry. The young sorceress honestly admits she is hungry, so Ms. Tia quickly apologizes and promises to immediately whip up something tasty. When the tension immediately subsides, Ms. Tia returns to her usual friendly smile, and the rest remain to digest that strange feeling from before. When Ayano asks what exactly made Miss Jia behave so strangely earlier, he just shrugs, admitting that the real reason is still a mystery to him. She gives him a steady, indifferent look as if to say, is he just naturally blind? The sharpness of this phrase hits him like a physical blow. The young mage's harsh words cut his composure. Turning her attention to the elf, she bluntly asks why Ms. Tia avoided him in the first place. The question completely confuses Ms. Tia. Her face flushes crimson as she frantically tries to find an answer to this sudden interrogation. In the shadow, Ayano sharply turned and brushed off her previous questioning, calling it just an overreaction. With theatrical zeal, she began asking if that outburst would ruin her access to food and shelter, insisting it was a matter of life and death. When she was reassured that her place remained, attention shifted to the meal. Anna settled more comfortably inside. It's a pity there is no wine to complement the snacks. Sudru, who was serving near the cauldron, picked up her words. His thoughts drifted to the taste of wine and the desire for fresh fruit. Under the bright sun, a cluster of round orange fruits hangs heavily on the branches. Gyro immediately recognizes them as oranges, while Yano looks on with curiosity. Musubai settled above Gyro's head as they discuss the seedlings they brought to plant in the field. She picks one up, and her eyes light up with delight as she declares it a high-quality specimen. Gyro watches her reaction, a bit puzzled by how highly she values what he considers an ordinary fruit. In this world, fruits like grapes and apples are rare luxury goods. Their prices are so crazy that even wild berries seem like significant expenses. Standing among the greenery, Gyro admits, for someone from his homeland, these oranges might seem a bit sour, but still a pleasant find. He says that if they are not sweet enough to eat as is, they will make excellent jam. Next, he describes the process, mashing small fruits, mixing them with honey and spices, and then boiling the mixture until it thickens into a sweet paste. She looks at the freshly cut piece. Her face warms as she realizes the ability to eat fresh fruits raw is a rare gift, no matter how tart they are. He hands her a piece, encouraging her to try it and see everything with her own eyes. As soon as she tasted it, her face lit up with a beam of pure joy. The flavor far exceeded all she had expected. She marvels at the rarity of the fruit and notes that even royal persons would be denied such delicacy, gathered from the sacred forest. Is this a treasure unheard of outside? Taking a sip himself, he immediately felt an explosion of flavor and noted the incredible amount of juice. Nearby, she laughs with a hint of wicked mockery, enjoying the thought of palace officials who never treated her to anything so tasty. The fruit is a perfect balance, just the right tartness, followed by a sweetness that pleasantly lingers on the taste and makes one reach for the next piece. He turns to the small spirits gathered nearby and sincerely thanks them for the generosity they have given. The amazing smell of fruits fills the air as he recalls the true miracle, having the chance to taste something so wonderful. With a smile, he encourages her to eat as much as she wants, while she happily finishes the portions time after time. She responds with a contented purr. Her former melancholy has completely disappeared, replaced by simple joy from the food. The measured silence is broken by an elf returning tired, she admits. This day turned out to be much harder than she expected. However, despite her disheveled appearance, she excitedly tells the group that she managed to find something truly incredible while fending off a monster prowling the forest. He looks at her with genuine concern, as if ready to intervene if the tasks have become so dangerous. She is momentarily confused by his worry. Her cheeks slightly flush as she tries to downplay the threat. Triumphantly, with a sweeping gesture, she raises her prize, a large, bright, juicy food gift. She smiles broadly with pride and insists that all efforts were not in vain for such a wonder. She represents divine tree forest orange with infectious enthusiasm, calling everyone to eat it together. She glows with pride over the rare find, while Gyro looks at the fruit with a cold, emotionless face. His reaction is much more restrained than she probably expected. Continuing the explanation, she notes, even the highest nobility could not hope to buy such a treasure, no matter how much gold was offered. It seems she already understands that the man may not fully realize how incredibly impossible what she just did is. He responds with a modest smile, acknowledging that he may not understand the market price, but sincerely grateful for how much effort she put in to return it. His sincerity makes her freeze. Her face softens as his words reach her. Seeing an opportunity to celebrate, she suggests everyone share the loot, but her plan falters as soon as she notices Ayano nearby. Gyro freezes for a moment. A sudden shift in the group throws him. Often he realizes one wrong phrase could break the fragile balance they just formed. As one of the main approaches, she asks with a hint of distrust whether they will really eat another orange soon. Miss Tia, still squeezing the fruit, can only give a guilty look in response to the newly arrived skepticism. Despite the short delay, she eventually takes a bite, savoring the incredible taste. She thinks that thanks to spirit beasts, getting such rare delicacies has become unexpectedly easy. While Yukatama digs the necessary holes, Musubai manages to knock the fruit from the high branches without startling any nearby monsters. Later, when the sun begins to set, he notices how deliciously it was prepared and eagerly awaits the completion of the new parsonage the very next day. She agrees, her eyes burning with anticipation. She thinks about how others will rejoice seeing the progress they have made on their new home. Nearby stand Red-Eye's newly built dragon stable and a small house for the growing wolf pup. These buildings are the next step on their journey, a permanent home for the companions, as the whole group prepares for the trials ahead in this strange land. The man expresses regret over the monotonous work of clearing land and erecting farm buildings, feeling that he is the one responsible for the repetition of their current affairs. She rejects his apology by saying that control over her many-armed summons sharpens. With practice, the work begins to look pleasant. He agrees with her words, understanding there is no need for mad haste in her progress. Continuing the conversation while they watch the horizon, she explains, her work is not just routine, but true pleasure. He notices the cleverness of the spirit animals that help them and how skillfully they adapt to the environment. Then she abruptly changes the subject with an energetic burst, asks if he noticed how she practices the octopus dance, and explains the mental tension. You have to coordinate 8 limbs simultaneously. And he thinks to himself whether at that moment her mind is simply happily empty. Later he reflects on his own growth, examining a simple blade, and thinks about the essence of repetition. Even the most routine task always seems different, especially with each moment as he sharpens his skills. His thoughts glide to the divine gifts bestowed upon him by the goddess, and he realizes these tools do not define his path. He understands that it is his intention that shapes that power and leads it to where it will take him in this new world. Sharing this philosophy, he decides to move forward at an even, calm pace. Nearby, the script is pulled out of the air and almost flutters, marveling at how much the lands have grown thanks to their diligent care. Then the little fairy shifts her curious gaze to him and asks what that mysterious white, viscous substance is that he has been applying near the windows lately, interrupting his quiet concentration. She watches as he explains the mixture of flour, water, and seeds that he uses. He seems calm, but the simplicity of the ingredients makes her doubt his true intentions. She notices that he is far from calm. A wave of anxiety covers him as he looks ahead. Even when the group is advised to wait for the coming days, she feels that fear still lingers in his thoughts. The morning sun seeps through the room as he stirs from sleep and immediately encounters an unexpected radiance. Before him stands a radiant figure whose presence is so bright that he involuntarily closes his eyes, trying to understand if the light truly comes from her. She recognizes in that glowing orb hovering a pixie, a small forest spirit. Swimming gracefully, the fairy explains the nature of these little creatures that began to appear near him. Continuing the explanation, she says that although she herself is a high-ranking archfey, these lesser spirits are drawn to simple offering smoke or grain juice left on windowsills. Sighing wearily, she admits that her children have begun to appear more often, as if called by some invisible force. He grabs his head and freezes in disbelief, is overwhelmed by a wave of mysterious guests in this modest home, and aloud wonders why these ephemeral beings came to the place where he is simply trying to knead simple bread dough. The fairy calms him, explaining, as long as pixies are not treated cruelly, they are completely harmless and will just wander around. Curiosity draws him. He extends a finger and gently touches the glowing sphere, testing the truth of her words. She says that from time to time, it is worth leaving some small treat on the windowsill, then they will be satisfied. He looks down at his bowl of dough and considers, maybe it is his everyday baking that attracts them. Announcing that she would oversee the situation as the senior fairy, she watches as the pixie suddenly dives straight into the bowl. To his horror, the volume of the bread dough begins to noticeably decrease as if it is being devoured by the light itself. He suddenly bursts out in a panic scream as the dough disappears right before his eyes, accusing the fairy of deceiving him about their safe, harmless nature. His frantic noise fills the kitchen, realizes that his hard work is being eaten by a radiant alien. He listens as Cineraria clarifies the situation and says, the bread starter he set aside is exactly what the spirits were drawn to. She assures, with their arrival, fermentation can now continue without stopping. This solution stuns him, who realizes that the yeast he relied on were actually these tiny spirits. He freezes in thoughts about losing the previous batch and wonders if he will have to start the entire process from the very beginning. While he contemplates this, the very nature of baking demands a clear sequence. Yeast is added to the dough, allowed to rest and firm up. This crucial stage reveals the deep flavor and rich texture of the future loaf. To make the proper starter, you need to mix flour and water in equal parts very carefully and maintain it at a constant temperature of 30 degrees Celsius for several days. In such an environment, natural fermenting agents begin to grow. At first, Gyro was shaken by the appearance of pixies in the world, but eventually he breathes a sigh of relief. The viable starter has finally settled. Putting on his apron again, he truly begins baking. He starts by mixing freshly made sourdough with flour, salt, and sugar in a large bowl, then adds warm water and kneads everything by hand until the ingredients turn into a smooth, elastic dough. Then he puts the dough in a pot, covers it to keep it warm, and lets it undergo the first fermentation. This time of quiet transformation is necessary for the bread's structure. When the dough has successfully doubled in size, he gently presses the surface to release the accumulated gases. Then with precise movements, he folds the dough again, preparing it for the next stage of the process. He begins by dividing the dough into equal portions, rolling them into smooth, round shapes. Placing them back into the cavity, he lets them rest and ferment once more, allowing the spirits time to work their magic. As soon as the dough has risen, he places the cauldron on a low, even fire. To bake everything evenly, he carefully arranges glowing embers on the stone, light essentially, crafting an improvised oven that toasts the bread on both sides. The process is finally complete. A golden brown crusty bread appears, radiating warmth. Nearby stands a small jar of orange jam, prepared in advance precisely for this moment to highlight the fresh bake. He takes a piece and breaks it. Inside is a soft, light filling that releases a puff of steam. At first, he decides to try it plain. His curiosity grows as he brings the fluffy piece to his mouth. As he reaches for the first piece, he notices two pairs of eyes aimed directly at him. Yono and the little wolf pup watch his every move, silence and hunger palpable as they wait for his reaction. They lean closer, their gazes unwavering, each filled with anticipation. The air thickens with their silent plea to taste the fragrant bread at least once. From a favorable position from the branches, Cinerario watches the scene and holds a barely perceptible, confident smile. He tries to maintain a professional appearance, insisting that this is just a necessary tasting for quality, but the nervous smile betrays him. Under their silent pressure, he finally gives in and agrees that they should all eat together, jokingly warning, he cannot guarantee the taste. His words are met with an explosion of joy. Yano and pups celebrate a successful meal. He watches as Ms. Tia and Ayano examine the bread. Ms. Tia says it is the same type meant for dipping in soup, and Ayano notices the dark shade that wheat acquires after ba. He laughs quietly in response and explains that this bread is too soft to enjoy on its own, without any additions. He notes that Misha's previous attempts were probably with much harder varieties, and she immediately agrees. After this, they say the traditional thanks, and without wasting a second, greedily bite into the freshly baked bread. Their reaction is instantaneous and stunning. Yano moves to tears with sweetness, while Ms. Tia is already calculating his market value, ascertain that it will be a colossal success. The little wolf cub also joins the banquet with full joy. Amid the merriment appears Fairy Centauria, and as thanks for earlier summoning the yeast spirits, she leaves a mysterious warning. She continues, praising bread as the best tool for hospitality. It will surely satisfy everyone to whom it is served. She only barely snorts with a hint when he asks who exactly she is hinting at, and says that the answer will be revealed in time. Finally, she foretells the arrival of a significant guest soon. He later understands how prophetic her words were. He barely manages to process the warning when a massive, decisive tail club sweeps across the clearing, and along with it comes a long, muffled laughter that pierces the air with vibrations. The baker freezes in place, eyes wide open. He does not take his gaze off the place from where the sound came and cannot believe it, and the fairy calmly hovers behind him as if the sudden arrival did not surprise her at all. Before them towers a majestic sky dragon. White scales shimmer in the light, and although its size is frightening, the legendary beast exudes incredible grace and a pinch of charm. When the creature's golden eye focuses on them, Cineraria solemnly introduces the visitor as Sky Dragon, admitting that even she is shocked at how quickly he reacted to the smell of his baking. While the fairy remains calm next to that thunderous being, the young man can only sigh heavily, realizes that with the arrival of such a prestigious guest, his quiet life has just become much more complicated. The huge white dragon stands as if leaning on the force sand, introducing himself, calls himself Ares from the Sky Dragon tribe. It looms over the young man. He is clearly stunned by the revelation and whispers the name of the legendary tribe. Nearby, Cineraria explains that these creatures date back to the age of myths. Their lineage is as ancient and revered as that of the High Elves' ancestors. He listens while the dragon continues to explain. He says he heard from the fairy about a primitive flying dragon living here. With slight nostalgia, he notes that in the current era such creatures are rarely seen. It looks down at the small green dragon. The latter seems to shrink under the gaze of its huge relatives. Despite the size difference, the Sky Dragon speaks warmly, showing that he is glad to meet such a cute beauty. The dragon's playful attempts to look scary come off as cute to the observer. He amuses. Despite all his gigantic grandeur, there is not a drop of real malice or threat in this creature. It suddenly leans over its huge snout, stretches an inch toward his face. He flinches from the unexpected closeness and power of that ancient creature from its golden gaze. He freezes as the creature shifts its gaze to the liquid in his hands, asking if it is truly the legendary fabled holy sake. He confirms, then the dragon reveals that although it has lived for centuries, it has never seen anything like it, and voicing a guess, wonders how much time has passed since the day it last touched the world. The appearance of the elf woman breaks the moment. She freezes, looking in awe at the gathering of dragons. She skillfully notices an incredible turn of events, even legendary species she had never encountered before now stand before her eyes. She warmly welcomes the little dragon and notices how spoiled he is. Meanwhile, Surdu introduces the team to the majestic celestial dragon Ares. The ancient dragon shifts his gaze to the young man displeasure, is audible in him and asks if anything can be done about what is happening now. He continues to grumble, lamenting. Supposedly, despite having come all the way here to play, the little dragon has already been monopolized by Hyle. The giant animal oppression approaches closer. Its presence presses so much that it becomes obvious. People without it could have been knocked to the ground in submission, seeking its blessing, but here everyone is so relaxed. Seeing her companion being pressured, she boldly steps forward, points at the legendary beast, and scolds it for bothering Sudru, reminding that it was he who came down to them. The heavenly dragon looks back and stuns the silencias if a mortal who stubbornly holds her position turned out to be too insolent for him. From the edge of his field of vision, the royal mage watches the spectacle unfold, eyes wide open, and senses an anomaly of such magnitude that it is hard to believe. When the tension reaches its limit, the dragon begins to emit dazzling light and the spectators are overwhelmed by a wave of anxiety. What will happen next? The scales of the celestial dragon begin to shimmer with an anxious intensity. Immediately catching the eye of the nearest Majini, she feels the atmosphere changing. She responds with a sharp scream, releasing a simple spell that calls forth and unleashes a dazzling pillar of light onto the ground right in front of the dragon. When the light fades, she shudders for a moment. A mass of dark, multi-jointed tentacles bursts from the ground, and 1,000 flashes ignite a method of shadow manipulation that covers her. The dragon is suddenly overwhelmed by a sudden attack. Its gigantic body is pressed to the ground by relentless dark limbs. It shudders and hisses from powerlessness and rage, but the dark energy only tightens its grip as she launches a true cocoon spell, further binding the beast. Its golden eye reflects the growing confusion just as the power begins to slip from it. The dragon does not understand why its own might suddenly fails. She hovers inside the heart of the dark mass and watches the struggle with a predatory gaze, noting how appetizing the captured essence looks. Her hand reaches out to complete the connection. The dark ritual is already in its final stretch. She shifts her gaze to Sudhuru, and the ferocity in her face changes to playfulness as he begs her not to consume their guest. He calls her by name Shagusa, and his voice trembles with a mix of annoyance and genuine concern. Thanks to his intervention, the tension eases for a moment, and he catches himself thinking about the sudden appearance of the dragon, as if it fell from the sky without warning. She simply looks at the creature. Now it seems much less threatening. They talk about how the dragon might have come just to play, but he is sure. In this encounter, it was truly the dragon who got scared. In a moment, she bursts into a proud smile, recalling her days as a top adventurer, while he watches her from afar safe. He understands. When she fully commits to the fight, her power becomes truly devastating, and he relaxes luckily. He was not caught in the fire between her shadow magic. As the conversation continues, the gigantic figure of the sky dragon begins to tremble and dissolve into a cloud of ghostly mist. He silently watches as its incredible presence vanishes, leaving behind only a lingering sense of awe. And in the shimmering mist appears a young girl with small horns and a bright kimono, her playful gaze fixed on them. She asks if this appearance makes her less desirable, and he is completely stunned by the change, while she, like an insatiable analyst, cannot figure out which category to assign this new development. Gyro, Ayano, and the dragon Arisno in their human forms are discussing the essence of her existence. Ayano reflects, is Ares truly genderless, or can it be both, since she is capable of giving birth? Gyro listens attentively, considering what such unique biology means. The dragon waves its hand, feigning carefreeness, brushing off worry, and declaring that in this form she is perfectly fine, no matter how her weakness looks. Ayano sticks to his opinion, warning her not to babble unnecessarily, and Gyro can only sheepishly utter something soft in response due to her frivolous attitude. Earlier, he had prepared her some fresh bread as an apology for the price of Friday. As Cineraria had predicted, this gesture is a great success. The dragon is simply delighted with such an easy treat, their eyes shine, as if competing with the joy of everyone around. She sincerely thanks for the dish, her face lights up with genuine joy. Nearby, behind, Ayano seems to feel the weight of the day's events. From the dragon's wild energy, she looks somewhat exhausted. She decides to remain in human form for now and comfortably sprawls on the chair. It seems that right now she has chosen a life of quiet relaxation, and this greatly amuses Gyro, who watches her settle in. She tastes bread with jam. She is struck by the sinful sweetness of this jammy mass. She thinks that people often complicate everything and advises learning this simple but incredibly tasty method of preparation instead of just mashing fruits and alumzi. Gyro notes the quality of jam is born from the mastery of its basic ingredients. He says that for Sky Dragon, the most attractive thing is probably the presence of divine energy, and the young man, very interested, glances over and asks to explain what is meant by this term. She explains, divine energy is a trembling residual auric trace left on things touched by the divine. While she takes another bite, she emphasizes, it is this very essence that endows the food with extraordinary quality. She explains that for her kin, the presence of divinity is infallible, a tangible aura that separates certain things. Jiro listens, trying to grasp how heavy her words are, as she tells how this energy is obvious to the Sky Dragon. Continuing her thought, she compares this feeling to the difference between drinking murky, stagnant water and water that has undergone perfect filtration, crystal clear and easy to swallow. The purity of divine energy makes the very act of consuming it fundamentally. She leans slightly, and her gaze becomes more serious as she notes. The situation changes once again as soon as the creature reaches the level where it can actively control this divine entity. Here it is no longer just about what you see, but about the power it gives. At this stage, the very fact of using divinity allows obtaining results that far exceed their own abilities, as if they connect to a power that goes beyond the limits of the mortal world. As if a person becomes a favorite of the gods, or something like a deity. In this state, every step is guided by unnatural skill and constant, favorable luck follows every move. Gyro nods, finally beginning to understand the deep essence of what she is telling. She adds, for those who hear these energies, consuming such food is equivalent to absorbing the very essence of future success and prosperity. With a look of pure pleasure, she bites off another large, pleasant piece of bread, her eyes closed as if in bliss. Gyro looks at her and admits to himself that he is a little envious of her ability to feel such deep joy from a simple meal. Nearby, Yono had already eaten her portion, and Gyro notices how huge her appetite is, just as strong as the day before yesterday. When they finish breakfast, the whole group gets ready to go to work. The morning air is filled with quiet, focused determination. He worked stubbornly and tirelessly, but as soon as evening came, the mysterious places disappeared, and only the chair stood empty. The next morning, he had just woken up when he suddenly saw her again. She leaned over and greeted him radiantly, asking if he had slept well. She explained that although she managed to return home briefly, she realized that if she reached dawn, she might be lucky enough to see the sleeping flying dragons. He was taken aback. He asked if she had traveled such a distance just for this. She nodded, admitting that she had indeed flown in the form of a spiritan, now was terribly hungry. She watched as a playful sparkle flashed in her eyes when she confessed her desire to eat. Her fill and hunger clearly prevailed. While she stubbornly focused on her appetite, the rest of the company was preparing to go to the river for their morning wash, and he decided to join. He pressed her again, unable to believe that her only motivation was dragons, but she stubbornly insisted. They are magical, and she wants to see her favorites every day. When they set off together into the morning light, he was struck by a strange duality, a mighty deity who behaved like a devoted fan. He is resting in the cool river water, while the morning sun warms his shoulders, as he discusses the possibility of building a water wheel. He says that with his craft equipment, processing most materials is an easy task, so he works many times more productively than any ordinary person. Looking at his companion, he wonders, Sky Dragons really know much more. She floats in the water, her face calm, listening to his plans for the settlement. He further reasons, after life over several centuries, such knowledge must become a basic necessity. Without it, you doom yourself to an endless cycle repeating the same actions again and again. He looks at her more closely and thinks aloud. What is it like to live for hundreds of years, guided only by bare instinct, and whether it will hurt? Her eyes reflect a depth of experience that does not match her playful behavior. She responds with a sudden splash. The tail breaks the surface, and she explains, because of this her father became somewhat sluggish. It seems the great dragon still does not dare to appear in these lands. She comes alive more and more, lifts her leg from the water, and counts everything she wants to see, starting with flying dragons. You can only sigh, her wish list will most likely be long. Later, when she is comfortably resting indoors, she says that her father is considering whether to send an official messenger to convey greetings. A dark figure silently stands by the door, watching the conversation. Looking at the sprawling settlement, he pondered how much had changed. In such a short time, they had cleared the forest and even received ancient treasures from the Feristas, was the first major development on this land in centuries. He wipes his hair with a towel and thinks about the mention of a formal gift. He feels that the idea of giving away the treasure is a bit too much, although he acknowledges the gravity of the situation and the expectations placed on him. Next to him, a young dragoness explains her own impulsiveness. It was her father's stubborn refusal to let her visit the wyverns that made her simply take off into the sky and fly away without permission. She continues to speak about her father as the complete opposite of herself, calling him reserved and hinting that anyone who met him would be quite surprised at how different they are in temperament. This revelation leaves him with an increasing sense of anxiety. He reels in his mind the sheer absurdity of his situation, bathing together with the descendant of such a powerful and possibly still equally temperamental creature, and wondering if he is truly a worthy companion. His inner thoughts suddenly cut off. A strange sensation washes over him like a wave, and he involuntarily shifts his gaze upward to the clear sky above Spring, as if sensing the approach of a presence. A loud scream pierced the silence among the trees, and at that very moment, some huge mass breaks free and splashes into the water, raising a deafening roar and throwing a column of spray into the sky, thoroughly frightening everyone nearby. A sharp blow pins him in place. He freezes in shock, eyes wide, trying to comprehend the chaotic arrival of those new ones who just shattered their peaceful moment in spring. In the swirling water and rising bubbles, the young dragoness remains underwater. Her golden eyes do not leave the surface, and the calm atmosphere of the bath completely shatters because of this sudden incident. Gyro and Lady Tia gaze intently at Ares. She seems to radiate tense, almost prickly energy. He immediately sees. She is definitely in a foul mood, her small body trembling with anger and resentment that remain unspoken. She suddenly announces her departure to meet the newcomer. He does not even have time to realize how her disposition has changed. He remains standing in place, wondering who could have arrived to provoke such a sudden reaction. A woman with an impressive stature, crowned with huge horns and wrapped in a dark, flowing mantle, introduced herself, Rizuryu of the Sky Dragon tribe. She explained that she came from the west specifically to meet the one who watches over this sacred forest. Now properly dressed, he introduces himself as Met Sumirwaro and greets her with polite curiosity. Noticing a striking resemblance between them, he asks if she is truly the father-mother of Iria. She immediately bows deeply and solemnly and sincerely apologizes for her daughter's recent selfishness and for the trouble she might have caused. He quickly tries to reassure her and says that her child is simply very energetic, full of light. He further explains that he is neither a ruler nor a governor, just a person who settled in the forest of his own free will. She listens reservedly and attentively, as if appreciating his humble view of his role in the forest. Then she brings up the reports she heard from the story about the fairy and recalls his efforts to clear the forest of the divine tree and his alleged orders to the spirits living there. Her gaze is sharp, as if trying to measure where the truth lies in these rumors. He modestly waves it off and shifts the conversation to a joke, explaining that the spirits were simply glad to see him, not because he controls them. Against this backdrop, Eris stands calmly beside her mother. The tension that was before completely melts away in the presence of family. He listens while Rizuryu clarifies the situation. The spirits decided to enter his domain themselves, no coercion involved. Gyro can only manage a smile, beneath which tension is visible. He is burdened by the weight of misunderstanding and the colossal power of the entity surrounding him. Due to the great fairy's inability to explain everything clearly, the dragon woman apologizes for the confusion that led to a tense introduction. Behind them, Chinraria turns away and snorts, as if irritated that her words were not received as she intended. In a moment standing in the quiet forest, she urges him to calm down and relax, acknowledging the strange circumstances of their meeting. In response, she creates a flickering, semi-transparent sphere and offers it as an official apology for all the troubles her daughter, Ares, caused him. He freezes in shock and fixes his gaze on the object, realizing that it is a dragon treasure, and immediately tries to refuse such a priceless treasure, but she insists. After all, since her daughter will probably cause more trouble, he should take it as a preemptive gift of peace. Watching him straight in the eyes, she admits, this is not just a relic, a treasure she created with her own hands. Since he has already accepted the gift furniture made from the silk of the four spirits, she thinks, it is only fair that he accepts her token as well. He finds himself unable to argue with her logic. His initial reserve melts away as soon as he imagines this gesture. When she presents the gift, she explains, the gemstone carries divine protection of the water, a powerful bone for its further stay in the forest. He listens attentively as Razoryu explains the true potential of the treasure. Its power, thanks to his own divine nature, will allow the artifact to summon an infinite amount of pure water and protect from any water danger. The revelation astonishes him. He realizes the immense value of the gift. He is still digesting the weight of the gift when she leans over and, like a conspirator, whispers that he can even provide clean hot water. He repeats the words again and again in shock. The thought of a hot bath or tub seems to grab him suddenly, and his eyes sharply widen, as if struck by an electric shock. His surprise is met with a warm smile. As she expresses hope for a harmonious relationship between them, and he responds with the same enthusiasm. She adds that her daughter might also visit, and then carefully asks if she will be allowed to pet the little dragon resting nearby. When she gently runs her fingers over the creature's scales, he watches the scene closely and feels suspicion growing. Her generosity was a calculated move, so she could enjoy a bath herself almost like a visitor in a cat cafe. He gazes intently at the shining jewel in his own hands, and along with it, a new goal ignites within him. Cineraria feels the creative fire blazing inside. Finally, he has the means to build a real bathhouse. He stands on the designated plot immediately after this, imagining the future structure, and reminds the energetic wolf cub not to dig holes on the construction site. He begins by outlining the initial phase of the project. First, all weeds and stones that interfere must be removed from the plot, and only then carefully level the ground. Then he watches as the little armored spirit gets to work, digging a wide, shallow pit and, leaning on his own weight, firmly tamping the soil to create a strong foundation. The spirit continues his work, preparing the plumbing, following the plan to install pipes that will control the flow and cooling of water before it reaches the river. After the excavation is complete, a thick layer of crushed stone is poured into the basin. It expands the area and provides a strong, porous layer for the next stage of construction. He expresses a word of thanks to his diligent companion, noting the impressive progress, before preparing to compact the layer of stone once more for the last time. Then the man oversees the preparation of a special mixture of sand, clay, and crushed eggshells, which is made even stronger by adding fine silk powder. The elf woman watches the application carefully, smiles radiantly, and eagerly offers the user magic to speed up drying and bring the project to completion. She and others contribute their unique skills, and the construction site hums with work, turning a complex engineering task into a fast and coordinated team effort. He stands next to Yano and explains, their current project goes beyond simple construction. It is work born from passion, a hobby where the result does not always determine a strict schedule. Yano listens. In her gaze is a faint confusion as she tries to get into his idea. Through his explanation, she leans closer with a playful smile, asking if the timeline will really be extended. She notices, despite his modest words that this is just a hobby, their progress is amazingly fast. The rebellious girl trembles from his silence in response to her tease, blushing and losing her train of thought. She quickly apologizes, realizing she probably went too far, and he simply nods and acknowledges her words with a quiet, understanding look. Then he turns his gaze inward and reflects on what their work is like. He admits, this bushcraft direction feels as if it presses on him, a bit too much, perhaps even one step further than necessary. Looking from above at the huge excavation they prepared, he wonders if such a grand project really suits simple hobby. The scale of the foundation is impressive, a testament to their joint efforts. Casting aside doubts, he decides to move forward and concludes, since they have already started, they must finish. With renewed focus, he declares it is time to build the bathtub itself, and this prospect clearly pleases Yano. To start building, they select thick boards with a pleasant cypress scent. He meticulously fits them together to form a base large enough to hold 10 people, even incorporating internal steps for seating and a separate drain hole. When the massive wooden structure is assembled, the last task remains. He says that now it is necessary to apply a special waterproof film to the outer part so that the tub works and remains strong for many more years. He continues meticulous work, strengthening the foundation where he previously applied a waterproof film. With a mixture of natural stone and solto, lay a solid foundation. The bottom of the excavation is carefully connected to the drainage pipe, and he adjusts the wooden supports to make the structure perfectly level. Just as he is about to lower the heavy barrel into place, a sharp command, "Stop," sounds, and his companion begins to recite a complex spell to firmly root the wooden legs into the ground. With the main structure already secured, the builder turns his attention to the surroundings, constructing a simple changing room with shelves, reinforcing the perimeter with a sturdy stone earth wall, and simultaneously ensuring the drainage path remains clear. His companion watches the progress with a skeptical expression, wondering why a separate washing area is needed if they have cleansing gemstones, yet still insists, to enter the bath without washing off the dirt is simply not how it should be. Having finished the peripheral constructions, he steps back and surveys the place, while his thoughts already turn to the final and most critical element, the water itself. He inquires about the mechanics of filling the bath and how to regulate the temperature, until the others stop him. There are technical methods, but he should focus his intention and imagine the desired result. Closing his eyes in a moment of quiet concentration, the man utters a silent prayer, and in response, the cleansing gemstone begins to glow with a soft light until transparent water streams into the basin. He watches as water flows from the stone pitcher held by the statue of the goddess. The stream is steady, enticing. Beside him stand Lady Tia and Ayano, wide-eyed and completely captivated by the newly started bath, admiring the elegance of the design. He explains that he chose the form of the goddess for the water source, and this decision immediately earns approving exclamations from his companions. Miss Tia admits she never would have imagined such a design, and Ayano praises his artistic talent, noting how well the statue fits the room's atmosphere. The young man admits, at first he thought about a dragon stylization, even almost wanted to name it Heavenly Dragon Bath, but Razorio suggested instead goddess motif. Mr. imagines the dragon statue spitting water from its mouth, and he confirms that this was indeed his original idea until he was swayed by that proposal. She points out the striking similarity and asks whether the dragon design wouldn't look just like a traditional shrine cleansing bath near a sanctuary. He pauses, accepts her correctness with a slightly guilty nod, and realizes his first idea might have been a bit too conventional for their unique concept. When the mechanism is finally installed, he announces that now they must wait until the large tub is completely filled and does not hide his excitement for the next day. For Lady Tia, this news is a disappointment. She hoped to dive in immediately, but Ayano simply accepts the inevitable delay, gazing toward the horizon. He finds himself in a captivating open-air bath right in the very heart of the forest. The pair rises evenly and quietly, blending with the lush greenery and the soothing babble of a nearby stream. This is a place of complete healing masterfully arranged to provide relief from the deepest essence. Submerged up to his shoulders, he releases a long, satisfied sigh. The water is perfect, allowing him to stretch his legs fully, a luxury that seems the highest reward. Beside him drift his small companions, a puppy and a spirit moth, peacefully in the warm spring caress. The group has truly gathered for a moment of rest. He watches as the little wolf playfully splashes its paws in the water waves spreading around them. This is a rare moment of silence, a shared pause on the road, where the only task is to wash away the day's fatigue. He looks back at how much effort it took to get here and feels pride in what has already been done. The goal was always the same: to create a place where everyone can find joy together. And seeing them all here, he cannot help but think his efforts were not in vain. Moving into a larger, round bathtub, he admires the craftsmanship that brings beauty and functional comfort into perfect balance. This is a space where intention is felt, designed by the master's vision so that everyone who crosses the threshold feels the care invested in its creation. He weighs the practical aspects of the project. One large bathing vat is much more efficient than keeping several smaller ones. While he considers the schedule and space dimensions, a familiar voice reaches through the pair, grabbing his attention and pulling him out of his thoughts. To be amazed, he does not stay alone. The elf and the mage joined him in the spacious waters. They ponder the colossal scale of spring, noting that such a huge structure is a rarity even in the most prosperous lands. His quiet rest turns into a meeting place. Even the venerable dragoness entered spring. Her presence adds an ancient refinement to the water. She explains that this hot spring is a precious treasure inherited from her father. The revelation strikes him as he realizes the true meaning of the place where they now rest. He sits in warm water and watches a small wolf cub splashing nearby, while the spirit of a butterfly flutters above him. When asked if he is finished, he admits, since others have already come in, there is no point in trying to hold the bath alone any longer. Next to her, the dragon woman leans back and pulls the pair with her whole body. She says that with the sky dragon's protection over these springs, no mighty monster will dare to show itself, and the elven barrier will easily repel the weaker ones. The elf approaches the water's edge, her steps lightly tapping on the stone. With a smile, she notes that during ordinary bathing she usually avoids going into the water, but the warmth of a true hot spring is a completely different, much more attractive experience. She. She very soon completely immerses herself in that feeling, gliding easily through the clear water. What began as a private moment turns into a shared refuge. The group accepts the goddess's bath as a place for everyone to rest. And even while others enjoy bathing, she later goes to the edge to finish her washing in the quiet atmosphere of spring, in her underwear. Later, the piece from the bathhouse changes to a domestic crisis. He stands in the kitchen wearing an apron and delivers very grim news. The dragon woman's eyes widen sharply, a real shock when he explains. They have completely run out of flour, so bread production must suddenly stop. Meanwhile, in the bustling town, the sun sets on sturdy stone buildings and crowded streets. Dragon Woman's face becomes thoughtful as she weighs the community's needs and the challenges ahead. In one of the grandest halls, a bearded viscount leans forward, his gaze stern. He notes that everything seems to be moving in a favorable direction, his sharp eyes never leaving his interlocutor. His companion, an elderly merchant, nods, adjusting his glasses. He brushes off any talk of nonsense and insists that their current course is solely for the good of the city and its people. He thinks about the uncertainty of their present wealth and asks himself how long the generous harvest will last. He taps on the table. His companion advises him to simply enjoy the moment. Yet the merchant remains cautious. He says he cannot afford carelessness when the city's finances rest on his shoulders. Leaning back, the older man admits that he truly enjoys this carefree time. He notes, this year the forest yielded surprisingly abundantly, and this is what brought a steady stream of adventurers to their city. This surge of activity was fueled by rumors of an important trade agreement between the local leadership and the royal family. The agreement was supposedly sealed with rare and exotic delicacies. Despite positive reports from the coast, the merchant remains skeptical about lasting peace. His friend insists, as long as the forest is silent, they can do without costly military campaigns and instead direct resources to protect farmers and expand agricultural lands. Agreeing with this mood, the merchant decides in his time to strongly push his son and make him take his duties more seriously, muttering about laziness which, in his opinion, dwells in the young man. But his thoughts are cut short. A youth bursts into the room, pale with anxiety, and calls out to the Lord. The messenger gasps sharply and throws out a warning about a deadly emergency unfolding in the forest. The news hits the room like a physical shove and instantly wipes away the calm that had prevailed at their private meeting. Outside, the source of the alarm becomes visible. A giant serpent-like figure weaves into the heavy clouds. It moves with eerie grace, a dark omen blocking the sun. The giant shadow stretches across the expanse and leaves those below frozen in gaze in silent fear of the unknown creature that suddenly took their sky. Gyro, Iano, and Miss Tia walk toward the city of brown walls to replenish supplies. He catches himself wondering, does the gatekeeper from his last visit still remember him, or is he now just another face in the crowd? Their journey was made easier thanks to an agreement with Risuro. She agreed to give them a ride to the town on the condition that he take care of a young flying dragon. He gladly took on this task, understanding that such an arrangement was beneficial to both of them while she tended to their base. When they finally reached the grand gates of the city, they were met with an unexpected sight, a dense crowd of people. The line stretched endlessly. Armored soldiers and impatient adventurers waited their turn to pass through the checkpoint, which promised a long and exhausting journey. But the monotony breaks when a familiar face appears at the loophole. The gatekeeper notices them and shouts a ringing greeting from behind the partition, remembers both the man and the elf beside him, recognizing the whole company so enthusiastically that he catches them off guard. He watches as the tall man, Sidek, greets the traveler with a booming voice and a wide smile. He warmly welcomes him and holds the guest back, so much that the young boy is completely bewildered, while the crowd watches in amazement. He sharply slaps the traveler's shoulder with a heavy palm and announces to the crowd that the Lord of the Forest has arrived in a calm stadias, if this removes the main worry for the city. Then he says that Doro will be sincerely glad about this arrival. The traveler freezes in amazement at the majestic title, and the giant explains, anyone who lives with an elf and tames a great monster without weapons truly deserves such a name. He speaks with deep respect, acknowledging the traveler's legendary deeds. Then he urges the company to go inside, insisting that Jesh cannot be kept waiting by the gates. He notices the companions, the woman in the hood and the elf, and greets them all with the same exuberant hospitality. Approaching the gate, they pass through and the guard watches closely. Their tension noticeably eases. They whisper among themselves, for the Lord of the Forest there is nothing to fear, even if the dragon suddenly disappears. The traveler asks if he is the ruler of this place, is interested in the obvious influence of the man. The giant laughs heartily and confirms, yes, he is indeed the Lord of the Brown Walsen. This shocks the traveler. He offers modest apologies for his lack of decency, simply did not understand the person's status. The master brushes off the apologies, admitting he should have properly introduced himself before leading them to the grand. Inside, the merchant adjusts his glasses and asks the traveler for a confidential conversation. Although the young man hoped to follow his companion, he acknowledges the importance of this meeting and agrees to talk in the back. He leans forward, his gaze sharp behind the glasses as he asks Gyro about the current state of affairs in the forest. Gyro, slightly confused by the merchant's direct address, wonders if he means recent disturbances or something more specific. Seeing Gyro's hesitation, the merchant explains. For a trader, the value of a product depends on the story of its creation and the hands that made it. He asks Gyro to relax and tell his story while Sedek quietly and cautiously stands behind, watching the conversation. The young man gives a warm, understanding smile, and Replish immediately sees that the merchant's professional interest is genuine. He agrees. If his information can be useful, he will gladly provide it, and the conversation finally shifts to a more relaxed trust with the hosts. When the conversation goes deeper, the merchant recalls the legendary silky moth, saying that for the exquisite threads in elven ceremonial attire, supposedly materials come from such a mythical creature. Gyro confirms the truth of the legend. He tells how Musubai, the moth's spirit, gladly gave the raw material for Mish's dress, and the merchant is completely delighted by this rare thread between them. After this revelation, the merchant's face becomes sterner. He admits that he has one more, perhaps even more astonishing question he wants to ask. Gyro listens intently, sensing a change in tone, while Cdex's gaze hardens, as if anticipating how difficult the next questions will be. Cdex rushes forward and tells how he saw the dragon it was rising from the forest side just before Gyro's squad approached the city gates. He directly asks if Gyro is also familiar with this dragon thought's race, because such a mighty creature could be nearby. Without hesitation, Gyro confirms what he saw. The woman they met earlier is Eris, a representative of the Sky Dragon tribe. Casually, he mentions that she carried him on her back to reach the city. These words instantly shatter everything for his listeners. The news strikes like a thunderbolt, bringing complete shock to both the merchant and the Lord of the Brown Walls. They cannot recover. The heavenly dragon, a creature that should be sleeping far in the west, has not only awakened, but has entered their city in human form. He listened while Gyro continued his explanation, and noted that even Mrs. Tia remarked on the strange habit of the legendary creatures gathering around him. Gyro admitted that given the incredible absurdity of the situation, it was entirely understandable that anyone might not believe him or swallow those words. When the weight of the revelation settled on the room, the giant man leaned forward and asked that this information remain strictly between the three of them. Gyro, though surprised by the sudden need for secrecy, agreed without hesitation. The reason, as the Viscount explained, was simple. News of Sky Dragon's arrival would turn the whole town upside down and cause uncontrollable rage. As long as they keep it quiet, they can preserve the sense of normal order, and Gyro confirmed this with a quiet, understanding nod. Weighing everything, he felt a wave of relief. Ares had advised keeping his identity secret even before they entered the city. And with a slight irony, he realized he had become somewhat desensitized to the appearance of such mythical creatures because they had already begun to perceive his home as an ordinary meeting place for strays. Breaking the silence, the bearded man spoke with a renewed sense of duty. Contrasted Dijiro's simple desire for a peaceful life in the forest with his heavy responsibilities, emphasizing that those in charge must devote every ounce of effort to proper governance and the city's stability. This conversation about duty reminded the young man of a previous conversation, so he asked if words about a quiet resignation and a passion for painting had really been spoken once. He watched him closely, trying to discern what personal dreams were hidden beneath the professional facade. The question provoked a Visconti loud smile. He stated that he was already enjoying a rather relaxed pace of life. When Gyro felt a slight sense of guilt, as if maybe he was only adding trouble to him, the older man waved it off. He advised, a little guilt is a healthy and necessary element of human experience. He again turned everything into a joke, easily diverting the conversation. Indifferent whether you truly rest or just escape from work, the result is the same. There was no work at all. With a self-deprecating smile, he joked about his own inability as an artist, and Gyro could only watch with a mixture of amusement and anxious tension that would not let go. He sits silently while the conversation between the merchant and the Viscount continues. Sedek snorts sharply at the very idea of a secret and insists that such precautions are quite natural under these circumstances. The tall man leans back and begins to explain his philosophy. A little guilt is useful. It keeps a person grounded but does not turn into an unbearable burden. Gyro listens intently, absorbing the weight of every word. Then he bursts out with self-satisfied laughter, praising his own insight, and this only earns him a sharper scolding from Doro. The merchant reminds, talk of retirement is a dream, especially now as they are going through the most dangerous crisis they have ever faced. Looking at them, Gyro cannot help but feel, despite their constant quarrels, there is a deep and truly sincere bond between the two. Then the merchant again turns his attention to the young man, wanting to move on to more important matters as soon as possible. He asks Gyro to tell more about his journey with Ayano from the Black Sea, particularly interested in where her terrifying reputation came from. Gyro nods, ready to recount everything he managed to learn about the mysterious mage. Outside the room, the city continues its daily rhythm. Citizens go about their business, unaware of the colossal secrets that are being exchanged right now, where legendary figures have gathered among them. Ms. Tia and Ayano stand before the Adventurers Guild. Ms. Tia notes how long it has been since they were here, but Ayano is overwhelmed with anxiety. She fears that if she has been marked as missing, her name might have been erased from the records. Ms. Tia reminds her, as survivors from the Divine Forest, they are simply doomed to attract attention, and this instantly shakes the ground beneath the mage's feet. She begins to emit a quiet, eerie laugh, her face hidden by a hood. Ms. Tia watches her with genuine concern, as the sharp change in her companion's behavior becomes eerily frightening. Ayano sinks into her own thoughts and mutters how all of this suddenly became too problematic. The mage repeatedly falls into a circle of her own anxieties, wondering how to present herself. She considers to release a dark aura or maybe to comb her hair to the side to look like a mysterious traveler. She is gnawed by the thought that the cozy life and good food she had in the forest might have made her too healthy and thus revealed her true self to everyone who knew her before. Ms. Tia, noticing her friend's internal struggle, asks with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes whether she is planning a direct attack on the guild. Yano is completely confused by the very suggestion. Her confusion is evident in every movement, as she tries to understand why her friend could even think of such a thing. In a moment, the guild hall doors burst open with a crash, and a terrible presence storms inside. A gigantic, trembling cloud of dark energy wraps around Ayano, cutting the floor with a long, threatening shadow. The adventurers inside are paralyzed with fear. They scream for everyone to flee from the mysterious and powerful dark mage who suddenly appeared right among their ranks. While the crowd rages in panic, Ms. Tia stands behind and fervently encourages, urging her to take and smash them all. Deep inside, Ayano screams in horror. She realizes that her magical power is uncontrollably leaking and triggering a huge misunderstanding. She tries to explain to her friend that she has no intention of attacking anyone, but the elf only notices her restraint with disappointment. Chaos gradually subsides to a woman bow deeply before the bewildered crowd, apologizing. Ayano, in panic, assures everyone she won't do it again, cheeks burning with shame. Nearby, Miss Tia presses a slightly guilty smile, trying to brush off this near accident as a mere mistake. When the pair disappears, the guild staff and the guard remain standing amid the aftermath of Bazarovit. They exchange confused glances, not understanding what could have driven a dark mage of such a level to come to Themend, whether the rumors about a powerful entity dwelling in the Divine Forest were truly not fabrications. She watched as the mysterious girl surveyed the bustling guild hall, completely unlike what she was used to in the neglected slums. Yano felt uncertainty in the crowd, noticing how different this place was from her previous experience. Making her way through the city, she noticed the streets crowded with adventurers, a sharp contrast to the silence of the forest. Nearby, the locals seemed more interested in local delicacies. Her gaze lingered on the freshly baked dishes. The elf gave a bright, soothing smile. Her friendly mood shone on the bustling shopping street as she waved to those they passed by. While they walked, Yono explained that she had a specific matter in the guild and led them forward with a new purpose, although the townspeople's gazes still lingered. Approaching the counter, she presented her identification, acknowledged that a lot of time had passed since her last visit, and introduced herself as Chagas Yona. The receptionist took the card, but noted that such formalities were hardly necessary for a person with such a name and immediately recognized the mage. Quiet whispers rolled through the hall like a wave as soon as those present realized who was before them. The legendary Yano of the Black Sea had returned to seek out the rumors that had already spread everywhere. Supposedly, she had died in the forest. After careful examination, the woman noticed, Yano looks remarkably rested and flawless, no signs of where that should have appeared after traveling through the dangerous forest. Clothes and skin are absolutely clean. She continues the conversation with the legendary mage and does not hide her amazement, how such magic can create such exquisite clothing. Yano explains that this is not just a spell. Musubai, the legendary spirit beast, not only sewed her clothes, but also already takes care of her nutrition and care, and much better than before. This revelation stuns her. She cannot believe that anyone can truly overcome the dangers of the forest. Yano explains. She does not conquer it, she simply lives there, under the protection of one particular person who has made this place their home. Smiling at her blurred description, she teases Yano, asks what her real role is in this mysterious abode, and jokingly inquires if she is kept as a pet. Yano can only answer hesitantly and uncertainly even for her. Her own status in the forest remains somewhat of a mystery. Their conversation is cut short by the arrival of a group of experienced travelers. The heavy steps of their leaders immediately draw all eyes. He announces that they have heard rumors and demands a moment of his attention, his figure casting a shadow over the table. He addresses her by her legendary title Yano of the Black Sea, and squinting, remarks, "Progress in the forest goes far beyond all expectations." With a confident grin, he offers her the strength of his party, counting his people as if their cooperation is already decided. Yano looks at them intently with a tired gaze, and in her thoughts notes that such a kind of extortionate venture was much rarer in the guild of the royal capital. Before negotiations can begin, a loud woman with noticeable horns interrupts the conversation and suggests simply gathering the entire group of 6. Her sharp outburst and aggressive tone immediately alert the other travelers, so they demand her name sharply, without hesitation. She mocks their pride and without hesitation says, if such a weak group enters the forest, they will return as nothing but 6 fresh corpses. Her ridicule stings, and when the male adventurers' anger flares, she challenges them. Find someone truly powerful, and don't waste her time with such pathetic displays. She moves with a speed the eye cannot comprehend. One ordinary wrist flick, and such a striking force erupts that it pierces the guild hall like a storm. Experienced adventurers, completely unexpectedly, fly backward like rag dolls, broken by the sheer power of the blow. When the dust settles, the maimed leader collapses to the floor. An empty laugh escaping his lips, he understands the chasm in power between them, and the witnesses can only freeze in stunned silence. Looking down at the beaten men, she maintains a contemptuous, calm smile. Her hands are folded together in a gesture of feeble politeness. She teases them, saying, let everyone rush at her at once, it will be faster because she can finish them in one heartbeat. Her pride is boundless. She even calls on everyone in the establishment to join the fight. Her eyes narrow a cold, predatory, disdainful look, as if she is simply playing with her food. A heavy fist hits the man dully right in the jaw. The blow accelerates with such force that blood sprays into the air, and he is thrown and carried away like a wave. This single blow ignites a powder keg. The guild hall turns into a continuous slaughter, where adventurers crush into a furious, crowded brawl. Watching the carnage unfold, the horned woman throws her head back in mad laughter. Her sharp teeth are bared, and she savors the moment unfolding before her. She stands boldly in the very heart of the storm, mocking the human travelers let them come at her with all they have, while her battered companion remains on guard, ready for the next. While somewhere all this direct slaughter is raging, the guild receptionist is negotiating with a merchant. She says, the appearance of the dragon has thrown chaos, but those who lost the fight will have to answer for the property damage. After that, she turns her attention to the dark-haired mage, explaining that because of the arrival of newcomers, quarrels do not subside, and says she hopes someone of her level can take control of the most audacious. However, the sorceress refuses with a tired look, saying that such roles are beyond her power, and that she herself came only to announce her intention to stay in the forest for some time. When she turns to leave, the receptionist calls out to her, mentioning the Black Sea, but the sorceress does not stop and continues on behind her footsteps. Without ceremony, they drag a fallen fighter across the floor. She looks at the maimed man, who convulsively tries to speak, gasping and emphasizing that for her it is a message, an official summons from the royal palace. The man pulls out a sealed envelope, the wax seal still intact, and says that inside lies a direct order to join a future expedition deep into the forest. She stares at the letter. The face is unreadable, but a familiar fatigue is felt in it. Turning away from the chaos of the guild hall, she throws down a cold challenge. If they are really desperate enough to look for her, let them try to bring her that letter as soon as they reach the heart of the forest. To emphasize her point, she releases a fragment of true power, summoning a thousand-armed shadow manipulation, and a whole mass of writhing dark tentacles appears. The shadow limbs launch an attack with terrifying precision, grabbing the rowdy travelers and hurling them away like toys that have served their purpose. When the troublemakers are now gathered into neat, suspended in darkness cocoons, she stands amid the silence and informs the guild staff. These men are her payment for the riot and for the damage they caused to property. When she disappears into the light of the doorway, behind her remain a severed head and the hide of a beast scorched by the rock firefruit. Observers freeze in quiet shock as it dawns on them. She is truly the legendary Yano of the Black Sea. She watches as the defeated adventurers get back on their feet. Their bravado has crumbled. Scarman mutters that they were completely overcome, even the entire team together. They finally realized, Yano the one who serves the forest, and now they wonder how they could even hope to tame such wild and unpredictable magic. He lowers his gaze, and his face hardens. A new determination appears. He tells his companions that they need to start taking everything seriously. They can no longer afford to act foolishly in such a backwater guild as this one. As they pass through the corridor, the air in the hall changes. The gathered adventurers, each of whom once boasted that he was the strongest in the guild, recall recent skirmishes. The pride that fueled their petty disputes gives way to sober truth. This collective radiance covers them like shadows from giant trees. Truly powerful ones do not linger in the safety of the guild. They live deep in the heart of the forest. Leaving the guild behind, Ayano turns to her companion, Ares, and quietly suggests that it is time for them to return home. The young girl pouts and grumbles that Ayano is unfairly driving her away, even though she only did the minimum. The mage simply notes to herself, she cannot afford to relax her guard next to Ares. He seems irritated by the girl's attitude. The girl continues the interrogation, aloud wondering if Ayano would become a popular figure if she dared to actually accept the invitation from the royal palace. The mage keeps walking without looking away forward, dismissing the very thought, as if such things are unnecessary for her. In her heart, she felt only one thing: the invitation was superfluous. She looks intently at the sealed letter. The heavy weight of the royal summons presses in her palms. Somewhere inside, a thought creeps in. Maybe just take the path of least resistance, become a celebrated figure within the palace, and live without struggle, in comfort. Recalling possible advantages, she imagines herself kneeling before the throne, receiving the radiant blessings and prestige that come with royal service. She is attracted by the picture of security and recognition, a sharp contrast to the shadows where she lived. But her gaze slides over the man standing before her, and in his face softness and silent understanding, stronger than the allure of titles. In that silence, sitting nearby, the distance between their worlds seems to vanish. He listens attentively as she struggles with her choice. His presence becomes a support amid her inner turmoil. Her thoughts then return to the bright life she found in the wild wilderness, the cheerful elf Ms. Tia, the chubby little Yukatama, the playful wolf cub Matsuks, and the gentle Musubai. They are not just companions, they are the heart of the forest which she came to call her home. She explains quietly and firmly, her path here was never about gaining royal favor. It was for those she holds in her heart, like him and Ms. Tia. She understands, if she drags herself into palace intrigues, it will not save the sanctuary in the woods. Her companion notices this with a smile full of understanding, that her true place has always been here among the trees and spirits. She nods in solemn agreement, and her last doubts finally dissolve. Clenching her hand into a firm fist, she reflects on how much has changed. Once she entered the sacred forest of the world tree with a heart ready for death. But now, looking at the leaves covered with sunspots, she feels a fierce, newly born desire to truly live in its embrace. She lets out a quiet, sincere laugh. Finally, the burden of her former despair noticeably lightens as she accepts her new destiny. When village houses emerge before them, her companion urges it's time to hurry back home, but she refuses. There is a place she wants to go. To this, her friend suggests consulting their leader and asking what he thinks about it. Ares is full of energy, loudly proclaiming that he wants to visit the sea, standing before the others. Sujuru meets her with a curious look and asks if the rumors that she caused a huge commotion in the Adventurers Guild are true. He listens while she tries to brush it off, saying it was a minor human touch, and her actions barely fell within the limits acceptable for fighting other adventurers. She was quickly reprimanded. He warned that, although Chagusa might be lenient, he would not allow her to start fights and cause injuries to the townspeople. He continues his lecture and reminds her, despite the divine power she carries, she now lives among people and must avoid any trouble in their town. The man's words trigger a memory of her mother Risuru, who once warned, such reckless behavior will only end in Sudaru's disappointment and her own inevitable regret. She tries to shrug off the burden of the lecture, thinking that as a sky dragon soon, probably, everything will be forgotten, but even the very thought that her mother will find out does not give her peace. The girl freezes speechless as soon as he voices the final ultimatum. If she does not behave properly, he will take away her bread, and he says this with a deathly serious expression on his face. He tries to calm her embarrassment, promising, as soon as she behaves, they will set off to the sea and the hill and there will be all the fish she desires. She still does not believe, puffs her cheeks, stubbornly frowns, but eventually, muttering something under her breath, she reluctantly agrees to follow his example. Starting the march, she closes the column and grumbles under her breath that her reason for leaving is not so simple at all. Nearby, the mage involuntarily looks around the surroundings, habitually and tiredly noticing how the air changes as soon as they approach the coast. Suddenly, the calm of the sea waters is torn by a gargantuan, mutated fish. It emerges from the waves with a deafening roar. The mage explains, this stretch of sea, where runoff from the forest mixes with salty water, has become a place where such monsters breed they have fed on the corruption flowing downstream. The beast looms too close and too truly, its torn fangs and clouded eyes radiate primal rage, much stronger than previous reports from her position. The horned girl understands. The threat is greater than she expected, and she sees a clear intent to hunt everything that enters its territory. This ecological imbalance appeared due to the violation of the sacred waters of Sky Dragon, which are supposed to flow from the Jewel Mountain and cleanse the land. Without divine influence, the natural order has been overturned, and corruption has taken hold, eating away everything around, turning the local fauna into aggressive predators. He does not ponder long over this news, recalling how the spiritual essence of the river once strongly leaned toward purification, until recent disturbances began. The realization that the power of Jewel is needed to restore balance falls like a heavy stone on his heart as he considers their next move. Looking back at that shattered monster, he points out the obvious obstacle. As long as the creature prowls the shallows, there can be no talk of a peaceful fishing trip. They conclude that the beast must be defeated if the local villagers in their own bellies want any relief at all. From there, a distant landscape opens up. The mage suddenly jerks his attention and warns of a fishing vessel in immediate danger, pointing toward the horizon where a trail behind the monster leads to a small boat. Having seen the threat with his own eyes, he immediately decides to descend to the fishing village to intervene before lives are lost. He stubbornly insists that he must take responsibility for the young dragon, reminding him his mother, Risuru, entrusted him to his care. He warns the hot-tempered beast not to make mistakes. A fight with a huge sea demon is within his power. Standing on the shore alone against the towering mutated creature, he realizes, even with a divine instrument, a direct confrontation will be a difficult, exhausting test of time. He freezes in place, pressed to the ground, humiliated by its rough, scaly sides and gaping maw, and weighs his options. And with a decisive movement, he activates the artifact. A wave of power strikes the monster. The creature's gaze, its huge eye sharply widens in shock as the cleansing takes control. The life force fades. He notes, this specimen was noticeably larger and more formidable than the usual threats, so it took a bit more effort to tame it. When the threat recedes, the elderly fisherman collapses exhausted and weeps with relief, fervently praying and offering sincere thanks to Sky Dragon. The burden of the near disaster is carved into deep wrinkles on his face. As he chokes on tears, he is overwhelmed by salvation. Noticing how sharply the man reacts, he flails his hands anxiously, humbly trying to divert attention onto himself. He insists that he is just an ordinary person, and that such lavish displays of worship are completely unnecessary. Later, on the beach where the remains of monsters lie, he tries to bargain for some fresh fish, but the villagers do not even want to listen. They insist, after he saved their entire community, he should take whatever he wants without paying a single coin. With such incredible generosity, he finally gives in and accepts a huge prize of fresh seafood. Just look at the mountain of fish and crustaceans. It is impressive as a token of the village's gratitude, so he decides. Refusing further would simply be impolite. Examining the catch, he returns to one of the local men and asks if they have kelp or seaweed for sale. The fisherman looks at him with complete bewilderment, clarifying if he really intends to eat what they consider nothing more than ocean trash. He politely declines the villager's offer to gather seaweed for him and insists he can manage on his own on the way back. But the fishermen want to thank their savior. Their gratitude overflows, so they shout words of thanks to him and swear everything will be ready. Assessing the situation, he realizes the involvement of CDEC was decisive. When a trusted figure Viscount acted as intermediary between them, the fishermen were more willing to accept his help and repay their own, so everything turned out peacefully for everyone. Reviewing his plans at the table, he notices how useful it is to have a person who smooths diplomatic relations just like that. All integration and cooperation go much more easily than if he had handled it alone. The memory of the lively festival in the village still lingers in his mind. People praise him as a divine messenger and are already planning a festival in his honor. The scale of their joy and the weight of expectations are almost frightening. Again, shifting his gaze to the present, he prepares to set out with Ayano, deciding that first they must meet with Lady Tia before continuing deeper into the country. As they make their way through the dense forest, his companion asks if they will be forced to camp for the night. He reassures her, confident, if he pushes a little more, they will reach their destination before the sun sets beyond the horizon. She leans in very close, a playful smile on her face, and addressing him by his usual nickname, almost confuses him with her closeness as they make their way through the trees. Reaching the clearing, they see the elven traveler who had already been waiting for them. The mage greets her warmly, recalling how much time has passed since their last meeting, and sincerely feels relief that they are together again. After finishing their business on the shore, the company reunites with the elf in the heart of the forest. The young dragoness leans closer to her companion, her eyes burning with anticipation as she asks about what will be for lunch. He calmly replies that they have the fish they caught earlier and some rice balls already prepared. Watching the pair, the elf notices how much their dynamic has changed. He can only nod in agreement, confirming that their relationship has shifted. As they settle around the crackling campfire, the conversation touches on the essence of their journey. The elven woman is slightly offended by the suggestion that her people might consider such a harsh, field, free-spirited nature disgusting, and insists that she feels quite comfortable in the wild. The mage continues ringing and insists that she is unbreakable. She recalls having lived her whole life within 4 steps. She says that her recent trials have only strengthened her resolve, yet her companion still looks somewhat skeptical at her claim. Deciding to prove her usefulness, she suddenly dashes into the underbrush. Her cry echoes as she swears to find edible herbs. This burst of energy momentarily throws him off balance, causing him to freeze. Worried for her safety, he asked the elf to follow and keep her under watch. The archer nodded confidently, set off after the impulsive mage, and promised to take control of the situation. While they wait, the mage warns about the agonizing pain caused by parasites that inhabit this world. The young dragon waves off the threat, easily recalling how she exterminated them with a simple wave of energy, leaving him to wonder how such immense power is spent on such a mundane task as cooking. He listens attentively as Ares clarifies, not all celestial dragons share the same origin and temperament. She reflects on her past, admitting that she once assumed to catch one. Now this thought clearly pleases her. He responds with a gentle reminder that treating living beings as mere tools is a path best avoided. Ares seems unmoved by the lecture, steering the conversation back to food and asking why he still hasn't started eating. She takes a cautious bite and, in a moment, her face lights up with pleasant surprise. The salty lemon carpaccio spreads flavor notes across her palate, and this culinary magic turns out to be much better than she expected from an ordinary camping lunch. She stares at the translucent piece of fish held between her chopsticks. The trembling is visible. He encourages her, explaining that this unsalted preparation is the real test for a gourmet, and invites her to experience the natural essence of the ingredients. She reaches for familiar comfort thoughts slide to the depth of soy sauce. He nods as if understanding, acknowledging. Salt has its advantages, but the juicy, rich punch of soy sauce is often missing in this picture. They sit side by side, while the conversation turns to the cultural customs of the elves living in the forest. He aloud wonders whether raw fish in her homeland is a usual delicacy, or if this habit is as strange to her people as it is to some others. He notices her hesitation and gently gives her a chance to leave, assuring her that she absolutely does not have to eat sashimi if she does not like it, emphasizing that she should only eat what she enjoys, prioritizing her comfort over the novelty of the dish. And she, for her part, completely forgot about any etiquette. She gestured wildly while feasting with wild abandon. And when he tries to correct her manners, she only smiles slyly and says, if they tell her she can't, it only fuels the desire to do the opposite. She takes a bite and her eyes widen as the taste of raw fish suddenly strikes her. Suru watches her intently and asks if she likes the dish. While the group settles around the crackling campfire, the conversation turns to various diets. Yona admits that rami is as familiar to her as others. The texture reminds her of horse sashimi or perhaps lean venison found in the winter months. While they relax, a young girl in a school uniform suddenly wraps her arms around Suru in playful hugs and catches him off guard. She recalls the recent extermination of the sea monster, and her cheerful mood sharply contrasts with the weight of their recent battles. Looking into the dark abyss of the water, Suru reflects on the strange turn his life has taken. Behind him, others argue about the spectacle of him flying atop a winged dragon, and this stunt leaves even those who saw it with their own eyes amazed. Watching him from the side, Ares catches how her thoughts drift aside. Who is this man before her? She ponders the wonder an ordinary person holds a divine instrument, a power usually wielded only by the exceptional. Her mind involuntarily returns to his recent displays of strength, and she understands. He is much greater than he seems. Despite his unassuming, almost fragile human appearance, he possesses a fierce, invincible power that rivals dragon's strength, or perhaps even surpasses it. The girl continues to hold on to him, her face glowing with affection as she presses her nose to his shoulder. Suaru can only sigh, thinking that in this world there really are people drawn to bombsto, those unstable explosive forces that change everything they touch. Nearby, the rest of the group catches a light moment, and the conversation quickly turns to a more philosophical direction. They notice how their preconceived notions about the Sky Dragon tribe rapidly change, while Yano jokes about his own explosive reputation. She sat slightly apart from the others, her face contorted as she stuck out her tongue in a childish gesture that looked like a peek. Nearby, a man in a business suit glanced at the elf, remembering something that needed to be discussed. He addressed her directly, saying there was something specific he wanted to consult her about, and spoke calmly despite the weight of their recent discoveries. Friendship treaty. The question hangs in the air, an official proposal against the backdrop of their unusual circumstances. He leans forward, and his gaze is steady and calming as he explains. This order does not have to be too complicated or frightening. The great man continues, noting that the town was already on the brink of panic before the appearance of Sky Dragon, as they were used to seeing only terrifying monsters from the forest, not a source of possible luck. Gyro listens attentively, his face softening as he realizes how their presence has affected the local residents. He proposes a public gesture to cement this bond, exchanging gifts and displaying them for all to see, turning a private agreement into a loud alliance. He insists formal documents are a necessity, but the visible symbol of their agreement weighs much more for people to understand and accept the new reality. In the background, their companions watch the weight of this negotiation. When the younger man asks if such measures are exaggerated, the nobleman replies with a serious face. Despite appearances, he has traditions and rituals that must be preserved to maintain the status and integrity of the agreement. Looking back at the sprawling city, he lays out his far-sighted vision. A simple contract may suffice for decades, but relying on the weight of traditions is the best way to strengthen a bond that will span generations. Stunned by the depth of his prediction, the traveler can only marvel at how far ahead the actions of his companion are planned, especially when the practical benefit finally becomes known: a tax-free pass through the city walls. He raised his Aishi's face, was serious, and began asking questions about the terms of the agreement. He needed to know for sure exactly what conditions they would be required to fulfill in exchange for such a favorable deal. In response, the giant man raised a finger and reduced the demands to the very essence. He said that the main thing is to remain friendly to the city and maintain relationships based on mutual respect and peaceful coexistence. Given the simplicity of the request, the young man turned away, deep in thought. It seemed like an incredibly generous offer, one that had no noticeable downsides for him or his companions. Yet something still held him back. He dared to ask one last question: what would happen if they refused the offer? The atmosphere barely shifted when the Viscount sharpened his gaze. He admitted, convincing the mayor to accept the refusal was likely possible, but the next time the group visits, they would have to play their game much more cautiously. Suddenly, the tension vanished. The man flopped back onto a soft, oversized cushion, and his facial expression changed to comical self-love. He jokingly declared that his true goal was to prevent the royal family from taking his furry cushion as a traditional gift, and this greed so stunned the guests that they were left speechless and sighed irritably. Joining the conversation, the elderly merchant adjusted his glasses and voiced approval of the plan. He emphasized the practical benefit of tax exemption, and the young man finally fell silent and agreed to the terms of the deal. As the meeting was drawing to a close, the Viscount stopped, and a focused seriousness reappeared on his face. He said that before concluding matters, there was one last question they needed to discuss. Next, he delivers a formal oath, speaking not only for himself, but on behalf of the Brown Wall family and their entire land. He emphasizes, this is a solemn obligation that weighs heavily on his kin. In response, he asks Sujira to give a similar promise, not as a private individual, but as a representative of the pioneers who settled the new lands. Stepping closer by another step, the noble explains his reasoning. He has a strong premonition. The number of people following Sujira will only continue to grow, so a formal agreement is necessary. Sujiro weighs this proposal. He understands, this is a path he has not yet fully thought through. The Viscount notes, if there is no intention to keep the promise to the people, then the agreement is impossible. But such a contract can also become a shield against other meddlesome nobles. Meanwhile, the mage reflects on the necessity of such rules. The dragon and her kin are intelligent, but people lack a common everyday logic. Clear, established points of agreement would make managing their interactions much simpler. Returning to the present, the tall man demands a final decision, presenting the contract as an agreement beneficial to both their parties. Sayaru agrees to take the offer and consider it, looking to the future with optimism, and a satisfied, grateful smile appears on the nobleman's face. Suddenly, the solemn atmosphere breaks. The nobleman collapses from exhaustion onto a soft, mossy fur cushion, and the maid sharply rebukes him for lack of decency. Watching them, the young leader feels, if this agreement helps the townspeople feel more at ease, it is a responsibility he is ready to take on. He listens as the elf explains the burden of the promise he has already taken upon himself. She speaks of an ancient elven blessing for those who keep their word, especially when a hero enters into an agreement with royal authority. And with a confident wink, she declares that she will accompany him on his next journey so that her people's reputation remains untarnished. Continuing her thought, she warns that from this moment his path will only become more complicated. He pauses his drink halfway to his lips and holds his gaze. What exactly does she mean by such a grim prophecy? She only smiles, says she places trust in his hands, and leaves him to digest the burden of her expectations alone. The conversation shifts to the need for confirmation of friendship to strengthen the new agreement. He admits to himself, the idea is still somewhat vague. He cannot imagine what kind of item could symbolize such a significant political and personal bond. Seeking a solution, the group brainstorms possible gifts, and the mage suggests, the best fit would be a magnificent work of art. She insists that something exceptionally beautiful will naturally attract attention, and this will be the perfect start to explain their intentions and secure the attention of new allies. Their focus falls on the majestic, ornate chalice, a true masterpiece of craftsmanship, standing as a testament to the skill of its unknown creator. It is a first-class item, a rare treasure with so much prestige that it is fully worthy of a royal exchange. Despite all the elegance of the proposed gift, he still noticeably hesitates, his face clouded with doubt. Noticing his anxiety, the elf asks if he does not believe in the plan. In response, he honestly admits that the scale of the whole situation is already starting to seem too frightening. To calm him, she offers an alternative. If they cannot find a suitable treasury deep in the forest, they can simply make a new one. She advises using high-quality magical stones and rare monster components, and he immediately recalls those powerful magical stones he collected from the sea demon during their previous travels. As soon as he pulls out one of the stones, she suddenly reacts. It cracks, shattering the silence with a dazzling flash of light and energy. The unexpected surge of power throws him off balance. He lets out a frightened scream, and the room is momentarily covered in blinding radiance. He explains he managed to extract a magical stone from the sea demon before the creatures could dive and remain at the bottom. Miss Tia notes with admiration that such a specimen, a beast over 300 years old, is incredibly valuable. She advises giving part of it to the settlement, so it becomes a legendary story, especially since this way Sidek can explain the situation to the authorities. When they walk through the forest, the conversation shifts to the topic of a gift. He hesitates slightly. Would it seem unworldly to give a raw magical stone from Slay Monster? But Ms. Tia cuts in. As a sign of friendship to show that they have overcome a legendary threat, it is entirely appropriate. Then he decides to use his unique ability to craft gear to create something truly meaningful from the stone. Ms. Tia nods, fully supporting his choice, not just to give raw material, but to make a custom item. He looks at his hands. Suddenly, a wave of pressure washes over him. Although he is used to crafting useful tools or simple toys for himself, the thought of creating an official gift for another person frightens him. The burden of this task makes him feel an unusual nervousness. Hearing his hesitation, she leans closer with a warm smile and assures him everything he creates will undoubtedly be exceptional. Her unwavering faith in his abilities begins to gradually remove his uncertainty. She continues and says, even such an everyday thing as a chair or a house carries the heart of its creator. He listens attentively. Her words change his view of the work itself and the intention behind it. With a mischievous spark in her eyes, she asks if he intends to let her take the credit for such a masterpiece. He snorts and decides to trust her elven intuition and his own creative momentum. The strongest determination flares up in him, and he declares that he will do his best. She supports him one last time with words, watching as his creative vein finally rises. He stands with his companions and discusses recent events. Miss Tia notes that the delay in their meeting was due to the subjugation of a sea demon, an unexpected turn. Sudzuru apologizes for this and explains the circumstances of his hooks. Next to him, the woman with horns remarks that even for an elf, her companion is too slow. The phrase hangs in the air, emphasizing the playfully sharp dynamic among the participants as they regroup after the battle. She approaches him too closely, dangerously so. Her eyes sparkle with cunning, and she asks if he felt lonely during the short time they were apart. Her voice flows warmly and teasingly, and he is completely lost. His surprise is not the only one. The elf woman suddenly freezes from what she sees. Her eyes widen in shock, and her mouth involuntarily opens. She cannot process the audacity of such actions in time. While she boils with anger, the quiet mage remains focused on the task, preparing the huge fish they just caught. Yona works with quiet, stubborn concentration, as if accustomed to the chaotic energy of her comrades and the strange magic needed for this work. They are soon swept away by a new wave of madness. The horned woman squeezes the young man's neck so tightly he suffocates. The elf woman screams in protest, fearing for his life. While the mage watches this absurdity unfold, preparations for a peaceful meal already become a distant memory.